Chapter 1, On the Podium. Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. Today is the school opening day. After the admission procedures are completed, the afternoon school opening ceremony has been completed. There is still a period of time similar to evening self-study before going to bed and resting. Logically speaking, there will be some small classes for teaching. But today is special, so it has become a small lecture for the class. Class 5 in a year. As a newcomer, A.M. Jing was showing a very nervous expression at this moment. This is the 25th year he has traveled through time, and it is also the first step he took to avoid making a living in Liaomin Street and Kaluo district. It's normal to be nervous when you just entered school. But what made Ma Jing so nervous that the chrysanthemum tightened because of the man standing in the lecture hall? The short hair is slightly curly, like a lotus stretching after the rain, gentle without losing its curvature. The brown eyes were hidden behind the glasses in the square frame, and their flawless eyes bent slightly, and they showed a faint apology with their eyes. This is a man who looks gentle on the surface. Just in terms of body shape, the other person even looks too thin. But it was this face and the voice just now, which was so recognizable. Good evening for all of you. I am the instructor who will be responsible for your mental health and learning status next. My name is Eisen Medical. From today, I will spend 6 years with you. As your instructor, this is my honor, and I would like to take care of you. The gentle voice was like terrifying armor-piercing bullets, which made Ma Jingyi's mind go wild. Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy is an educational institution to cultivate future ghost Taoist people, hidden mobile teams and the 13th team of the Guoding Ting. The courses are 6 years long, and only outstanding people can skip the grade and graduate. When Ma Jing was originally wanted to make a living, after all, as long as he entered this place, he would definitely be alive if he acted too badly. The one who is assigned, I'm a slap. With Ma Jing, he can be said to be quite satisfied with his current situation. After all, it is enough to be better than the refugees. We don't expect to be invincible in the world, right? After all, that's not something that people can count on. But I didn't expect that I met the ultimate boss on the first day of school. Wow, the dead memory has begun to attack. Throughout the entire God of Death. One of Kurosaki Ichigo's 3 fathers. The Glasses Smasher, the most famous person in the world who wears prison clothes to express his sense of Victoria's Secret. This guy appears here directly, so how can I play? Ah? Why don't you commit suicide directly? Eisen's soul was about to float out. But Eisen's next speech made him feel a little bit excited. As you all see, I am now in the 5th team of the 13th team of the Guoding Ting. This is a special organization affiliated to the rescue team among the 13th team. Under the team's number, there is a silhouette of a horse and a drunk wood printed. Does any student understand why the flower language is in it? After 2 seconds of silence, it was obvious that there was no so-called elegant person present. Eisen was not surprised at all, as if this result was also within his expectations. Is it because of the tension of entering the school? Haha, please adapt to this environment as soon as possible. After all, time is tight, and the courses of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy are arranged quite closely. Pushing the square glasses on the bridge of his nose, Eisen's smile still remained. The flower language of horses and drunk wood is a sacrifice, danger, pure and sweet feeling. And this is also my blessing to all classmates. Authentic, learning must be painful. At the same time, I hope that you can understand the essence of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. After truly becoming a useful person, you will not forget your mission and responsibilities. The more Ma Jing listens, the more strange his expression becomes. Something is wrong, something is not right. Although Eisen knows how to disguise, his serious attitude of saying this at this moment made Ma Jing also notice a subtle sense of sincerity. It seemed as if he did agree with these words from the bottom of his heart that he would say them out. Wow, although I don't have the skill to see through people's hearts, is it the same in your daily speaking? It's too deceptive. Or is this also part of Eisen's evil play? While thinking, a woman in the front row raised her right hand nervously and was named by Eisen. Please say it. Then, that. May I ask Mr. Eisen, I have heard of you. Are you also an outstanding graduate of the college? Which seat is currently in U5th team? The seat system is above the team members and is second only to the captain and vice-captain. In other words, the theory of division itself represents strength and identity. Eisen, wearing a trouser suit, had her eyes curled up into a crescent-like warm curve. He has no talent and ability, and now he is only ranked 4 seats. I was very kind, but I started to chirp below. Hey! So young! Is it already the 4th seat? No, right? Teacher Eisen is so powerful. The 4th seat should be very good, right? The people below are constantly discussing. Eisen didn't mean to interrupt, but looked at everything that was happening in front of her with a smile. As a teacher, there is no trace of majesty in him. At the same time, being able to get along with people just for the first time is also a talent in a sense. The atmosphere in the classroom was quite harmonious. With Mahjong finally got back to the taste. Think about it carefully. According to the plot line, this man seemed to have waited until he became the vice-captain before he started to do evil. Although he has not paid much attention to Eisen's life experience, he does seem to have served as a lecturer at the Shinaka Spiritual Art Academy for a period of time. Even after becoming the captain, there are still regular calligraphy courses held in the academy. You can refer to the information about the seats. It seems that there is still a long time before the plot begins, at least more than 100 years, right? Perhaps Eisen did get up to her mind after becoming the vice-captain, but no matter what, this person at this stage may be quite normal. So I still have a way out? Thoughts were ups and downs, but Eisen's voice came from his ears. Student Ama, classmate Ama. Here. Standing up reflexively, Mahjong also saw more than 20 students present staring at him. As the instructor, Eisen nodded to him with a smile. As a student, in order to make your future life more harmonious, appropriate communication is also an opportunity to open up each other's hearts. After finally everyone got together and got to know each other, and there may be opportunities to work together in the future. Eisen raised the list paper in her hand and added softly. So in 1 minute, please give a brief introduction. Just when he was distracted, more than 20 students in the classroom had already set their sights on him. Although Ai Mahjong was in the last row, she was the first on the list. There is an indescribable sense of tension. But this is not the time to retreat. Mahjong also clenched his right hand into a fist, half raised it to his chest, and gently pressed it down. Breathe. Just calm down like this, Following the eyes of everyone, the boy slowly stood up. His facial features are quite delicate, his long black hair is tied into a horse's tail and raised high, like the tail feathers of a horse, bright and scorching. At this moment, his lips were slightly pursed, and he squirmed for a moment, then he opened his mouth like a deep breath and said, Hello everyone, my name is Mahjong Yi. I came from Kulu district, Liuhun Street. I like to eat tofu and spinach, and I hate natto. I am best at kendo. The class meeting ended. As usual, it should be time to rest. But in fact, Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy does not have a very strict sleeping system. After all, there are also some noble masters boarding here. These people have social engagements in class, so it will be troubled to be completely closed. In addition, those who come here to study are not children, and everyone has their own corresponding goals. Academic performance is the minimum limit, as long as it can be completed. After the class meeting, Mahjong did not return to the dormitory, but turned to the swordsmanship. There is an indescribable sense of expectation when Mahjong Yi's expression is. After all, he has been looking forward to this place for a long time. In fact, AI Mahjong also has a special panel known as the .add system. The corresponding attribute points can be obtained through exercise alone. It is quite simple. The silver-backed gorilla knows how to use it. For example, when he was in Kolo district, he kept practicing wooden swords and finally obtained the reward of kendo-related attribute points. With the wooden sword that has been waving for a day, sword +1. And his panels also have obvious changes. Anyone with Mahjong? Cut, 20. Fist, 0. Walk, 0. Ghost, 0. As shown in the content, Mahjong also shows the 4 basic skills of the god of death. As a civilian, what he can come into contact with is only a simple thing called Jiandeo. The attribute points of 20 points can be said to be hard-won. Because of the continuous exercise, Mahjong Yi's palm was worn out early, and now it was filled with milky white cocoons, which looked quite ferocious. But it's different from today. After trying before, Mahjong also found that his ability could also take some shortcuts. As long as you can be advised by someone who is far better than you, the corresponding attribute points will also have a significant increase. This is the conclusion that Mahjong was also hit by a wooden sword in Kolo district and almost died. After receiving guidance, the training is definitely much better than the one you explore. It is not difficult to even have a sweet mouth and spend some thoughts to let some old-fashioned seniors use their real skills to beat themselves up. Come on, don't pity me, just treat me like a sandbag and stir-fry it hard, okay? Woohoo! This wave, I must take off immediately. He excitedly changed into kendo clothes. As a year-old, Mahjong had only the right to play outside the dojo. It's okay, everything is difficult at the beginning. This little dilemma is not scary at all. But after he took the initiative, the sound that made people's anus tighten came from behind him. Ayama, he is very diligent. He turned his head awkwardly and saw Aizen standing 5 meters away with his hands between his sleeves, smiling at him. This is a remote corner outside the temple. At this moment, there is Mahjong and there is no one around him. So Aizen just came for herself? Sorry, everyone has already gone to rest, but Yi Ma is still working so hard. This serious attitude is really concerning, and I accidentally followed him. I am ashamed to say that although I am a teacher, like Ama, I am also a teacher for the first time. How to teach and what kind of tone should I communicate with young people like you is also a challenge for me. Maybe I've said a little too much, but I'll be sorry for your classmates. After pausing for a moment, Aizen's eyes became more and more curved. In addition to her smile, there was a little more subtle feeling inside. And when it comes to this, Arima was also recruited into the academy as a specialty student, right? Sword Deo is such a simple and sharp title. There must be very few people who can still be obsessed with the basics in this era. Sorry, I seem to have said some extra words. Let's get back to the point. Classmate Yuma, I'm quite curious about your swordsmanship. Can you tell me more about it at a close distance? Although I was talking to myself, I felt a sense of righteousness when I said it. It is reasonable and convincing. Considering the other party's nature of white and blackness and the fact that he said this, the no that condensed to his mouth can't be said now no matter what. The ashamed Ao Mahjong could only pursed her lips nervously. Then I'll be ugly. Calm down, this guy is just watching. Just show your normal mind. Ai Mahjong also adjusted her breathing, allowing her body to completely relax but tightened after a pause in her breathing. Entered the state. Although the 20-point sword attribute value is not enough to enter the house, it is also a small level. This foundation has changed Mahjong Yi's temperament. The muscles in the body began to tremble with breathing, the palms condensed, and the nerves seemed to spread out from the body, wrapped around the thick wooden sword handle. It seems that this dead object has become an extension of his body. Wow! Aizen's originally dull gaze fluctuated slightly. At his level, there is no surprise at all if Mahjong shows things. But it is precisely because of his extraordinary level that he can understand. This is not the level that ordinary children can practice with a wooden sword. Even compared to some ignorant aristocratic families, this young man who seems to be a wild way is more orthodox. The body is very stable and the middle line is solid. Although there is room for correction in the footwork, the posture is quite sharp and has a sense of sharpness that only young people can have. Great! Eisen can't think of other conclusions at the moment. It can be seen through just one suggestion that this must be the degree to which it can only be achieved after enough effort. This level of seriousness, not the nature of playing. Such a real and serious guy, he already mastered it before entering school. Eisen, who was originally just a keen on experience and a desire for knowledge, was somewhat interested at this moment. After a series of simple vibrations and practices of round-trip footwork, Ma Jing, who was sweating slightly all over her body, also stopped moving. Ba 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 ba. But there was applause from behind. It was Eisen's medical staff. He looked at Ma Jing with some curious eyes, and said no stingy in his mouth. Awesome! A classmate Emma can respond calmly under the attack of the teammates during the entrance exam. I thought this was an exaggerated description from others, but now it seems that I have too little knowledge. Facing your own arrogance in response to that rudeness. I apologize to you, Emma. Your strength is unquestionable. But at the same time, from the perspective of the instructor, I think you also have room for improvement. Here comes. Although it was indeed a scene that Ma Jing imagined, when he saw Eisen's face, he felt so nervous. Fortunately, Eisen didn't seem to care about these micro-expressions. He gave him sincere advice, and Ma Jing gradually became obsessed with the impression, and finally nodded in nodding. The foundation of Kendo at 20 points is ahead. Even if he does not have corresponding systematic knowledge, he can understand why Eisen is talking about what he said. So that's it, it turns out that I still have so much room for improvement. In other words, Eisen is indeed guiding herself sincerely. Although I had known that Eisen was a guy who was proficient in all 4 major categories, I didn't expect that I would have such an understanding of Kendo. It can only be said that the real person is far more three-dimensional and vivid than the image in the comics. As my thoughts floated, familiar subtitles flashed out. You waved Kiku, received guidance from Eisen, Kendo +5. Jian-jun. With Ma Jing, everyone suddenly became awake. You should know that when I was practicing before, the attribute values rose by 1:1, and there was not a daily settlement. Unexpectedly, today I was just given a tip and gained as many as 5 attribute values. In one breath. There is a sense of gap like manually upgrading this hard, and the background directly adjusting data. Wow, can you say that you are worthy of being the boss behind the scenes? Even if it is just in this aspect, the ability shown is definitely not something that can be seen. Student Emma, it's getting late, so why not go back and rest earlier? What do you think? After saying this, Ma Jing could only nod and respond. No problem, Mr. Eisen. After turning back, Emma Jing also changed into a light dress and saw Eisen outside the door again. The two walked side by side in the corridor to the dormitory. The moonlight is faint and the clouds are bursting. The candle light on both sides of the corridor was intricate, and the faint light of the spiritual fire twisted the winding arc, stretching the figures of the two. Eisen walked in front. His back was not generous, but it gave Ma Jing an indescribable sense of oppression. Student Yuma, is it convenient to ask some questions? The person involved swallowed carefully. Just say it, Mr. Eisen. Can you see that Emma seems to be quite enthusiastic about Kendo? Is there any reason? Ah, do you say this? Emma Jing also laughed twice and patted the back of her head with some embarrassment. I just got it in simple contact, so I want to learn more about it. In fact, it's just because I'm too poor. In Kalu district, I can't learn professional instant steps and ghost paths. And between the slash and fist, Majing finally chose the former. After all, we are all coming to the world of death. Who wouldn't dream of having a handsome and unique knife? And although it is a nominal refugee area, it has been around for more than 20 years, and it is easy to get a broken wooden knife. Although as long as you perform corresponding exercise behaviors, the attribute points will slowly accumulate and eventually become effective combat power. For example, if Majing insists on running, boxing, etc., her ability in boxing and walking will improve sooner or later. But progress is also something that needs to be considered. It can only be said that a good woman can't cook without rice. In that harsh environment, Majing can only specialize in one specialty and rely on it as a stepping stone to be admitted to the college. Jiandao is the answer. Do you just like it? Haha, it does fit the feeling that Ama gives people. Aizen pushed her glasses, turned her head halfway, and showed a kind smile to Eri Majing. I don't hate people who are good at deceiving, because this will make me feel that the other party cares a lot about my ideas. But compared to such overly polite words, I still prefer people who can be honest. Aizen's eyes were plain, and his eyes were quite gentle when he looked at Eri Majinja. After all, such a relationship is the most normal one, isn't it? Aki Majing also laughed twice, raised her hand and touched the back of her head. Teacher Aizen, I should not be as smart as you said. Haha, the humility of Yuma is also a very rare quality. With such a short time of contact, Majing will probably understand Aizen's current situation. He may indeed become a person who contempts everything in the future, but at least from the current situation, he seems to be a good person. But no matter what, it is not a good thing to always be passive. Occasionally, you have to fight back. Teacher Aizen, can I ask you something? The smile on the latter's face became even more intense. He stopped, turned his whole body to this side, and said gently. The desire for knowledge is the foundation of progress, but it doesn't matter. Why are you following me so much? If I hadn't stared at me like a fool, how could this guy have appeared in the swordsman's temple? Needless to say, you can understand this matter just by thinking about it. Aizen seemed a little surprised. He pondered for a moment, then smiled shyly again, and Majing even saw a closeted embarrassing look on his face. Has I been discovered? It seems that my intentions are too obvious. Sorry, Ama. Aizen sighed lightly, and the expression on her face seemed to be a little emotional. As I said before, it is also my first time as a teacher. How to guide and educate is also a brand new attempt for me. Yes. I am actually the same as you, both of them have the original intention in a sense. I will also feel sad, after all, I don't know how to communicate with young people like you. But fortunately, Aizen stared at Eri Majing, her eyes full of smiles. Ama seems to be a good example, and I probably understand what to do next. Ah? Is it teaching Aizen to do things? How could Majing have such a strange dream? Facing the student who showed his embarrassed expression, Aizen add medical ores to the emperor? Throw? Seriousness and understanding what humility is. Although he is born as a refugee, such moral character is really valuable. In this already ordinary class, Majing's performance can be said to be quite eye-catching. A student Ama may not have noticed it, but in fact, you are already a very outstanding student. Of course, this does not mean that Majing can relax. Although it is still difficult for Ama to achieve that level of exaggeration than a true genius. But witnessing the growth of students is also a major responsibility of being a role model. Aizen doesn't hate this burden. Yes, is that. Although I was still a little nervous, Aizen, who seemed to be harmless now, should be able to get along normally. While hesitating, Eri Majing also saw Aizen reaching out her right hand. I have a horse. No, Jing Yejun, in short, please take care of me in the future. After thinking for a while, Ma Jing stretched out his right hand openly and held it with the other party. Well, that's the case. Please take more care of me in the future, Mr. Eisen. Chapter 2, People Like Wild Dogs. Sleep all night. With Ma Jingyi, he was lucky, and the dormitory he assigned was relatively remote. Because I didn't get along with the nobles, I often don't have to consider what identities have to do and I can be more casual. In addition, the two roommates are not from the same class as him, so Ma Jing can also act off-peak with these people. Although he doesn't like to be alone, at least for Ma Jing at this stage, it is important to study hard. After all, after graduation, there is no such convenient environment for asking for advice. Civilians must look like civilians, and they must pull out the wool from the academy to do so. Considering that it was the first day of the course, the school had not had time to take anything high intensity, which was naturally good news for Ma Jing. After all, in addition to Kendo, Ma Jing also has the level of illiteracy for the other 3 types of compulsory courses. In response to this situation, we can only say that others may be here to get a degree or something, and it is different if you have Ma Jing. He really came to study. Free fighting refers to the skills of close fitting. As one of the 4 basic skills, you must also know the importance of it. Instant step is a skill that quickly moves the body instantly, and can move to the other party's side or further away at a speed that the other party cannot see. Ghost path. After one day, although Ma Jing didn't know any of the teachers on stage, they recorded a lot of notes. The ability to obtain attribute points by being guided plays a big role at this moment. You were introduced to the relevant content of the slap in vain, the slap in vain +2. You were introduced to the relevant content of Shinbu. Except for Kendo, all attributes +2. When Ma Jing looked at the 3 major systems with a gratifying increase, she felt a kind of joy like a harvest in her heart. Don't say it, don't say it. This school is really right. If he failed to get into Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, Ma Jing would not be able to access these contents in Kulu district. After one day of study, Ma Jing can be said to have gained a lot. Today, Eisen seemed to have something to go out, so she temporarily changed to a middle-aged man with a serious expression. This made most people in the class start to whisper, which made the brother on the stage very confused. Am I so annoying? Then today's courses will end here. Starting tomorrow, we will arrange the courses of Oneda E and 2 department day courses, and there will be regular exams in the future. Please. A long list of contents is enough to show that the burden of learning is not small, and some people in the class have begun to complain. After all, not everyone can learn these contents easily. Considering the difficulty of assessment and learning, I was unable to enter the ranking, so in the end I could only go to some irrelevant positions and mix them. Wow, the future is dark. In contrast, with Ma Jing, there will be no worries in this regard. After all, he has no time to feel sad about spring and autumn, and the right way to exercise is to work hard. The boy happily left the classroom and walked around to the sword dojo. But I didn't expect that this ghost place would be very lively today. It's 10 o'clock. Hell, are you not sleeping? I asked the uncle who was guarding, and the other party latched his earwax with disdain and said in a nagging manner. What else can you do? A noble man suddenly wanted to practice swordsmanship, and all the followers who were like dog legs came over. Isn't this a lively place? I see. A nobleman. Akima Jing sighed with emotion. Regarding this aspect, even if you don't have more than 20 years of life in a refugee, you can still feel it a little, the so-called difference between civilians and nobles. Rukia in the original work is an example. Although he was unknown after entering the school, he also attracted much attention after giving the surname Koimu. The teacher's expectations and the envy of classmates. This kind of thing is everywhere. In some people's eyes, it is pressure, but more of it is an indescribable sense of restraint. Very typical Japanese class style. But no matter what, it doesn't matter if there is Ma Jing anyway, those noble men will soon suffered. I like to show off, right? Eisen lets you fly. Ma Jing also returned to the dormitory and slept for 2 hours. She got up after her roommates fell asleep. The exercise plan cannot be left out. I don't believe that the noble master is still in the mood to practice swordsmanship at 12 o'clock. I jogged back to the temple. Although it was still brightly lit, it was indeed completely clean. I'm working hard and borrowed a Taoist suit and a wooden sword as usual. The uncle checked his ID card and looked at Ma Jing with some emotion. You guy is just a year old. I've been here yesterday. Do you want to be so diligent? Haha, the stupid bird flies first. The public will always be a little tolerant to the diligent people. The uncle smiled and raised his chin toward Ma Jing. The number 5 branch is empty now. It doesn't matter if you go and practice for a while. Logically speaking, if you have Ma Jing, you can only move indoors, but now it is obvious that the other party has opened the small door for him. Good man. Oh, thank you. Ma Jing also walked into the dojo with a wooden sword in her arms and dressed up. Originally, he wanted to go directly to the destination, but a figure lying in the corner attracted Ma Jingyi's attention. The other party looked quite embarrassed. My body was covered with bright red scars that were beaten out, my Taoist suit was ruptured, and my wound was swollen. Now it is like a wounded wild dog, leaning against the wall, lying limp on the ground. Like a fish that slipped into the glue, he breathed in embarrassingly and greedily, grabbing the few vitality. Although this guy is not dead yet, half of his foot is considered to be stepping on the gate of hell. Ma Jing also looked at him in confusion for a while, and the uncle's voice came from behind. Ah, it's better not to worry about that guy. The noble master came in to practice swords just now. He insisted on pestering people and practicing. With this ability, he was not beaten to death by others, because it was all for the sake of being classmates. Is that true? There are also some of them occasionally. These guys who overestimate themselves. I think I will be equal to the nobles when I enter the academy, and I don't know how much I have. Ma Jing also watched the other party get up tremblingly and staggered towards the door. The other party's steps were empty and his expression was serious. The expression that could be seen seemed a little dazed, as if the whole person was about to faint in the next second. Ma Jing just watched the other party leave and did not do anything too passionate. Everyone has their own choice. If this is the other party's wish, then there is only respect. Besides, Ma Jing has not grown to the point where he can help people. Change your clothes as usual and enter the room. The familiar Suzhen, practice back and forth. Because there are targets indoors, Ma Jing also performed several rounds of chopping tests. I worked hard for more than 2 hours. You waved the wooden sword, sword +1? I was thinking that I could take a short while before going to class after going back to rest. Ma Jing also thanked the uncle who was guarding the door and returned from the temple. The sky was still dark, and Ma Jing also saw the embarrassed figure on the way home. He fell to the corner and curled up. It seems that I lost consciousness on the way home and finally fell here. After the day, someone will find out and then send it to the emergency department. It doesn't matter if you don't care about it. After all, it is not yourself who takes action. Whether from a moral or logical point of view, you have no room for intervention. Ma Jing, who was born in Liaomin Street, also understands the principle that the strong prey on the weak. If the rules do not follow, the rebellious people who go against the current will sooner or later death without treatment, because the rules are the steel chains that bind the body. The more you struggle, the more you will be embedded in the flesh and skin until you have broken bones and stop breathing. So just leave it alone, it should be like this. But as he thought about this, Ma Jing stopped unconsciously. He half turned his head and stared at the wild dog-like figure. He threw away the blood-stained towel in his hand, and Ma Jing also watched the other person's expression squirmed, and finally sat up slowly. Are you awake? Without responding immediately, the other party subconsciously touched his waist until he touched the familiar touch, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Who are you?" The voice was a little tight, but it was more of a sense of vigilance. "5th class a year, there is Ma Jing. This is my dormitory, and you are sleeping in my bed now." "I'm not asking this." The injured person with brown skin, purple hair, and goggles, seemed to have visual impairments. He half-sided his head, and did not look at Ao Ma Jing, but pointed his ear at him. "Why do you want to help me?" The person involved held his hands in front of his chest helplessly and finally sighed softly. "I want to tell you why. I just feel sorry. Pity." Ama Jing also wrung the towel and her eyes lowered to the basin. "Take your life, after all, there will be nothing after death. Although I don't know what kind of grudges you have with the nobles, it would be a pity if you die like this. 2 lives, reincarnated a place like Liaomin Street. Although I know that the spirit body can replenish nutrition by absorbing spiritual power, my body will eventually become hungry. Not eating or drinking will also lead to death, and this situation is even more common in Liaomin Street. If you don't rob, you will starve to death. If you don't fight, you will be eliminated. Under the stimulation of this environment. With Ma Jing, he understands the value of life best. Even if there are really any grudges, is it still unbearable for a moment? It's not too late to accumulate some strength to be able to be equal with others, then consider doing some revenge." Akima Jing also turned around and poured a cup of warm water, handed the cup over, and gently touched it on the back of the other party's hanging hands. "Well, I can't say anything about it in a long story. It's your freedom to do anything in the future. But no matter what, at least at this moment, I'd better drink some water, my body won't be able to hold on." Chapter 3, Interesting and Arrogant. After a long silence, the other party's hand hanging on the handle finally relaxed. "Thank you. Also, although I can't see it, please don't act so deliberately and treat me as a normal person. Ha, you have a lot of self-esteem. Just remind you that you don't need extra care when facing people with disabilities." Seeing the other party sip the water in the cup, Ma Jing also tilted her head and said with a smile. "So, can you tell me your name?" "Dongxian must be in class 6 in 2 years." The brief and powerful self-introduction made Ma Jing unable to help but sigh in her heart. "What kind of world is it? Yesterday I met the world's #1 hair sprayer, and today I changed it to this Tianzi #1 big loyal dog. I'm going to have a fight with the Eisen faction, right?" By the way, Ma Jing didn't have a deep impression of Dong Xianyao, and he didn't expect that this guy was also a graduate of the Spiritual Art Academy. "I'm just 1 year older than myself." "No, wait. It's better to say that everyone is in the 13th team, and they are basically graduates. There are many special cases in the 11th team." Dongxian was about to walk down calmly. He gently stroked the hanging object on his waist. Although his steps were staggering, it was much better than yesterday. He stood in front of Ama Jing Yi and said in a serious tone. "I have Ma Jing, I thank you for your help. But please don't follow those who are too close to you. After all, it was a guy who had provoked the nobles, and it would be very troublesome if the other party pursued it. I know don't need to remind me of these things. If something really happens, I will definitely be the first to run away." Ama Jing also knew what this guy was doing. He joined the 13th team of guarding the court for revenge. A friend was brutally killed, but the perpetrator did not bear the crime he deserved. That's why this guy has a serious shallow blow on his waist. Because this is the relic of his friend and it is also a standard configuration for a god of death. You should know that during the period of time as a college student, students can only get in touch with serious swords during the course time. It is equivalent to the nature of temporary loan. If you want to truly have your own shallow bet, you have to wait until after graduation. And Dongxian wants this person. He had his own understanding of justice and upholding these concepts, and finally got to the position of captain of the 9th team. I thought this guy was a type of person who endured humiliation, but I didn't expect that he was such an impulsive guy. I can only say that time is really a killer. The stupid brother polished all the blind man into a smooth appearance. Hearing Ma Jingyi's response, Dong Xian was about to remain silent for a while. He walked to the door of the dormitory and said without looking back, "Thank you, Mr. Ma." The person involved smiled heartily, and his big teeth were so bright that they were dazzling. Of course, the blind man couldn't see these. "Ha, be polite. Because I took the time to take care of Dong Xian, Ma Jing was also late for today's course. The result happened to be the most particular teacher responsible for the ghost course. Ma Jing was forced to stand and was disqualified from attending this class. After finishing, he complained, which led to Ma Jing's plan to take a short break when she saw Eisen appear outside the door during the break after class. "Jing Yejun, let's talk about something for a moment." There is no room for Ma Jing to refuse. Following Eisen, the two walked between the corridors of the teaching building, talking nonsense. "So, is something happening? Instead of choosing an office, you talk directly in a more open occasion, which is a relatively relaxed attitude in itself." Eisen did not want to hold him accountable, but was simply communicating. There was no reservation here, and he told all the situation Dong Xian wanted. Eisen's expression was as usual, but her tone was a little sigh. "So that's the case. Is it because of the lateness caused by helping other talents? Well, it's very stylistically like Shizuijin. Hey? Did Teacher Eisen believe me so easily?" The ghost teacher clearly said something about it's all excuses at that time in class this morning. Faced with this question, Eisen smiled heartily. "I should know more about what kind of guy Jing Yejun is. You are not a person who can make excuses to evade responsibility. I believe that if it weren't for this need, you wouldn't be late. I have to say that this is like the tacit understanding that only close friends have really made Ma Jing feel a little moved. From the perspective of the instructor, I do hope that Jing Yejun can become an upright and kind person. But things in the world are impermanent, just like the Dong Xian classmate you said, people will always be troubled by unpredictable and unhappy things. What should I do at this time? Haha, let me think about it occasionally. I'll give you 3 minutes and I'll tell me the answer later." Eisen took Arimajing and walked to the first floor of the college. He asked Arimajing to rest and wait for a while. Until Eisen returned, there were 2 more hot rice balls in her hand. "I returned from the temple, took care of Dong Xian, and came to class. I shouldn't have enough time to eat. Quar. This guy is indeed very charming." There was a rumbling sound. As for Ma Jing, the sour water in her stomach began to roll. It seems that there is no room for stubbornness. As Eisen said, Ama Jing could only thank him in a low voice and took the rice ball into her hand. Both were for him, one was made of salmon meat and the other was made of dried plums. "So, did Jing Yejun come up with what the answer is?" Ama Jing also nodded softly and then said, "Either accept it or overturn everything. The former is compromise, while the latter is resistance. Both have meaning, but in Eisen's opinion it's not that simple." "Wow!" He pushed his glasses and sat next to Ao Ma Jingyi. "A rare point of view, Jing Yejun, it seems that you also have wisdom beyond the ordinary people." Not. We just stood on the shoulders of a certain slut and said something slutty in imitation. It's just a temporary feeling. But Mr. Eisen, how do you think about these issues? Ask you back? It's really. Although it's easy to make the other party feel disrespected. But at least I don't hate it too much. Think about it." Eisen's arms were placed on her knees, her hands were folded, and her head was supported with the back of her hands. The pupils hidden behind the lens are as calm as water, without any slight turbulence. If it were me, I might also feel the injustice of fate. Don't you think about resisting? You can say something amazing very easily. Jing Yejun, you are indeed different from others. He could feel that Eisen still had the due sense of offer the rules, and Ma Jing also thought for a while and finally asked in an attempt. Didn't the teacher think about standing in the sky? Eisen's expression was a little surprised. He raised his eyebrows slightly and pondered. It was like a subconscious reaction. He stared at Ai Ma Jing, but he felt an indescribable strange aura. It seemed like it was chewing and swallowing, and at this stage of digestion, the corners of his mouth began to rise. It seemed as if I heard the joking speech of a childish child, so that it made people laugh and said with a laugh, "Stand in the sky? What an interesting and arrogant statement." Chapter 4, 100 Years Ago. The brief and impressive exchange soon ended. After learning about Eri Majing's purpose, Eisen helped explain to the teacher. After all, he is a member of the 5th team with a seat sequence. Compared to this ordinary teacher who is ignorant of his ignorant teacher who is ignorant of his studies in the college, this identity is still somewhat oppressive. With such polite and subtle statements, what else can I feel dissatisfied with now? The other party could only accept Eri Majingyi's apology more reluctantly. Although the process is a bit tortuous, the results are always good. Jing Yejun, please make sure to weigh the proportion of life and study next time. Thank you very much for Eisen for helping him this time. Faced with the other party's advice, the young man solemnly agreed. Before leaving, Eisen seemed to remember something, suddenly stopped and added with a smile. By the way, there is a lecture I specially invited tonight. Remember not to be late. Speaking of this, yesterday, Eisen did not come to host the class meeting. Maybe it was for this. Did Mr. Eisen specially invited some very important person to come? The person involved just smiled shyly, then nodded slightly, and said in a tone of show-off. It should be a man who can surprise Jing Yejun. Well, just treat it as a fresh experience, and it is necessary to get to know some people appropriately. What kind of expert is the visitor who can be given such a high evaluation? Although I am very curious, I can't miss the afternoon course. After a while, my basic skills have gradually improved a little. This feeling of being down to earth and being able to see the harvest with the naked eye does make people feel addicted. AKA Ma Jing also feels like a sponge, greedily and hard to absorb all the nutrients around her. And this doubt about Eisen? The answer is that after just a few hours, a lazy figure standing on the podium was answered. The other party was very loose standing on the podium. He raised his right hand and used his little finger to buckle it. The expression on his face was very tired. What is the captain? I will talk to the freshman. Don't you think it's too majestic? The man with long yellow hair with bangs, a strange smile and lazy eyes was standing on the podium. The speech just now was aimed at Eisen standing on one side. Faced with this complaining tone, the latter had no temper at all, but instead comforted him with a wry smile. After all, this is my first time as a supervisor, and I am afraid that the speech will be inappropriate and will have an inappropriate impact on everyone. So, Eisen pushed her glasses and added slowly. I think that at this time, I am still the captain-level figure in the 13th team at that time, so that I can give a pertinent and reference-based answer. An impeccable response. But unfortunately, the other party did not take the ordinary path. Tisk, but these people may not be able to join the 13th team after graduation, right? Even if they join the team, they will not choose the 5th team that is not handsome and troublesome. After all, the rescue work is boring, so I just come to give a speech to help others train subordinates. Captain, please don't say anything in your heart. What does it matter? Anyway, no outsiders will hear it. The two of them were talking nonsense on the stage, as if there was no so-called airs at all. But everyone under the podium was sitting upright, because the yellow-haired man was wearing a white long-sleeved feather embroidered with the number 5 team number. The man who can be called the captain by Eisen is naturally about to emerge. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. A signature sarcastic smile appeared on the face of the yellow-haired man. As you all see, although I am frivolous and unreliable, I am the current captain of the 5th team. It's also your instructor. This Eisen adds medical staff to the fullest. To be honest, our 5th team is short of personnel now, and the most lacking in staff, so today is here to say hello. If you decide to take office as the 13th team of the guarding court, please be sure to join our 5th team. By the way, my name. He half turned around and wrote his name on the blackboard. Zi Zhen Zi Ping. The font looks strange, as if it is a reverse writing after a complete mirroring process. A font that can reverse the mirror image must have been written so smoothly with bare hands. The sarcastic expression on the other party's face also illustrates this point at this moment. Please take care of the above. Everyone in the audience was still tense, although they wanted to complain about something. After all, this is not a name that normal people can choose. But due to the opponent's majesty as the captain, plus the bonus of the first meeting, now even the team members are not yet a student, and they don't even dare to breathe. Only one person breaks the silence at this moment. Sorry about this. The sound of opening came from the last row. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the person who was talking. It was Ma Jing who was sitting in the last row. The boy showed a look of wanting to speak but stopping. It can be seen that he obviously thought for a while before he finally chose to speak. Captain, is your name written in reverse? In this kind of occasion, speaking in such an inadvertent tone will make it feel transcendent to anyone's opinion. But the only thing that made the yellow-haired man on the stage showed an interesting expression. He raised his right hand directly, lit it gently in the direction of Ma Jingyi with great interest, and said with a smile on his face, "Oh, you guy has a sense of humor. You can understand the essence of my intentions. You must know that I can practice reverse writing for a long time. Are you also a genius?" This guy said something seemingly amazing with a plain expression. Of course, he did not wait for Ma Jingyi's response, and quickly added on his own. "Anyway, I'm not a scheming person. So you can act a little more casual. It doesn't matter, the 5th team is such a casual organization." Eisen, who was standing aside, pushed her glasses and said carefully, "Captain, this will make the freshmen have some unreasonable understanding of our rescue team. It doesn't matter, no one likes such a rustic franchise anyway, so they are not satisfied with the annual indicators." "No, right, even if you complain, you can't do it in such an occasion." Ma Jing also looked at the relaxed atmosphere, and the expression on her face became a little weird. Who would have thought that the two people who are so harmonious now will become like that in 100 years? Goo. Time is really a killer. A class meeting ended soon. Mako Hiriko's speech was indeed, as he said, not a serious thing. The whole game was 45 minutes. He just stood from the perspective of previous graduates and spread out the food in the cafeteria, the incompetence of the teacher, and the unreasonable class arrangements. Basically, the whole article reveals a lot of resentment, and it has a strong personal style. It can be said that it is neither right to listen, nor is it not to listen. But afterwards, Mako Hiriko suddenly changed her mind. Although it was unhappy to think back, it was an unforgettable experience no matter what. Exercise well and have a good rest. Don't waste your time, and don't wait until after graduation to regret it. Say something like, I'd better have known to work hard. After all, that sounds too stupid, doesn't it? It is not comfort, nor encouragement. It is similar to a joking tone, but it makes people feel more impressive. The time is approaching, and the already short evening self-study time has come to an end. At the end, Mako Hiriko showed her signature sarcastic smile again. I've said a lot of things, but it seems that people will inevitably become verbose after they get older. Well, from the perspective of the senior who has graduated, let's use this sentence as a summary. Dear freshmen, please come on, above. The ones who came were not imposing, and the ones who went were very sloppy. Just like introducing himself, this guy who couldn't get enough energy all over his body simply walked off the stage. When he approached the gate, he seemed to remember something, and suddenly stopped. While turning toward everyone, he raised his right hand and pointed at Eisen beside him, and said in an indifferent tone, "In addition, you are somewhat grateful to this instructor. If he hadn't deliberately taken time to come to the 5th team yesterday, I wouldn't have participated in such a boring event. The scope of the Lingting court is very large. Originally, I was just looking at the comics, but even if there was mahjong, there was no corresponding concept. After living for so many years now, he has already understood all the rules and regulations here. If you just hike, it will take a whole day to start from here until the 13th team's house. Moreover, considering the distribution and responsibilities between the team houses, the distance between each other is also quite long. Although I don't know what means Eisen was using to rush the road, no matter what, this intention and attitude were deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. If we talk about what a responsible teacher should be like, Eisen now seems to be the most suitable model. Of course, as the wishes of the parties involved, Eisen does not seem to want to cause too much trouble. Now facing this accusation, he could only smile bitterly and said in a careful and helpless tone, "Captain, please be sure to hide it for me next time about this kind of thing." Heiko Mako smiled and passed by him, and patted Eisen's shoulder indifferently. "You have to be generous when doing things, you guy." Chapter 5, Guarantee and Expectation. The two of them walked out of the classroom with no image in their arms. That being said, Eisen, as the party oppressed by Hirako, seemed to be able to see a bit of perfunctory and forced meaning. Such as, "When will you do here, the team's work is very busy, and if you don't have any headaches now." It was also vaguely transmitted to Imaging Yi's ears. It can be seen that Eisen is already very familiar with Mako Hirako at this stage, and it seems that he has shouldered a lot of team responsibilities. "What can I do like this?" The prison teacher. Imaging also watched Iraren happily send away the captain of the 5th team. Although there is no substantial attribute gained tonight, it is worth the price to be worth the ticket only if you can see the captain of the 13th team of the court. Imaging also returned to the dormitory happily, packed up and prepared to set off to the shooting range where she practiced. But before he could walk 2 steps away, he saw a familiar figure at the door. Dongxian must. There were still signs of swelling on this guy's body. Although he simply wrapped it in gauze, he still looked extremely embarrassed. "Hey? Why are you here?" Hearing the footsteps behind him, Dongxian turned his head halfway. His hair was neatly combed behind his head, and his tone was even more plain. "I asked someone about your identity and knew that you like practicing swordsmanship very much. I don't like to owe favors, so I'm waiting for you here." He half raised his hand and gently stroked the hilt of the knife. "The path of sword has a long history, and there are a lot of things you need to learn. I can teach you some." "Oh, since I talk about this." Amos Ma Jingyi's expression became a little playful. He had at least 26 points of / attribute allocation point, although he was not as good as a serious team member. "But if you want to win the senior who is one of your class, isn't it easy and relaxed? It's not me to brag. If it's kendo, you may not be my opponent." The response was Dongxian's humming tone and decisive back. "It's useless to say more, let's see the truth in the audience." "Very tough." Ma Jing also chuckled, walked forward quickly, and walked side by side with Dongxian. "After that being said, I've been very concerned about it before, so I took the liberty to ask. Is your skin color born? There is also this hair. You are obviously black, don't you plan to have a cool look? For example, explosive heads, dreadlocks, middle-parted reggae. Say something, it seems I am just singing a one-man show, it's very boring." "Shut up." In addition, Dongxian had no desire to speak anymore. 2 hours later, the two men, covered in injuries, crawled out of the scene. It can only be said that both sides have unexpected strength. Dongxian wanted to take over the shallow battle of his former friend, so he naturally never slacked off in his career. As for Ma Jing, the 26point sword attribute is not for free, so it will naturally not be a situation where it can be easily won. From the beginning of testing to fighting each other, and finally fighting for real fire. It's not surprising. Ma Jingyi's left face was twice as swollen, and her eyes were forced to narrow into a slit. This is the result of Dongxian's fierce attack, and it seems to be limited. But I didn't just remember to be beaten. Seeing Dongxian covering his left arm and showing a sob and howling but holding on, Ma Jing felt a secret feeling. We are not bad either. And compared to this, the harvest from this trip is more important. You waved the wooden sword and had an intimate exchange with Dongxian, Jiandao +3. Just looking at the attribute point income of this trip, you can probably calculate the level that Dongxian needs slightly higher than himself, and is a level that can be surpassed by just working hard. You guy, your methods are much more powerful than your lip service. Listening to the other party's comments, Ma Jing just laughed loudly. You're almost the same. I'll make an appointment tomorrow. One word is certain. To be honest, Ma Jing's competitive spirit was picked up. I can't beat Aizen, but I can't beat you? Just a black guy, let me take it easily for you. After struggling to climb back into the dormitory, Ma Jing quickly discovered that he had obviously overestimated his recovery ability. Because the feeling of back pain the next day became more obvious. I had a feeling that I had just entered the gym to exercise, but because I didn't know how to get the weight, I felt so painful that I couldn't help myself the next day. Want to ask for rescue? But considering that I was not very familiar with anyone, I just hesitated for a while and the dormitory was empty. It is better to seek yourself than to seek others. Be cheered up, there is a horse quiet. I took out 12 minutes to get up, wash up briefly, and bandage it. The boy could limp to class with half of his swollen face. Ma Jing became the subject of attention of the whole class without any surprise, and this phenomenon was naturally witnessed by Aizen. The gentle instructor began another round of intercourse tutoring. Standing in the corridor between the classrooms, Aizen chuckled and stretched out her right hand, covering half of Ma Jing's face. The light green light flashed, and the power of the return Tao was swallowed and spit, filling Ma Jingyi's injuries and repairing them. The blood stasis suddenly melted, and the originally blurred vision suddenly became clear. I have a conversation twice within 3 days, Jingye Jun, I can't tell that you are such a thorny guy. Sitting beside Ma Jinja, Aizen wrapped her arms around her chest and said gently. So, what happened again? Ma Jing also rubbed her face and confessed what she wanted from Dongxian. Aizen's expression was a little happier with the naked eye. So that's the case, you've made friends. That's really gratifying. As a student, time is always simple and not mixed with selfish desires. There is no more pleasant news to be able to find like-minded friends at this stage. As your instructor, Jingye Jun, I feel very happy and relieved. However, Ma Jing also saw Aizen pushing the glasses on her nose plainly. If you have such a violent and ignorant behavior, please think about it again and again next time and then consider whether you want to do it. This guy's glasses are reflecting. Good, what a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, Ma Jing could only agree with a smirk. After that being said, since Shizuijin likes kendo so much, maybe he can take the initiative to apply for a loan at Kyandao. Hey, can I still do this? Of course, some things have not been mentioned to your freshmen, but because they are not used for the time being. Aizen smiled and raised her right hand, her index finger gently tapped the air in front of her, and said as if she was shaking the teaching stick. After all, the purpose of getting new students to school is to make everyone become the god of death who can stand alone. And if you can get used to using a knife in advance, isn't that a good thing? Ma Jing also rubbed her chin and found that this proposal made some sense. A shallow hit, the initial shape of the Zanpakara. I have only held a wooden sword so far, but I don't know what it feels like to buy a real sword. My heart was moved. Then, Teacher Eisen, do I need any procedures? Write a copy of the application report, and I will give you a copy later. In addition, the nomination of the guarantor is needed. After all, this behavior itself is an exception. It is difficult to apply for it if it is just a student. This statement is novel, but if you think about it carefully, maybe there is a reason for it. After all, without this approach, it is probably difficult to save the knife that Dong Xian wants. So, Jing Yejun's guarantor is only me. Hearing this, Ma Jing also showed that it was quite bad the expression of meaning. He is a student of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, and he is now fully aware of the consequences of violating the school rules. At the least, you will cancel your academic status and get rid of the college. In severe cases, he was sent to jail and cried. He does not have the mentality of a prison chair like a throne, not to mention that the lifespan of a spirit body is completely different from that of ordinary people. If I were locked up now, even if Ma Jing had it, I would have it for the rest of my life. It can only be said that Eisen took a lot of risks to do this. Wow, this guy is really good at swordsmanship. Although it was not intentional, I always bothered Mr. Eisen. I'm really sorry. The latter just smiled generously and waved his hand indifferently as if he was completely unconscious. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. And I also believe that Jing Yejun's character will definitely not disappoint my expectations. After all the words are said, can there still be room for maneuver? When Ma Jing was there, Zhang immediately focused his attention. I will definitely live up to my mission. Eisen smiled calmly and nodded slightly. That's good. On the way back, Eisen seemed to remember something, and at this moment he also reminded Ma Jing. Although it is a good thing to immerse yourself in a skill, from the perspective of the instructor, I still have to remind you. Jing Yejun, this monthly exam question is in vain. Ashima Jingyi's expression suddenly solidified. He completely forgot about this. Performance in the school is also a very important parameter. If you want to have a good place after graduation, you have to do your best to take this kind of similar exam. So what level is yourself? Looking at the sign fist, 2 in the information bar, Ma Jing couldn't help but reach out and scratch the corner of her mouth. With this level, let alone compete with others on stage, it is at best more than 3 points stronger than Tortoise's punch. The person involved found that his task was quite heavy. It is not advisable to be biased. It seems that the sword path must be first released and all the other 3 qualities are raised. Seeing Ma Jing also showed an embarrassed expression, Eisen showed an almost refreshing smile. It seemed that seeing the student's distress was also a pleasure. He slowly stood up and whispered to Ma Jing. Be prepared, Shizuijin, I look forward to your performance. Chapter 6, Mutual Aid Zone. After one day of the course, it was time to exercise in the evening again. After a time was about to be in harmony with Dongxian, the two began to practice again until they were exhausted. During the short break, Ma Jing also raised her own questions. Is it a waste of time? If you ask me, you must have found the wrong person. After all, in the end, vain is a general term for refining, integrating close-fitting hand-to-hand combat technology, and finally integrating it. It is not difficult to start learning, but it will definitely not be too simple if you want to improve. There are actually not many teachers in the academy who are proficient in this project. As for the 4 basic skills, there are really limited places for it to play. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand the difficulties. After all, a person's energy is limited after all. No matter who you are, you can only choose the focus and practice it in a targeted manner, and finally you can achieve success in your learning. So everyone has a field that they are not good at. When I took the first year exam, I also had the most underestimated assessment of the ghost realm. But after all, the test will not be too harsh. After all, the college is not an organization that is considering it for the sake of embarrassment. Dong Xian wanted to talk about his own feelings and experiences, and at the same time handed the cup of water he received to his face. A fierce competition will have much more effect than knocking on wooden stakes. If you don't replenish some water, your body will make a whine. Ma Jing also sat on the ground, gasping heavily and thanking softly. So it's not easy to find someone who is good at fighting for nothing. Dong Xian was about to sit beside Ao Ma Jing Yi and pondered. At least, I don't think it's that simple. That's really a headache. After all, just find a guy who can fight and ask the other party to give him cordial guidance to him. This is the shortcut for Ma Jing to learn. Most God of Death will use Zanpakara as the main attack method, and fighting in vain is more like an emergency method. By the way, after thinking for a while, Dong Xian wanted to add. People from the hidden mobile force are quite good at this, but it's a pity that I don't have a way to contact these people. Dong Xian had to look at things without looking at them, so he still kept his posture of staring at the air and said calmly. Sorry. Aka Ma Jing breathed a sigh of relief, took off her supportive arm, and collapsed on the ground. Apology is too disgusting, right? I just asked casually. This is a matter of attitude, it has nothing to do with the content. It's very old-fashioned. Are you an old man? Dong Xian wanted to curl up slightly, but did not answer this sentence, but chose to start the new. Although I don't know why you suddenly started practicing slaughtering, from the perspective of a second-year student, I don't recommend you do this. Drink all the water in the cup, Dong Xian put your right hand back on the hilt of the sword. Just be perfunctory about exams, people should have self-knowledge. Your swordsmanship is far above the level of vain, so you can't waste this kind of talent. Wow! Ma Jing couldn't help but chuckled. You can occasionally say some beautiful words that encourage people. This is what I think. Forget it, it's useless to say more to vulgar people like you. He could feel the disgust that Dong Xian was emitting, so he slowly stood up and stretched out his right hand towards Ma Jing. That's all for today's practice. You waved the wooden sword and had an intimate exchange with Dong Xian, Jiandao +2. The effect has become a little worse. This shows that his level of swordsmanship is getting closer and closer to the strength that Dong Xian wants. Ma Jing also stretched out her right hand and was about to take advantage of the force to sit up directly. But his expression was suddenly unable to hold it. Pain. The muscle throbbing was so severe that Ma Jing couldn't help but wail. He hugged his arms and gasped, feeling his brain began to hurt. Dong Xian was about to squat down, and a deep mark was squeezed between his eyebrows. He seemed a little confused. Why are you so seriously injured? No, you want to ask me about this? Then don't you ask why you are so heavily? As if he had remembered something, Dong Xian wanted to ponder for a moment and couldn't help asking. Have you ever asked someone to help me with it? Is there any such thing? Of course there is, you guy, it seems that you really don't understand anything. Sighing lightly, Dong Xian wanted to stretch out his hands this time, dragging Ma Jingyi's elbow, and helping him stand up. I've said it before, everyone has special features. So even among students, there will be people who focus on the art of ghosts. There are many people with clear volunteers among these students. These people will choose to specialize in this and are willing to exercise their abilities in this area. So, like me, just find some classmates who volunteered to enter the 4th team of the 13th guarding team and ask the other party to help with treatment. Of course, because of poor academic skills or practice, these people's skills will naturally not be very mature. I don't need to say more about this issue, you should be able to understand it yourself. While saying these words, Dong Xian wanted to point to his wrist. Ma Jing also knew that he whipped this place twice yesterday, which was an injury that was enough to affect his actions. It is only natural healing by relying on the body, and it will never recover to this level a day and a night. There is still a nurse behind you who is helping you. Unable to wait for Ma Jing to complain, Dongxian showed a very disgusting expression. Although I thought you were a little stubborn, I didn't expect it to be exaggerated to this level. Ma Jing also wanted to refute it, but she couldn't seem to find any reason. He could only argue palely. It's good to rely on perseverance to get through it at this time. Perseverance. Are you still the kind of hot-blooded fool? It was rare to tell some jokes. Dongxian shook his head and added. If you have time, go to the first floor of the school building. There is an area that the school has clearly opened to the student group. If you have any needs, you can ask for help there. Although that's what you say, it's a student after all, and there are unreliable guys in it. So that's it, there's such a good place. I've gained some knowledge. He has helped a lot, Dongxian. I could see the other person's skin twitching, as if I was subconsciously trying to laugh, but I was quickly suppressed by my emotions. Even his expression needs to be controlled so well, he is really a strong guy. You're welcome. The two of them said goodbye at the entrance of the dojo, which was considered to have ended today's practice. I returned to the dormitory to rest and deliberately adjusted the alarm clock. On the second day, in the spare hour before class, Ma Jing also visited the mutual aid desk on the first floor of the school building in Dongxian Yaishu. Looking at the handwritten posters posted all over the wall and all kinds of strange publicity notices, Ma Jingyi's expression became a little subtle. It does have a very student management style here. Because it came too early, no one was active here. Ma Jing was happy to be free and observed these mutual aid notices. Some people solicit roommates, and some people sell second-hand items. There are even girlfriend recruitment posts here. It's so crazy, who would apply for such a thing? I'm thinking like this. A pair of hands stretched out from the side and tore off the notice in front of Ma Jing. Why? After realizing it, he turned his head away, but Ma Jing saw a very oppressive figure. The other party was wearing the blue and white slap clothes of the Spiritual Art Academy, just like him. But that height is a little exaggerated. Although Ma Jing was about 1.8 meters tall, the other party looked half a head taller than him. What did this guy grow up with? So exaggerated? Thinking, the boy looked up and happened to meet the other person. Light golden pupils and a relatively messy short silver grey hair. The two thick eyebrows that were thickened were also very eye-catching. The other party was holding this neutral face and was using a rather plain look at this moment. His expression also looked at Ma Jing. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After all, this kind of dwarf situation makes people unable to raise the courage to speak. But at this time, the other party took the initiative to break the silence. Do you want to post new mutual aid notice? Well? Female? After realizing it, Ma Jing suddenly came back to his senses. He wanted to say something, but the other party said to himself. If so, please wait a moment. This is the area that needs to be cleaned. The latest notice can be stuck there. Although his tone was a bit cold, at least what he did was quite enthusiastic. Ma Jing also watched the other party constantly tearing the notice on the wall. While changing her figure, she also saw the other party's side face clearly. This guy is wearing a few thin braids and paired red striped earrings, shaking gently under the earlobe. It's like a wind chime hanging in front of the window. Some exquisite little things are a little concerned. Ma Jing also looked at Wei for a while. That. The other party stopped and turned his head toward this side. The eyebrows slightly bulged, and the cold expression melted, and a somewhat troubled expression appeared. Is there anything else? Ma Jing also waved her hand quickly and showed an embarrassed smile. Ah, sorry, no. Since the work has been interrupted, the other party seems to have no interest in continuing. She pursed her lips and straightened her waist. You should be a freshman who just entered this class, right? I am the head of this area. If anything can help you, just speak up. Is it because of its appearance being too neutral? AI Mahjong always feels that the other person's expression is quite serious. It is a completely different style from the words he said. But since you can meet the in charge, it saves a lot of trouble. It's true. Because there are often training, I have suffered injuries a lot, so I want to find a classmate who is good at replying. As soon as he finished speaking, Mahjong also saw the other party raise his eyebrows slightly. Can I let me see your injuries first? Chapter 7, Hu Che Yanjian. Oh, okay. I want to confirm the authenticity in advance. As the person in charge, I am indeed quite responsible. Ama Jing also rolled up her sleeves, revealing the scars on her forearm that were beaten out by a wooden knife. This is... The woman's body leaned forward slightly, and her thick eyebrows were already tangled together. The traces of being beaten by a blunt object have not been subject to any emergency treatment. What's the meaning? It's like a cold compress of ice water or something, and you don't care about this kind of bruise. Do you want to suffer any sequelae? Seeing that AI Mahjong also showed an embarrassed expression, the other party immediately understood and sighed. Are all new students like this year's reckless guys? Forget it, sit down. Without saying a word, he also sat down with Mahjong. The other party rolled up his sleeves and his expression became a little serious. The exposed arms were white and smooth, with the unique slenderness of women. Mahjong almost couldn't move her eyes away after taking a look. Very long hands, and very thin. I understand a little and replied, so let me do it. Although I don't know this guy, from the contact I just saw, I didn't seem to be an unreliable person. Akimajing also sat on the chair, watching the other person's hands covering his arms. A green ball of light spewed out from it. The injury began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, which made Mahjong look surprised. How do you feel? Seeing the other party sitting back, Mahjong also raised her arm and waved it gently. Very awesome. Although there is still some pain, it can be said that it has relieved a lot compared to the degree of excitation that I had touched before. Mahjong also smiled heartily. Senior, your reply is very high. Not a simple compliment. Because I have experienced the reply that Aizen had personally used before, although Mahjong is not a master, she also has a measure to measure. The other party's ghost attainments should have exceeded the level of ordinary students. Hearing Mahjong Yi's praise, the other party's expression trembled, his body retreated a little to the back, and turned his head aside. No, there's no such thing. I'm just interested in these things. The half of the face that was turned sideways was a little embarrassed, and raised his right hand trembled and was gently scratching the corner of his mouth. Although I was obviously quite normal before, would I be shy in such a subtle place? That's really a little cute. Mahjong was also sitting upright. He saluted to the other party solemnly and said in a steady tone. The following name is Mahjong, and he has 5 classes a year. I wish you. The other party is busy. He turned his head back, returned the gift in a hurry, and squeezed an anxious smile on his face. My name is Hu Yanjian, I am class 6, year 3. I am also the division administrator of the student union. It must be because he heard this name and Mahjong reacted. This guy turned out to be the deputy captain of the 4th team. Hu Che Yanjian, she definitely doesn't appear in the original work. Even after finally preparing to do it, he still gave the energetic Ichigo Kurosaki. The one that belongs to the younger brother. Although he became the captain of the 4th team after the end of the 1,000 years of bloody war, he still had no deep impression on AI Mahjong Yi. To be ashamed, Mahjong also had a general idea of Hu Che Yanjian at the stage of wearing a swimsuit is quite good. Didn't expect this guy to be admitted to Zhenyang Academy at this time? It can only be said that the lifespan of the God of Death is too long. Even in the original work, these concepts of the same generation are rarely mentioned, so Mahjong cannot make specific speculations. He coughed twice and pulled his thoughts back to the present moment. He raised his head again and said to Yin Hutch. Although it may sound a bit reluctant, can you please help me? Jing also lifted up her clothes with the flow. Hu Che Yanjian glared at her eyes and subconsciously turned her head away. Wait. You're... Actually, there are still several wounds like this. Hu Che Yanjian's expression trembled slightly. She turned her eyes and saw the swelling and scars on Ma Jing's waist and abdomen. Her very thin figure, but her injuries were so serious that she frowned. When it comes to professional content, Yuyan Toro's expression suddenly became serious. He did not choose to use it immediately, but instead reached out and gently touched Ao Ma Jingyi's wound. The boy's expression suddenly became abstract. It hurts. Several bones were broken. Are you beaten by someone? Yuyan Hyuk raised his face seriously, and an expression similar to resoluteness appeared on his rather neutral face. Although there is no explicit prohibition of bullying in the school, this kind of injury is definitely not a degree that can be missed. I will take you to the administrative department and let them seek justice for you. It is not difficult to see that Yuyan Torakai should be a very righteous guy. After hearing this, Ma Jing also smiled and waved her hand gently. It's not such an exaggeration, it's just the result of my mutual practice. It's because I don't learn well, so no one can blame others. Hutch Yanjian glanced at him strangely. Are you so arrogant when you are not as skilled as others? After all, this kind of wound is very counterintuitive and is a part that will only be hit when fighting. Since that's the case, forget it, let's help you recover first. Since the opponent is the future deputy captain of the 4th team, it is naturally not surprising that the fumble displayed can be of such a level. Now I finally caught a reliable nurse. Then you have to bother the other party. And it can be seen that Yuyan Hyuk is a cold outside and hot inside. Perhaps because she is too tall and has neutral facial features and is not good at showing a smile, she seems to have a very introverted personality. With Ma Jing, you can feel that it should be difficult for the other party to say the words of rejection. Senior Hu Che is so powerful. This kind of injury can be easily healed. The level of replying should be even better than that of some teachers, right? Wow, I feel a sense of comfort in the hot spring. Senior Torakai is a high-level match. After a few words, Hu Che Yanjian was praised and could not suppress the corners of his mouth at this moment. I could hear this guy laughing almost like he. His face was as red as a tomato, as if he was praised by Ma Jing. It's too easy to handle, right? It must be. When everything was over, Ma Jing stood up in high spirits. Although there is still a tingling feeling in some places, it is a very different place than when I first left. No harm, light body. I wanted to say something thank you, but when I saw Yuyan Toro Takashi wiping away the sweat from his forehead, only then did the party realize that he might have been a little too much. This is to squeeze others like a calf and a horse. Although Hu Che Yanjian didn't say anything, Ma Jing was still a little sad. Thank you for your help, Senior Toro. However, the other party waved his hand with a smile, with a very easygoing attitude. It's okay, it's just a simple task. Besides, my methods still have room for polishing. I rarely have such opportunities on weekdays. If Ma Jun needs me, I can come to me again. This guy is really easy to talk to. To be honest, even Ma Jing felt a little ashamed. I originally wanted to say something else, but Yuyan Toro stood up directly. She smiled and pointed to the clock beside her and said softly, "If you thank you, please leave it until next time. The time is almost over. If you have Ma Jun, you should have to go to class, right? So, it's not good. There are only 3 minutes left before class time. That Senior Hutch, you. Because I'm an off-campus internship course today, I can stay for a while. Now that things have come to this point, I can only see you back. A Ma Jing also saluted solemnly and turned around and ran away. The road to Ghost Path is profound, and it is divided into 3 sub-items. No matter which one it is, as long as you master it, you can become a person who stands alone. After class, I confirmed the gains in the panel content. This time, Ma Jing took the initiative to find Eisen. If you don't decide when you encounter something, Derezen. Do you want to find someone who is good at fighting for nothing and is willing to practice with you? Eisen, who was sitting on the chair, showed a thoughtful expression, as if she had heard a rather embarrassing request. If it were just the former, maybe there might be no problem. After all, with my connections, it's not difficult to get in touch with these people. But the latter one is a little troublesome. After all, practice is a two-way choice behavior. I am frank, with Imajun's current level, if you meet more professional people, you can be treated as a sandbag. No surprise to this result. Even on the other hand, this is also the result that Ma Jing wants. How can you become stronger if you don't get beaten? This is my path. Gongjin, whip me. Although there was no response, Eisen had already got the answer just by looking at Eri Majinja's gaze. An inexplicable smile appeared on the man's face. So that's it. Since you have such a firm attitude, you must have been mentally prepared. Eisen stood up slowly, stretched out her right hand, and gently patted the boy on the shoulder. Although it may be a bit forced for others, if it is Shizuijin, maybe I can hold on. Please come with me and I will take you to meet an off-campus person who happened to be presenting at the school today. Who? This answer was soon revealed. Eisen took advantage of the lunch break and took AI Ma Jing through several school buildings. In my impression, this seems to be the area of activity for 5 years. Is this still in China? Where did you bring me this? While thinking, Ma Jing was also led to the road and walked into a wide place. It was inside that the boy saw a cool back and a group of people lying under her feet. You guys are so weak. They are all guys who are about to graduate, but they are just the only ones. Chapter 8, One Night at Sifanjiayuan. The other party turned his back to him, but it did not affect the coolness conveyed by him at all. The short purple hair stands out and is clean and neat. The other party is not wearing a uniform standard clothing, but wearing a close-fitting short shirt and a 3/4 pants. Just the moment he saw this outfit, Ma Jing understood. This guy is not a student in Zhenyang Academy. Combined with Eisen's previous statement, is the other party a professional coming from outside the school? But this is too exaggerated. There are not 100 lying on the ground, but it is more than 70 or 80. But this guy still looked full of confidence, as if he didn't use any strength at all. Lishi, did you let me fight with such a person? Do you think I'm tired of living? Eri Majing also glanced at Eisen strangely, but the other party just chuckled and walked forward slowly at this moment. Mr. Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if you are healthy. The other party kept putting his hands on his hips and turned around halfway. One night in Sifanjiayuan. With brilliant golden eyes and brown skin. The slender and tall figure exudes a nearly wild charm, and the face seems to still maintain a rather resentful expression on its face. But after looking at Eisen, she seemed to feel a little confused. Now the whole body has turned back, half lifting his right hand, hanging in the air. Yi showed a rather surprised expression. Oh? You are. If I remember correctly, the last time I should have been with you in the 12th floor house 19 years ago. Ah! Yi clasped his hands together, and his expression became brighter as if it was blooming. I remember, you are the glasses who have a good relationship with Urahara. Eri Majing, who was beside him, was almost stuck when she heard this. This is probably the first time in my life that the world's #1 hairspray hand can be called a glasses. Eri Majing couldn't help but tremble when she saw Eisen's back. Quar. Even King B almost lost. Sifanjiayuan Yi, you are so powerful. Considering that there are too many complaints. But in fact, the content is somewhat expected, so it won't make Ma Jing perform too exaggeratedly. After all, the relationship between Aizen and Yayi in the original work is not described too much. Considering the identities of both parties, it is even more unlikely that the two of them will be close friends. Therefore, there is only one intersection point. Kisokura Hara, who was the captain of the 12th team at that time and also served as the first director of the Technical Development Bureau. Yoichi Shifunjiyuan is a childhood sweetheart, and Aizen's interest in research also makes him more or less contact with Kisokura Hara. Perhaps this is why the man's name needs to be mentioned at this time. After all, you can probably understand Yayi's happy expression. This guy is indeed Hara's close friend. The childhood sweetheart relationship between the two must be unbreakable. Yayi's mood seemed to improve a lot. She stepped on these students in a row and walked forward quickly with the wailing sounds. When he came to the two of them, Yayi smiled even more. It's true that I haven't seen you for many years, sorry, Aizen. Being able to remember the name means that the relationship between the two is not as strangers. Faced with Yayi's apology, Aizen pursed her lips slightly and nodded respectfully. The so-called noble people forget things more often, but it is just the name of a villain. You are too polite. I'm still talking like a genius. Ha ha ha, by the way, is there anything wrong with coming here? Aizen nodded slightly, watching him raise his right hand and patted Ai Ma Jingyi's shoulder. The expressions of the parties involved suddenly became quite abstract. Damn, wait, I'll work hard. You brought me here, are you hoping to let me go and play two moves with Yayi? Why? No, I'll fight Yayi. True or fake? Ama Jing's eyes that were also asking for help were not captured by Arashi. Correspondingly, Yayi lowered his gaze and stared at the boy. What is it like to bring this kind of rookie here to help him with special training or something? Speaking of which, I'm not interested in weak people. Araran laughed awkwardly, and at this moment he just patted Arima Jingyi's shoulder meaningfully. I certainly understand your preferences. Today's trip is just to allow us to watch this time. Hearing this, Yayi seemed to lose interest in an instant. She tisked softly and turned her head listlessly. Just because of this little thing? You guys, well, forget it, anyway, those guys above like you guys with scrupulous eyes. Boost again. Siphonjiyuan Yayi stepped forward quickly. While clapping her hands, she shouted at the corpses in front of her. All up, get up. As a 5-year-old, you can't stand the injury of this level, which is really unreasonable. Can't stand up? What a joke. Even if the bone is broken, you can continue to struggle as long as you have the strength to do it. Just use perseverance at this time, perseverance, come and cheer up. Start the next round of training as soon as possible. Yes, yes, this kind of expression is what I want to see. Tighten the muscles in my body and lift them up for a moment. That's it. The ugly words are ahead. If I can't even stand up for 3 rounds of offense and defense, I will not recognize your strength. Siphonjiyuan Yayi's tone was quite exciting. Compared to the black-skinned sister in the original line, Yayi seems to have a more lively personality during this period. Aizen led Arima Jinja, found a relatively sideways position and sat down calmly. The number of onlookers was absolutely a lot, including other faculty members. Everyone showed great respect to Aizen. There were even a few female students who had started whispering. Gu. Ma Jing even felt that she was stared at by many people. Similar to why can you be next to Aizen T? The atmosphere made him look embarrassed. Do you want to be so popular? Prisoner. Just Jing. Unable to think deeply, Aizen's voice made Arima Jing suddenly come back to her senses. I'm here, teacher. Look carefully at the actions of Yayi of Siphonjiyuan. After all, this adult is the head of Siphonjiyuan and the head of the hidden mobile force. Pull the cloth that was closed due to knee-bending movement straightened and smoothed the wrinkles. Aizen's tone was as normal, but her glasses looked at Arima Jing with a smile. This adult's achievements in Baida and Shunbu are unmatched. She even relied on her own ability to escape from the priest's elegance and achieve something by herself. Everyone in the world calls it, silent god Yi. Akamajing nodded slightly to show that she understood. I see. It seems that even 100 years ago, this black-skinned sister had already made a name for herself. He is indeed a very outstanding person. After that being said, why did Lord Yi appear in such a place? Aizen pondered for a moment, then lowered her voice and said. It's just because of her personal bad taste. Why? Yi often takes time to come to the college to provide class tutoring for senior students in the name of helping students. No. Isn't this just a simple beating? That's right, just as Jun thought. This is indeed a unilateral atrocity, but at the same time, it is also a rare opportunity. Aizen's smile in her eyes was even more intense. Because if you really have the ability, these people will be noticed by Lord Yi and promoted to the troops she belongs to. Although the order may be a bit inverted, it was at this moment that Ma Jing finally figured out the origin of this competition. Is there such a thing? Akimajing was also stunned, and other related contents appeared in her mind about Yi, Siphon Yuan. The 2nd Division, the Secret Mobile Force, and the 1st Division Criminal Army. Compared with some unknown organizations, the locations under Siphon Yuan can be called famous. Cannot pass the exam, but rely solely on the other party if you like it, you can enter it and wait for death. No wonder so many people are going up one after another to get beaten up. But then again, looking at these seniors who were curled up, vomiting, and even began to roll in pain. With Ma Jing, he was somewhat ashamed. Even if it is not to say that he wants to kill someone, Yi's move is quite serious. He couldn't even see the specific movements clearly, and several people who were struggling to stand up one after another flew backwards. Not to mention resistance, even wanting to lie down comfortably is a luxury. This guy is so cruel. It can only be said that money is hard to make and shit is hard to eat. This job is really not something that ordinary people can do. As his thoughts fluctuated, Ma Jing also watched Yi swaying for half a circle as if he was hitting a wooden stake. Not to mention 3 rounds, there are no one who can survive the 2nd round. Although he could not see the movements and other content, because he witnessed the whole process, a familiar subtitle flashed in front of Ma Jing. You have witnessed Shinji Yi's slap skills, slap plus 10 in slap. You have witnessed Shinji Yi's white killing technique, Shinji step plus 10. Damn! Can you increase so much for me in one breath? With past experience, Ma Jing quickly understood a fact. The opponent's skills of white strike and instant steps are far above you. The gap between the two sides is like clouds. Only in this case can the attribute value be increased without exercise and observation alone. Double champion, you are indeed strong. As the attribute value of 10 points is recorded, the originally vague movements are much clearer at this moment. Some strange and unknown actions have their unique significance at this moment. Arimajing was still observing, but she didn't realize that Aizen was watching him silently. Until a subtle and pleasant smile appeared. Chapter 9, Interested. So, Jing Yejun. Have you learned anything? Seeing Arimajing also came back to her senses slightly, Aizen explained softly. Sorry, although I don't want to disturb your seriousness. But there is really no way. Because the performance of the senior student this time is not good, Lord Yi is likely to be about to leave here. Alas, is that fast? It was the next moment that the two of them looking at each other heard Yi's shouting coming from not far away. All of them are so bad, you guys. You guys are still students who are about to graduate under the old man. With this level, I'm afraid that my legs will become weak when I see the weak. Take back the preface. This guy is indeed now showing an expression that he can say these words, I'm leaving. But there is no way. After all, none of the people present could make Yi interested. Considering that the other party is busy with official duties, this kind of behavior that is inherently playful will definitely not be recognized. So I can just play, I have to go back to work. Ma Jing also looked at Yi, Siphon Jiayuan, who showed a lack of interest, and was sighing that she had gained a lot today. Aizen's voice came from beside him. Jing Yejun, don't you plan to go up and try it yourself? Too shocked. So much so that the parties involved did not even respond immediately. Ma Jing also turned his head blankly. He even showed a surprised expression as if he could not believe it. Then he raised his right hand and pointed at his face. This, me. Aizen nodded as if she was sure, and stressed again. That's right, it's Jing Yejun. He closed his hands between his sleeves, and the expression on Aizen's face was a bit indescribable. It seemed as if there were some expectations mixed with it, and it was more like cheering up Ma Jing. But what he said was just a request, which made Ma Jing feel a very strange sense of dislocation. If you guessed correctly, Jing Yejun should have extraordinary learning ability, right? Although I don't understand the principle, Jing Yejun's talent is also one of the reasons why I recognize you. So, don't doubt yourself, try to bravely compete with the strong. Isn't this a valuable experience? Seeing Ma Jing looking at her at a loss, Aizen smiled and stretched out her right hand. As if encouraging the boy, Aizen patted the other person on the shoulder gently. Be brave, you can have Ma Jun. It's true that talent is a mineral, but before it is excavated, these are just external objects. Go and realize your true strength as your instructor. I will keep following you. As for this, no matter how much you refuse, you can't say it. It has to be said that Aizen is indeed a guy who is very good at observing the surrounding environment. Although Ma Jing thought that the other party would notice his uniqueness, she never expected it. Aizen could understand so carefully. It's the kind of shorts that have been stripped off. If you have Ma Jing, you can only take a deep breath selectively for a while and then slowly get up. Now that things have come to this point, then go and get beaten. Anyway, I'm here to the college myself, it is for training itself. I can only say that although the process is tortuous, I finally turned to this most basic thing. Come on, Siphon Jiayuan for a night. Ma Jing also walked forward slowly and approached the edge of the temple. Originally controlling the overall situation, it seemed that the instructor of this class wanted to say something after seeing Ma Jing Yi's figure. But Aizen got ahead of the other side. I don't know what the two said, but I only know that the other party quickly calmed down and chose to continue watching. It's really an enviable negotiating power. After gathering his mind, Ma Jing slowed down his breathing. No need to worry, no need to be nervous. But it's just a competition, relax, just do your best. Ma Jing, wearing a college uniform, also slowly stepped forward. His footsteps were silent, but Yi turned his back to his Siphon Jiayuan, who had turned his back to him. The tall black-skinned woman showed an interesting expression. She seemed to have met Ma Jing again. His eyes lit up and down. Hey! The sound became quite interesting. Look at this pace and posture. You guy is also aware of it. Why did you pretend to be a novice before? Do you want to pretend to be a novice and try to learn something secretly? Even if Ma Jing was unable to reply. After all, the other party said that he was not bad at all. I was indeed learning secretly. And you can steal two at once. The feeling of guilt made him dare not speak at this moment. I could only show off my posture with a expressionless face. I have Ma Jing in my lifetime, so please give me some advice. Yi hugged her hands, and she slightly raised the steepness on her chest, then raised her arms and gently stroked her face with her palms. The slender fingers rubbed the side face, and the golden pupils contracted. It was like an elf's that saw the prey, exuding a dangerous and terrifying aura all over it. Ha! Can a guy who just entered school have such momentum? Not bad. I'll give you a chance. Flip the right hand, and gently lift the two fingers upwards, standing upwards like a mast that sets sail, urging the fighting spirit like the wind. 2 moves. As long as I can take 2 moves, I will recruit you into the mobile unit for a special order. This is too unfair. There is a guy lying on the ground gritting his teeth and trying to speak. But another companion held his mouth tightly. The look seemed to be about to eat people. You idiot! Do you think this is a benefit to others? Do you know that for Lord Yi, there is no difference between 3 moves and 2 moves? It's just because Yi can already determine it with his intuition. You only need 2 moves to defeat your opponent. That's all. Ai Majing did not respond, he just kept repeating the breathing process. Let the body tense due to tension relax and a little more. Sand. Move the steps. The foot bag rubbed against the floor covered with sweat and blood, making a slight movement. What I am about to face is a real strong man and an absolute pioneer in the field of Vane. I don't have an advantage, so I have to adjust my strategy at this time. The accumulated 12 white pitch attribute values? Melted in the mind, replaced by a variety of knowledge and skills. They seemed to turn into a surging clear stream, wandering all over their bodies as the heart pumped and blood surged. There is no guidance, and no reminder is needed. When Ma Jing lifted her hands flat in front of her body, and then halfway her body, he made a pose of holding a stand without any instruction. The smile on Siphon Jiyu and Yi's face became even more intense. Oh, is it this kind of novel fighting gesture? Interesting, the school founded by the old man won't teach these things. Say honestly. I'm more interested in you, boy. He said kind words. Yi's figure had already rushed up directly. Good guy, he just spoke to numb the other party, but he was not vague at all when he really wanted to start. Here comes. Even with the strengthened foundation, Ma Jing can only see the black shadows flashing wildly in front of her eyes. Not to mention capturing the body, you can't even catch the shadow. But Ma Jing was not panicked. He pursed his lips, crossed his hands at this moment, and tightened his muscles on his chest. The figure that was like thunder was prominently seen in front of Ma Jingyi. Yi raised his right leg and whipped it hard like a long whip. In a vague way, Ma Jing seemed to hear the echo of the air being torn apart. Before we could delve into it, the attack was already in front of us. Bang! A powerful blow was Ma Jingyi's forearm in the middle. Goo! The boy's expression suddenly became a clump. He grinned, feeling that all the hairs on his body exploded at this moment. The body began to retreat uncontrollably, and the indelible force penetrated the chest along the arms, rushing around the entire body. Almost fell down. But I can still hold on. And although it hurts, Ma Jingyi was in a very happy mood because he saw Yi showing a surprised expression. Sure enough. Previous experience of watching comes in handy at this time. When fighting with someone, Yi seems to like using the kicking action. Anyway, I can't see the other party's actions clearly, so just take a gamble. And the result is a complete victory. Ma Jing also seized this once in a lifetime opportunity. He endured the pain and pushed away his toes that were poked out like a stabbing sword. At this time, you must never retreat. We need to take advantage of the moment of rushing forward, and at this time, we must bring the distance closer. I can't catch the next move at all. As long as the opponent doesn't play according to the routine, I will definitely be beaten away. So I can only take the initiative to attack, and suppress Yi closely. The heart is beating wildly and my breathing becomes rapid. The 1-2 point instant step attribute point also melts and penetrates into the flesh. The originally slightly stiff footwork began to become much easier, and even Ma Jing's body was lighter. Being close to more, no problem, this is the best opportunity. It seemed as if he had entered a mysterious state, and Ma Jing felt that the world around him began to become slow. Yi's long legs were pushed toward him, and the palm of his palm could return a bit of elastic touch. It's just a pity that the parties involved did not want to savor it carefully. entering a more close-fitting distance. A somewhat unexpected expression finally appeared on Yi, Siphon Jiyuan's face. You. The words have not ended. Ama Jing also stretched out her left hand and directly grabbed Yi's collar. Very disrespectful. If it were normal, you would have to be scolded by guys from the political and educational department, but now that's it, you can't care about so much. He lifted his breath suddenly, turned his hips sideways, twisted his hips. His movements were extremely smooth, and he was definitely not a temporary cram. Akima Jing also widened her eyes, intending to throw Siphon Jiyuan Yi out. It was at this moment. The second team captain, who seemed to be slowly responsive, finally had a specific reaction. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but lifted up, and her eyes narrowed like a cat. His throat rolled up and down, and finally thrust, making a low moan as if it were there. Wow! The name is not seen in the classics, and the depth is not visible. This boy brought by Eisen really made her a little interested. Chapter 10, Don't Go. The action of back-throwing is not complicated. Just find the skills of exerting force and destroy the opponent's balance point, and then you can complete this action lightly. The other party will be thrown out, and then fall to the ground in a mess because of his own weight. Although this strategy is very straightforward, it can even be said to be too simple. But this is the best response that Ma Jing can find. Anyway, I'll throw it to you. My thoughts had only just emerged for a moment, but the expected feeling did not come back. He even felt a sudden light in his hand. What's the situation? It was like he shook his hands out after realizing it, but Ma Jing found that he only had a thin half-shirt left in his hand. The person is gone. But only clothes are left. This is the 3 of the 4 maple steps, the empty cicada. Yi's voice came from behind, but Ma Jing's hair stood up all over his body. Being taken back is a big taboo in the field of close combat. Subconsciously, he wanted to turn around and whip behind him. But before this action was formed, his hands had already climbed up Ama Jing Yi's neck intimately. I could feel my neck being wrapped around. You are indeed a little different. The voice of his speech was thin and light, as if it was a whisper on his ears, and it was more like a whisper that only exists between lovers. But the parties involved have no spare time to savor the charm of it. Because it was like the tightening of the giant python, and the tightening action made Ma Jing lose the power to breathe in an instant. Yi's right hand was stuck in Ma Jing, fixing him to the inside of his arm. While closing, the left hand also closed to strengthen the entire movement. Quar. It's naked. Ga. I could feel that the weight of Siphon Jiyuan Yi was pressing on him. Ma Jing also felt that his vision began to become dizzy. He gritted his teeth, and his expression became quite ferocious at this moment. I don't want to lose, especially I still look so frustrated, gulp. It was obviously a simple practice, but you actually used secret skills to deal with me. But no matter how hard you struggle, there is no way. After all, once this action is formed, there is almost no room for resistance. Because this action will further compress nerves, it will soon achieve the purpose of causing the brain to be hypoxia and finally make the other party fall into a coma. There is only a few seconds left before you lose your ability to resist. Is it going to lose like this? No, not willing to give up. Ama Jing also struggled to wave her hands, trying to make a final resistance, and at the last moment he touched the figure behind her. Starting with a warm and flexible touch, accompanied by a slight exclaim, Ma Jing was completely in dimness. Lost consciousness. Hiss. After taking a breath of air conditioning, Ma Jing suddenly sat up from the ground. Subconsciously trying to look around, but the familiar and joking tone attracted Ma Jing Yi's gaze. Are you finally awake? Jing Ye Jun. It's Eisen. He sat beside him and slowly closed a book in his hand. Rubbing his still drowsy head, Ma Jing slowly sat up and said in a low voice. Teacher Eisen, I. Now it's about 12 minutes before Jing Ye Jun fainted. Lord Yi and the other senior students have also left. Hearing these words, the person involved looked around. As Eisen said, the place was still the original temple, but now it is empty. Only myself and Eisen are still here. After gathering the book in his hand into his arms, Eisen slowly stood up and said to Arimajing with a chuckling. So, how does it feel to fight with Lord Yi? The person involved pursed his lips tightly, and then slapped back to the ground of the dojo. There is no room for resistance. As Yi said. The other party is indeed confident that he can say that sentence. I'm afraid even if I really perform very well, she can find a more suitable way to deal with herself. There is no way, the gap is too big, that's how it is. But at the same time, even if Majing is not too discouraged. After all, this trip of suffocation play has gained. You conducted a vein training and had an intimate exchange with Siphon Jai Yuan Night 1, vein plus 10. The attribute value bonus of a full 10 points. If I swing the turtle punches from other freshmen across there, I don't know how long it will take to practice to achieve such gains. Seeing that he had a total of 22 points of white kill attribute value after going back and forth, Majing couldn't help but sigh. You should know that your current ace attribute swordsman is only as many as 31 points now. I can only say that this fight was not in vain and it was a pleasure. Haha, it seems that Jing Yejun has benefited a lot, so that's good. Come on, it's time for us to go back to class. Eisen also stretched out her right hand towards Arimajing. The person involved smiled and got up with it. Speaking of which, Eisen mentioned similar things before, but now when he thinks about Majing, he is a little curious. When did the other party notice his strangeness? Teacher Eisen, when are you? Did you notice the uniqueness of Jing Yejun? Eisen pushed the glasses on her nose. Now the movements that looked sideways were a little subtle, but it also made the smile on her face even more. It probably has it from the beginning. Although I am not capable, I am good at observing. Jing Yejun is very special, so I can't help but want to get in touch with it. I always feel that he said some terrifying words in a simple manner. Before Arimajing also complained, Eisen continued with a smile. And now, from the facts, what I think is good. Shizuijin does have amazing talents. After pausing for a moment, Eisen's eyes narrowed slightly. After all, there are very few people who can guess Lord Yi's actions and make a judgment in an instant and fight back. This is definitely not a so-called newcomer can react. And I have been paying attention to the other party. Eisen is sure that even Majing does not have the strength of this level. So there is only one possibility. Jing Yejun can quickly absorb nutrients during the battle, analyze, understand and return the other party's good things to himself, and finally grow quickly. I see. What an enviable talent, Jing Yejun, it seems that you are a born strong man. As your instructor, I feel very happy now. The tone is rarely fluctuating, and it seems that I can really feel some excitement. Eisen's body was exuding a strange aura that made Majing feel even stranger. I'm witnessing a towering tree growing slowly. Oh, there's really no news that is more happy than this. Jing also scratched the corner of his mouth. He wanted to say something, but now he didn't know how to speak. In the end, I could only say helplessly. Although I am indeed a little special, I should not be as exaggerated as Teacher Eisen said. It is also a rare quality to be able to maintain modesty with this ability. Haha, I am worthy of being the student I like. Eisen said this, but suddenly fell silent for a moment. And after that, Majing also heard him say again. By the way, there is another thing. It was what Lord Yi asked me to take to Jing Yejun. Why? That bad-hearted lady has something to say to herself? She said that although Jing Yejun's performance was not qualified, she also liked her a little bit. If she wanted to, she could apply to the captain of the captain for Jing Yejun, so that you can graduate early and become her subordinate. After pausing for a moment, Eisen asked without looking back. So Jing Yejun, what do you think about this invitation? No matter what the answer is, Ma Jing himself was a little stunned at this moment. Well? Didn't I beating me upset by her, and still lost within 2 moves, and I was easily taken down? Why is this guy still interested in himself? It seemed that he could understand that the love student was feeling confused. Eisen in front of him couldn't help but laugh. Jing Yejun, after all, it's the first time you have seen Lord Yi. Maybe I don't understand. Even if the other party deliberately lets water out, he can defend, break through, and suppress Lord Yi. Your series of behaviors have surpassed this test questions. In other words, you have performed extremely well. As for letting Lord Yi use secret skills to deal with you. Haha, for Lord Yi, this is actually equivalent to cheating. In summary, old Yi fully agrees with your strength, and let me tell you, during your coma, as long as you are willing, she welcomes you to join her command at any time. The second team, the Secret Mobile Force, the first team of the Zheng Army. As long as you are willing, these organizations can go. So what is your answer? Jing Yejun. The person involved pondered for a moment. If you go there, Mr. Eisen, you. Of course, it won't have anything to do with me. After all, I'm just a supervisor at the college, so I can't continue to have any connection with Jing Yejun. Of course, if I get along as a friend, it might not be a problem. When all the words are said, the answer will naturally be clear. What are the noble Siphon Jai Yuan, the second team, the hidden troops? The names are louder than the other, but after all, can it be compared with this mastermind behind the scenes? I can't compare. Do you know if you don't have this ability? Akimajing said without hesitation. I won't go. Eisen glanced at Arimajinja deeply, then turned her back and began to walk out the door. So that's it. If this is Jing Yejun's answer, I will tell you the truth. As for chatting, let's stop here, Shizuijin. I have some specific ideas, but it will take some time to reach a conclusion. So please give me some time, and you will have another arrangement later. What targeted measures does Eisen have to do with herself? Amimajing couldn't help but show a strange expression. Are you nervous? Jing Yejun. No. Since it was arranged by Mr. Eisen, there is a reason for you. Now, I am also a person on the same front with Eisen. After all, there is nothing wrong with the other party's actions so far. With Ma Jing, she has no feelings for others. So he is indeed very respectful to Eisen, the instructor. Is that true? I have gained this trust. Chapter 11, I want to eat steak. Back in the classroom and continue the afternoon class. Arimajing also went to the teacher's office after class and glanced at her. Sure enough, Eisen was no longer in her seat. I don't know what this great man is thinking about. Although he is a little nervous, he should just wait at this time. If you don't go into it in depth, just do your own business first. After the Onada course, Ma Jing also went to the cafeteria to catch a walk as usual. It's not okay to be hungry, after all, the prerequisite for exercise is sufficient nutrition. Considering this need, Ma Jing never treats herself badly in such a place. Laojia, hamburger meat set meal. Add rice, miso soup, a portion of Nanman chicken, a small bowl of curry. Oh, I came very late today. Because I eat a lot, and the content of each order is very fixed. The uncle in the canteen has already remembered the degree of his face. Do you want to go to special training next? Young people are just energetic. Hey, uncle, you are not bad either, you look strong. You understand very much. Come on, let's take this little pickle to you. There is no loss to be a sweet mouth, but you can get some bargains at this time. Just make money. Amimajing also happily walked around the filling table, poured some chili powder and seaweed crumbs as usual, and then wanted to find a quieter place. A familiar back broke into sight. That's Akimajing also raised the tray and hesitated for a moment. Finally, I decided to come over. I'm tired of it, a portion of white porridge, thank you. Come again? You only eat these things every day, but you will be malnourished. No. It's fine, I'm actually losing weight. Huch Yanjian lowered her head nervously. She raised her right hand and stirred the hanging ornaments hanging around her ears with some anxiety. Hu Che Yanjian's personality is indeed as Ma Jing predicted, and she is actually quite introverted. It is already quite difficult for this kind of familiar situation. Now that I heard the conversation, a lot of gazes gathered around me. Here we go again. I obviously don't want to attract so much attention. After all, she didn't want to grow up so tall. She obviously wanted to be more ordinary, like a normal girl. What should I say? What words must be used to be vague at this moment? Go. Anxious and thinking, Hu Che Yanjian's lips became tighter and tighter. Ah! Is Senior Hutch here? What a coincidence! Some familiar voices. The girl couldn't help but be stunned, and then turned her head. What I saw was a handsome boy. He tied his black hair tightly behind his head, revealing a soft face, and was showing a kind smile toward him at this moment. She knew this face. After all, I just saw it this morning. Senior Hutch, I just happened to ask for some questions. Is it convenient for me to sit together? There was no room for rejection, not to mention that I wanted to leave here soon, so I nodded like a conditioned reflex. Yeah. Then, let's go. The two quickly left the front desk and walked around to a relatively secluded corner together. After finding a seat and sitting down, Yuyan Toro's expression obviously relaxed. Then, that. Forget it if you thank me, just treat it as a gift during the day, it's just a small effort. Seeing that Akimajing also spoke to herself with a smile, Yuyan Hyuk blinked at a loss and curled her hands. Then why does Ama Jun want? A discerning person can see that the senior is in a difficult situation, right? Ama Jing also smiled and took out her chopsticks, grabbed them with her left hand, and poked them gently on the corner of the table. Well, it's aligned. Since you see it, there is no reason to turn a blind eye. What's more, seniors should have felt very troubled just now, right? Of course, it is also very rude to speculate on other people's thoughts without authorization. Considering this aspect, Ai Ma Jing also pondered for a moment, and then patted the back of her head embarrassedly. Smile and smiled. On the other hand, if my senior thinks I'm a little offended, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done such self-righteous behavior. Hu Che Yanjian shook his head quickly. No, I'm very grateful to Ama Jun, but I just don't know what to say. It's like there's a hole in venting. Yuyan Hutch, who had already felt aggrieved, seemed to be completely unable to hold back at this moment. This has been the case since I entered the school. I obviously did nothing, but because of my height, I often get inexplicably concerned. What? I didn't think it would become like this. Who knew that drinking white porridge would make you taller? It's strange no matter how you think about it. Wow! Listening to these words, Ma Jing couldn't help but show a toothache expression. The resentment can no longer be suppressed, and it is almost full. It is not difficult to see that the other party should have accumulated a lot of pressure on weekdays, but considering the current situation, there is no exact and effective comforting words here. After all, I can only know each other for a day. Having said that, is it really good to talk to me about these things? As if he had noticed his incompetence, Hu Che Yanjian sniffed heavily and whispered, sorry. Can you pretend you didn't hear the things you just said? Can there be other answers to this kind of question? Akimajing also nodded with a smile. The atmosphere relaxed, and Yuyan's mood seemed to have improved significantly with the complaints just now. She took a long breath and reached out to pat her cheek, as if she was cheering herself up. Cheer up and be brave. When did you become so vulnerable that you have to complain to the juniors in the lower grades? Sorry, I made you laugh. It doesn't matter, it's better to say that seniors look more normal. He is not polite to have Ma Jing. He has killed the whole plate of curry just when others are struggling. Hey? What does it mean? Hu Qianjian was a little confused. The boy swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth, and slightly tidied up his demeanor of speaking. It's just the literal meaning. Seniors will be very cold on weekdays. But in fact, this is not your original intention, right? There is no way, after all, this neutral face looks like no one looks like a serious face. Seniors will give people a feeling that it is difficult to get close to. Hu Qianjian stroked his cheeks later and blinked in confusion. Yes, is that true? After all, no one has ever told her this. That's it. Strike while the iron is hot, and Ma Jing continues to say. If Senior Huach smiles, he will definitely become more cute. Ah! It's like a cat stepping on its tail. The woman, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, made a very clip sound. He just casually said that people are cute. Ah! This is the first time someone else has said this to her except her family. Too foul. Too frivolous. Do you guys talk to other girls like this? Yuyan Huch began to brainstorm in her mind. She felt her face start to get slightly hot, and she couldn't help but cover it with her hands. But no matter what, the expression still needs to be tight. As for the person involved, Ma Jing, he just simply thought that praising people like this would make women happier. After all, it is too offensive to say that people are beautiful, but if they are cute, they will be more neutral. This kind of praise can basically be said to be a social template. It is not surprising at all. It was also what he learned from Eisen. It is absolutely right to learn from a prison teacher with a strong social talent. The atmosphere between the two became a little weird, but it was Yuyan who took the lead in breaking the deadlock. The other party cannot notice his strangeness. Out of this thought, the girl took a deep breath. Choose to take the initiative. You Ma Jun. You have a good appetite. Is this a controversy? The person involved did not notice this strangeness and could only laugh at him. After all, I need training every day, so I can't save food. Yes, is that true? Thoughts about how he looked when he came to ask for help during the day, Yuyan Toru blinked and couldn't help but say. That level of training is still too dangerous. If possible, Ma Jun should take care of his body more. No matter what, it was the other party caring about him. Ma Jing also nodded with a smile. Well, thank you for your concern. I will pay more attention in the future. Too perfunctory. If possible, Yuyo Torakai wouldn't mind saying something more serious. But I remembered what this guy said just now. If you smile more, you will be a little cuter. She could only squirm and forcefully smiled. You Ma Jun, you are very attentive. I could see the boy nodding heavily at this moment. Well, after all, the time for study is precious. I want to work harder while I am at school so that there will be a good place in the future. No one would sarcastically say that such a serious guy. Of course, the same is true for Hu Cheyanjian, and she sighed in her heart that this guy was really working hard. After Ma Jing, he had eaten it now. I have a good appetite, and I want to eat with my stomach open like this. But there is no way, it will be very troubled if my height continues to grow. The corner of his eyes fell on the dining plate, and Hu Cheyanjian's heart moved slightly. Then are your money enough? Because I have worked as a coolie in Liamen Street before, I have saved some money, at least this year is enough. After you have achieved success in your studies, you can take on the task, so that you can also feed yourself and achieve balance between income and expenditure. This is something that was planned long before entering school, so naturally there is no surprise. Do you look for a job? Hu Cheyanjian seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated for a moment, intertwined her hands in front of her, and after rubbing for a while, she said softly. I have a part-time job in the student union who is recruiting people. I don't know if Ao Majun wants it. Before he finished speaking, Ma Jing said with his eyes glowing. I'm going. If you can make money in advance, your financial conditions will be much more abundant. What hamburger meat should I eat then? Serve me a steak. Chapter 12, One Good News and Another Good News. In the sword dojo, it was already around 1 o'clock in the night. Even if the hardest-working guy is, he has already gone back to rest, but for some people who are keen on training and climbing the peak, late at night is the best time to allow the body to burn fully. Another round of passionate training, the two of them, who entered the rest stage, retreated to the edge with their arms around each other. Dragging his sore body, Ma Jing also bought 2 bottles of iced green tea from the vending machine and handed it to Dong Xian. Oh, yesterday's gift. The latter was obviously silent for a while, and then took it over. Thank you. I've made you spend money. Hey, are you still so polite? After twisting the bottle cap, Dong Xian wanted to fill it in one breath. Feeling the body greedily sucking the water that is being replenished, the combination of saccharin and tea can revive the tired spirit. After wiping the corner of his mouth, Dong Xian's expression was still serious. One code is one code. If I can't even do this, how can I pursue fairness and justice? Well, it's a good thing to persevere. I won't make too much comment on your values. Akimajing also collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and retied her dispersed hair. Dong Xian said with uncertainty as he turned his face halfway. After that being said, did you encounter something happy? Why do you say that? When you practice, you can feel you show some disgusting smiles from time to time. Because you are so nauseous, you can remember the present. In plain words, he said the most excessive words, and the guy was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, and then he did not forget to stab him again. 6 times in total. You even remember this? Really? Why are you blind man like a fake one? Even if Ma Jing couldn't hide it from Dong Xian's request, he happily told him everything about his job. The main thing is to deal with some chores in the student union and help arrange some things when needed. It should be a bit busy during the activity period, right? Although it is a bit cumbersome, it is perfectly staggered with the course time. At the same time, it will not affect the sword practice at night. It can be said that it has completely used its spare time. This is most suitable for Ma Jing now, but the work. Dong Xian seemed to be happy for his friend, but he was from the perspective of others after all, so he quickly realized something was wrong. The student union's life is not that simple. If you have a horse, is it possible that you have been deceived? The person involved was stunned for a moment, recalling Hu Che Yanjian's slightly honest smiling face. He said with some uncertainty. Of course, no. There is only another possibility. Dong Xian wanted to curl up his lips and showed a rather playful smile. That guy named Yuyan Huach is taking care of you. For your convenience, he has specially adjusted the so-called working time. Before Ma Jing could speak, Dong Xian added with a chuckling. Although I don't know what the person named Hu Che looks like, they should have a little bit of affection for you. Hello, there is Ma Jing. Dong Xian wanted to remain motionless, but his left hand was raised, and he pointed at Ao Ma Jing with a very light and slight sensation. The smell of spring floats out of you. Dong Xian wants it, your joke is not funny. Akima Jing glanced at him speechlessly, then lay on the ground and laid his hands under his head. He pondered for a moment. Do you like it? Hu Che Yanjian to himself. Although I have never thought about this, I have to consider the possibilities in this regard now. That tall girl who looks a little stupid. Well, although it sounds a little bit weak, I really couldn't help but look at it several times today. After all, the other party's figure is indeed quite well known. She has been drinking such unnutritious things as white porridge. What is the structure of her body? Regardless of the rest, just thinking about this now makes people feel moved. This is the smell of an animal in estrus. Are you a dog? After resting, I practiced passionately again. Until he said goodbye to Dongxian, Ma Jing once again confirmed his harvest today. Is it another 2 points worth of the kendo attribute? Why is it so balanced? According to the rules, there should be only 1 point left, right? A little bit counterintuitive. But Ma Jing also reacted quickly. Dongxian should be constantly improving. I am indeed gaining experience from what Dongxian wants, but on the other hand, isn't that guy the same? Since he is a character who can become the captain in the original plot, his talent will not be too bad. It's better to say, it's strange that there is no progress. Thinking of this, Ma Jing's smile on her face was even more serious. Very good, just keep it at this pace. Step by step, this is my best route. When he returned to the dormitory, Ma Jing finally examined all his panels, which can be regarded as a way to take stock of the gains he had made in these days. Cut, 33. Fist, 22. Walk, 12. Ghost, 2. It is very neatly distributed, just as regular as the point descending order. Except for hearing the explanation on the first day, there is basically no room for improvement through listening. Ma Jing also analyzed it roughly. I think it is simply that the teacher is too overwhelming. I won't say anything else. If you change Airmon and teach me the ghost path, you will have to go up at least +10 this day. Although it is a bit regrettable, it is not bad. After all, this is only a first grade. It's still a long time. Have a good sleep all day. The next day, before class, Ma Jing came to the mutual aid area in advance. Yuyan Hutch was already waiting for him at yesterday's location. Seeing that Ma Jing was there, the other party showed a happy expression with naked eyes. He stood up and waved his hand at him with shaking. You're Ma Jun. It is not a gentleman to make a woman wait for a long time. Ma Jing also accelerated her pace. Hug, sorry. I didn't expect Senior Hu Che to come so early. A little embarrassed. But the other party waved his hand completely indifferently. As a senior, this is what I should do, and today I have to explain the work content of Ma Jun, so I have to prepare it in advance. Chenzi. Then please take care of me today. Yuyan Huach was very happy. At this moment, the corners of his mouth could not hold back his smile, so that he accidentally showed his big teeth. I feel stupid. Well, that's it here. Please take care of it. Standing beside Yuyan Hutch, he browsed all the work he needed to do. Although he listened seriously, Ma Jing was also paying attention to some other aspects. Among them, for example, the fragrance on Hu Che Yanjian's body is very strong. The smell is not only much more obvious than yesterday, but it is not the smell of ordinary soap beans. So is perfume spraying. Moreover, looking at the other person's side face, his appearance was obviously much more refined. Even the accessories hanging on the braids changed. This kind of outfit is exquisite, and the other party made such preparations, thinking of what Dongxian wanted to say yesterday. Eri Majinja's expression also became a little strange. Did she really have any thoughts about me? The distance is very close. The line of vision is very obvious. Will the perfume taste be too fumigated? If I had known it, I wouldn't have heard clear voices. Wouldn't it look too strange to dress like this? After introducing the work content in a stiff manner, Yuyan Hyuk was already full of holes. They were all beaten out by themselves. She let out a hee-hee embarrassing laughter, and after the introduction was over, she was thinking that she should leave soon. A voice from Ao Jingyi came from beside him. I probably understand the work content. Thank you for your guidance from Senior Hu Che. Hutch Yanjian didn't dare to look back, her eyes swept around, and at this moment she could only stir up the little thing on her braid uneasy. Then I feel that Senior Huach is very cute today. My heartbeat seemed to have stopped for half a beat. Can such words be said casually? Yin Hyuk almost stood firm. Her eyes were closed, but her expression became quite firm at this moment. You can't just be led by the nose. I am a senior after all, right? Hu Che's courage, show your courage. He turned his head suddenly, and Yun's thick eyebrows suddenly stood up, as if he wanted to say something like irrespectful. But I can't speak anymore. Because she saw Ma Jing pulling her sleeves open, revealing the swelling injury on her shoulders. The boy smiled sunny and healthy, even making her feel difficult to look directly at. Senior Hu Che, this is the injury today, please trouble you. The idea of dealing with injuries is greater than scolding the other party. The measuring floor was immediately tilted and a judgment was made. Hu Qianjian could only frown and quickly stepped forward, a little angry, but helplessly deal with Ma Jingyi's injury. You guy! I won't care if you do this next time. Did you hear it? It is said to be a threat, but it is more like complaining. So is it referring to injury or teasing? It's better not to ask. No. Looking at the other party's reaction, Ma Jing couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What you learn from a prison teacher is really useful, Derezin. After Hu Qianjian handled her injuries, she left. Arimajing also followed the process and finished her work before class and walked to the classroom at the point. In order to credit and not want to be scolded by Eisen, I can only say that I missed class. Not advisable. After the morning class was over, Ma Jing was also thinking about whether to have a date for Hu Qianjian during dinner. However, Eisen suddenly appeared and waved to Arimajing with a smile. Jing Yejun, one good news and another good news. Which one do you want to listen to first? Is there any need to choose? Looking at Arimajinja's expression, Ares smiled a little happier. The first good news is that you don't have to go to class in the afternoon, because I have already asked for a leave for you. The second good news is that I have already applied for renting Kyuntao for you, and now, after the review, we can get your Zanpakara. Chapter 13, Real Sword Practice. Although the college will organize a collective loan ceremony after half a year of enrollment, it is just something rented out in the name of the college, just like literally. In the end, they will be taken back. This is not too difficult to understand. After all, they are all students and are synonymous with immature and immature. When you are shaking around with a weapon in the college, it is inevitable that someone will be brave and ruthless. In order to isolate this possibility, in principle, students will not be allowed to move with their swords on campus. So that's it. Although I had similar ideas before, I heard Eisen explain it in person, and I had some other insights. For vulgar people with ordinary qualifications, there is no difference between buying it sooner or later. After all, it only takes a lot of energy to achieve the integration of souls and call out the name of Zanpakara. Convenient control and reduce expenditures. From the perspective of business and managers, there is indeed no problem with this approach. Of course, since there are vulgar people, there will naturally be geniuses. For real capable people, it is not uncommon to bypass the rules and facilitate themselves. As long as someone is willing to make a guarantee, the resident student can receive the shallow beat in advance, start contacting the sword, and start the process of soul fusion. Shizuijan, there are many people who call out the name of Zanpaku during the resident student. So. Eisen chuckled and said in a plain tone. I think Jing Yejun can do this too. Hiss. Although being expected is a good thing, it can make people feel some pressure at this time. Gu, Eisen was looking forward to it. Ama Jing also chuckled awkwardly and tried to change the topic. After that being said. Teacher Eisen, is there any specific difference between Asahi and Zanpakara? The other party pondered for a moment, raised his hand and gently rubbed his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. It is not a difficult question to answer, but because it is too basic, what you want to say is easy to understand is a test. Sakura, Zanpakara, these two names are actually not much different. After all, the latter is the advanced form of the former, and it is a special name after the liberation. After all, the essential difference between the two. It's just that the two sides have names or not. This solved the problem of Ma Jingyi. After all, he did not consider the relevant content before. The process of soul fusion varies from one another, and the time it takes can be consumed. But no matter what, talented people will find the answer quickly. So Jingyi, please look forward to it. The precious thing that is engraved with your name and attached to your spirit. Refining and sublimating all of this. What kind of thing should it be? Although I did have similar ideas before, now Eisen mentioned it, I have indeed seen a little more anticipation. It was a bit impatient to have Ma Jing. When it comes to this, is the teacher going out because of this? Well, it's almost the same, of course I've dealt with some other things. Hearing this, the person involved was inevitably embarrassed. Thank you, Eisen. It's just a simple task, it's not worth mentioning. Looking at the boy's face full of guilt, Eisen just smiled faintly. He reached out and patted Ai Ma Jingyi's shoulder, and said in a gentle tone. These are things that teachers should know and know. If you really feel guilty, then make progress quickly, Shizuijin. Only by doing this can it be considered the best reward for me, the instructor. Saying this makes people feel even more guilty. Ai Ma Jing could only scratch the corner of her mouth awkwardly and smiled awkwardly. I understand. Ares led Eri Majing to the teaching area for the senior grade. Just like when I met Yi before, Eri Majing, who is a lower grade student, has no authority to enter such a place. It's all up to the prison teacher to lead the way. Until he turned into a single-family building with a strange appearance, Ma Jing could feel his vision suddenly dark. The buildings here seemed to have been treated with thickening, blackening, and shading. His eyes were a little uncomfortable, and Ma Jing rubbed it twice and saw Eisen negotiating with someone at the front desk. Not long after, Ma Jing also saw the other party turn back. He just smiled and said to him, "Okay, there is no problem with identity review, so my responsibilities will end here. For the next road, please let Jing Yejun go by yourself. It's coming." Taking a deep breath, Eri Majing also respectfully thanked Eisen. "Teacher, thank you very much for your help." "Well, I'm grateful." Unlike previous long-term discussions, it is simply abnormal now. Seeing Eisen wave to her, Eri Majing also raised her legs forward, but she didn't expect that as soon as she took 2 steps, the sound came from behind again. "Jing Yejun. If you feel it is difficult or confused, adjust your thinking occasionally, try to give up thinking and give it to your intuition." Some speeches were unknown. But since this is what Eisen said, maybe there is a reason for him. Ma Jing also focused on the key points and turned around. He followed the guidance of a teamman and arrived at a dark room before standing. There is a knife house inside. If you follow the normal awarding ceremony, everyone will randomly issue shallow beats. But since you have a guarantee, that's an exception. The other party took out a long list of keys, and Ma Jing also saw the other party lifting the top one and after some operation. "Twist the lock door in front of you." A dull echo came, and the dark and silent scene slowly spread out in front of Ma Jing. "Go in and see, for the sake of the guarantor. You have the right to choose." Ma Jing also stepped into it like a strange thing. The walls on both sides are arranged in arcs, like a magnificent circular arch. At first, my eyes were still unable to adapt to the dimness here, but soon, when Ma Jing found that there was no need for lighting at all. Because they are all dazzling knives. Flashing, jumping, and destruction. It was constantly turned back, and the circling light flashed and disappeared, making Ma Jing squint his eyes. The long sword is like a forest, like an endless forest, shining with white light. There is no difference in the patterns on the blade. The unified standard looks exactly the same, and it is constantly twisted against the dark background, as if he became a pair of unsightly eyes, and stared at Imaging at this moment. Look! Another strange guy came. A burst of goosebumps appeared and my throat began to tighten. Imaging Yi's breathing could not help but begin to be rapid, and after a moment, his expression became a little nervous. What is this? A test for yourself? Even if Ma Jing can understand that this so-called shallow beat is far less simple than Aizen's description. Because these sharp weapons are not true dead things. They are all lonely products created by King Yu of Ermuwu. Each hand is a unique existence. I thought I would simply choose and collect it after coming in, and then end today's itinerary. Unexpectedly, the process of taking the knife would be so strange different. Under this current situation where he seemed to be watched and observed, he felt a dilemma. The sound of, oh, at came from all directions, and the atmosphere became more and more tense, and after reaching a certain endpoint, it seemed as if I suddenly realized something. Imaging also slowly closed her eyes. He recalled the prompt Aizen gave him before entering the door. Give up thinking and give intuition. Even now, there is still a confusing speech. But at this moment, the parties involved do not seem to have a better choice. Then as you said. Imaging also took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and suddenly start relaxing. Stepping on. It was the slight sound of his right foot leaning forward and stepping on the ground. Sideways, shoulders sink. Lift your left hand high, hold your palm upward, and wrap your right hand that is coming together completely. The kendo skills at 33 o'clock were completely melted, wandering between the flesh, muscles, and bones, and finally being stimulated throughout the body. Exhale and inhalation are constantly circulating, reincarnation. If you have blessings to your heart, you will be able to understand at a glance. Imaging Yi's right hand trembled slightly, her index finger and middle finger were standing up side by side, and she stubbornly stretched out from the tiger's mouth of her left hand. Since you cannot maintain yourself in this situation, try to adjust your decisions. It's not me who chooses to play, but lets the other party choose me. Do you like to watch it? Then open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is what I have Ma Jing Yi's full strength. Bring it on. In an instant, the knife room, which was originally a little noisy, suddenly became quiet at this moment. Seeing Imaging also walked towards the exit safely, Aizen, who was standing aside, closed her eyes and resting, finally opened her eyes. The smile on his face for some reason was much stronger than usual. Did you hear any news that is worth his happiness? Without further investigation, Aizen's question has arrived. Have you selected it already, Shizuijin? Imaging smiled heartily, almost showing off her body. Raise the long blade hanging around his waist. The painted black uniform sheath is wrapped with an anti-slip handle rope at the tail end. The compliment of the energetic boy made Aizen shook her head as if she was laughing. It is a good thing to be recognized by Qiandi, but please don't be too proud. Imaging also smiled and trotted behind Aizen. It's only been so short, it's a bit proud. I really can't do anything to you. The two of them gradually drifted apart. The knife room fell into peace again. The person who had Ma Jing led the way just now seemed to have just woken up and suddenly showed a dazed expression. Why? He patted his forehead, feeling that he might not have had a good rest yesterday. How can I get fainted during working hours? I was really careless. If you are seen by your superiors, you will be punished. Hurry and see if the key is missing. After sweeping around quickly, the middle-aged man's expression finally relaxed. No problem. All the things I keep are still there. But at the same time, there was only one thing that made him feel strange. Who did I talk to just now? I can't remember it clearly, it's really vague. Maybe it was just him who simply confused dreams and reality. He patted the keychain on his waist and looked at the one hanging on the top. There is a special room called Shallow Problem Placed, which is filled with irritable souls that are considered by teachers to be not gentle enough and difficult to get along with ordinary students. If ordinary students contact them without authorization, something big will happen. So, this thing is fine. At the same time, on the other side, Erase's head was emerging and did not return to the teaching area. Instead, he went around for a while and finally walked to a place that the boy was extremely familiar with. Sword Hall. After presenting his teacher's certificate, Aizen easily rented the spaciousest compartment. What are you going to do here? Jing Yejun, please hurry up and change your clothes. Ainan smiled and spoke, taking off her loose robe at this moment, and changing it to a slightly tight black tunic. What does it mean? Aizen did not answer immediately. He just walked to the opposite side of Eri Majinja and stood still. Then he turned sideways. The right hand was hung on the hilt of the knife. Put it together with your 5 fingers, and hold it tightly. Hiss. With a gentle chant like nothing, the slender Zanpakara quietly started. Nothing, just a sudden idea. Aizen's expression was reflected on the pale sharp blade, highlighting it with strangeness, banter, and a bit of playfulness. I just want to have a real sword drill with Jing Yejun. Chapter 14, This is Mercy. The real sword drill refers to an act of training through the real sword and real sword. In the relatively distant past, people are good at using this method to be fair and just the battle, the showdown. After all, there is equality between life and death. At present, although this custom has declined, it has developed other types. That is to improve the seriousness of both sides through the form of real swords and real swords, so as to exert a much more concentrated energy than when training. All the time, the famous guidance is being carried out. As for the teacher alone, Aizen is indeed responsible for the word responsible. But at this moment, it is not a time to expand knowledge for people. Listening to Aizen's explanation, Ma Jing was sweating coldly but kept venting. No. No matter how I think about it, I can't be Aizen's opponent. What's more, if it were a wooden knife, I could barely calm down. I've used real swords and real swords now. It would be a lie to say that I'm not nervous. With Ma Jing's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and now her palms began to sweat. This kind of reaction naturally cannot escape the other party's observation. Aizen's smile remained unchanged. At this moment, she turned the tip of the blade down, and she was still walking with steady and slow steps. Jing Yi, are you nervous? Isn't this an obvious thing? That's right, you should be nervous. No. It's better to say that this is a normal reaction. Aizen stopped walking and began to look towards Eri Majinja, taking a step that was neither too fast nor too slow. After all, it was the first time I came into contact with the so-called physical object, and this kind of reaction was the most normal. The footbag rubbed the wooden boards of the temple, and I don't know how much sweat had penetrated into it, but it was well maintained. It exudes a smooth brightness at the moment. Just seeing such a sharp thing, you will sincerely start to retreat. Fear of being hurt and afraid of bleeding. This is also a normal reaction. After all, few people are born warriors. Many people need to go through acquired screening and cultivation to gradually adapt to these things. The distance is closer. Aizen's words were not only sounds, but also as if they were driving a breeze at this moment, wrapping up towards Eri Majing. Do you know, Shizuijin? In fact, every year, new students are forced to eliminate 1/6 of the people at the end of the month. They are not because they have poor academic performance, but simply cannot accept things like blades. Hesitate. No matter how light a knife is, it will become a huge pound in the hands of these people, and they will never be able to lift it up again. The whispers were like flowing water, and while quietly and peacefully whispering, Aizen had already arrived in front of Eri Majinja. The boy watched the other party raise the blade and turn the tip of the head until it hung on the side of his neck. Nervous? No, it can even be said to be oppressed by some invisible thing. When Ma Jing felt that his breathing became difficult, he could feel that his throat seemed to be pinched, and his expression became ferocious. The body began to tremble uncontrollably, like a mouse to a wild cat, as if facing a natural enemy. I can't see the other person's expression clearly, because Aizen's glasses reflected the incandescent lights and exuded an emotionless aura. What exactly is this? It was like something invisible wrapped around Ma Jingyi's body, making him almost crazy. Look, this is the weapon you and me share. He approached the weapon in his hand in an inch towards Ma Jingyi's neck. Although it has not been put on the body, a sharp stinging sensation has completely penetrated the skin. This is a property, bloodthirsty, cruel, and has no emotion at all. So when you hold it, you are most taboo to be compassionate, and you have no hesitation. Jing. No, there is a horse. This is the battle for survival and the best time to prove your value. Although he was clearly saying these seemingly plain words, Ma Jing felt that the invisible sense of oppression was becoming stronger and stronger. Goo. The air began to twist. Sweat drooped from the eyelids, sliding down little by little, and finally penetrated into Ma Jingyi's eyes. It is so sore and swelling that it is unbearable, but it cannot avoid it, and there cannot be any concessions at all. Because intuition is telling Ma Jing. At this moment, there is no way to retreat as much as possible. If you show fear and reveal a trace of weakness, the weapon hanging above the vitality will hang ruthlessly, directly taking away all his vitality. What's wrong? Why haven't you responded yet? Have you already determined that you have lost a crushing defeat? Begging before the fight is a move of the weak. With Ma Jing, are you such a weak and incompetent person? If this is the case, your life will be ruthlessly plundered in the future. In this case, it would be better to let me destroy you with my own hands than to let those ignorant guys ravage you. It's Ma Jing, please remember it in your heart. This is mercy. As soon as the words fell, the sense of crisis that was calm but not released was all aroused at this moment. Like a hole that opened the gate and discharged the flood, all the emotions that surged out in an instant filled Ma Jing's chest in an instant. We have to fight, fight, or we will die and be plundered until nothing is left. We have to resist, but what should I do? The teeth are almost about to be bitten. At the critical moment, Ma Jing felt that his pores seemed to be stretching, and he drooped like a conditioned reflex. Dropping his right hand. In this desperate and confused moment, he held the handle of the shallow beat. Draw the sword. Clam. A crisp echo was ahead, and followed by a loud noise that seemed to shake the world. Boom. As a deep well-felt field that manages the entry and exit of the sword dojo, records a series of information, and reports regularly. He lay on a homemade rocking chair, basking in the warm afternoon sun, and took a sip of the hot tea that had just been brewed. I feel sad that today is another peaceful. My thoughts failed to collapse. A loud bang that was enough to make his ears suddenly came from behind him. The huge waves of dust tear up the wooden utensils, blowing up all the strangers weighing more than 100 pounds. The deep well-felt field was yelling and adjusting its posture in the air, but in the end he couldn't react at all and fell more than 10 meters away in a mess. Why? 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 What exactly happened? Did the vein invade the corpse soul world? Or did someone bring something flammable and explosive into the dojo? Quar. No matter what, it seems to be a big deal. In just a moment, he had already thought of more than 100 words to shirk responsibility in his mind. His eyes gathered in front of him, and he raised his right hand to cover his face while shouting at the students gathered around him. Don't be standing there. Go and notify others to come and help. Something is going to happen in the sword dojo. Spreading messages by verbal words is a very low-level method, but there is no way. Everyone present does not seem to be proficient in the ghost path. Even if you can't even use Tianting Kongluo to send a message. Sure enough, before the riot began to spread, the deep well-felt field's eyes penetrated the gradually dissipating smoke and dust. He saw two figures standing inside. That's... The spirit is 120% concentrated, in order to see clearly what is happening inside. Deep well-felt fields, do your best. Finally, he saw clearly. The man in a black tunic was calmly hanging down. She has short brown hair slightly curly and her figure is slim and thin. But after seeing the other party's current situation clearly, Kuroe Shishin couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning. Injury. A terrifying wound. Start from the lower abdomen, cross half of the body, until it spreads to the shoulders. It was as if he had suffered a terrifying and cruel robes on his face, but to the eyes of others, he would feel his teeth sore at this moment. The black cloak of the unified system of Death God was completely cut, and the wound that penetrated into the flesh was unknown. At that moment, it even oozed blood. Aizen added medical treatment. His glasses flew to somewhere. A few drops of splattered blood were even stained with the neck and face. But even so, Aizen added medical hibiscus to freeze the turtle and the turtle is exhausted. His hands were hanging down, without any resistance. It seems that it is because of something at this moment that I am happy. What is he laughing at? Look, I can't understand the flaws in the sword? Is a bit scary. And the next moment, the deep well-felt field's eyes penetrated the completely dissipated smoke and dust, and finally witnessed another hidden figure. The other party turned out to be kneeling on the ground. The long black hair tightly tied the back of the head, touched the floor with one knee, supported the body with the left hand, and clenched the right hand with shallow hit. The body is rising and falling quickly and eagerly. It was like gasping heavily, as if I was sighing at the reunion of the disaster. There is hoarse quiet. The hair on his forehead was soaked with sweat, and he pressed his face completely against his face. The boy's eyes were slightly sunken, his mouth was half open, and he was trembling uncontrollably at this moment, breathing, grabbing something called oxygen. He looked a little weak, as if he would fall down the next moment. But even so, Aizen still chuckled and crouched down, stretching out her right hand towards Eri Majing. A soft purr sound. The wound was torn by movements, and blood gushed out of it, wetting the clothes in an instant, condensing from the corners and flowing. Come down. Puff. Jing Yejun, congratulations, you have won the chance to survive. Please remember it in your heart and remember it completely. Remember what you feel when you swing your knife at this moment, because this is the power of resistance. Ama Jing wanted to say something, but in the end she turned her eyes. I fainted directly. The deep well-felt field witnessed all this. His mouth opened slightly, and hesitated for a while, but he couldn't say a word. Although he is already a team squad, he is definitely not bad enough to the end. At this moment, he finally reacted. It wasn't an explosion just now. It is a turbulent flow formed by simply releasing spiritual power. Spiritual pressure. In the moment just now, it bloomed to the fullest. Chapter 15, Theory of Spiritual Pressure. Spiritual pressure is a very general term. If you need to analyze it, well, it can be described as the density of the soul. The stronger the individual, the thicker and stronger the density of the soul is. If it does not show any sign of dew when it converges, it will form a power similar to a black hole. By the way, it's a pressure similar to gravity. For both sides whose spiritual pressure is so big that it's exaggerated, just standing on the side will make people feel almost suffocating. It is common for people to fall directly to the ground and not stand up. There are even weaker people, which can cause shock and dizziness. This kind of behavior is actually very bullying. After all, in essence, it is like an adult who disdains to attack children and attempts to make the other party retreat by just using intimidation. Hey? You asked me if I did this to you yesterday. Haha, Jing Yejun should have the answer, right? Aizen changed back to a black tunic, and her face was as normal as she looked, showing a peaceful smile. Facing the suspicious look of Ma Jing, he pushed his glasses, with a little teasing in his tone. As I said just now, using spiritual pressure to bully others is to bully the small ones. But if the other party also has a physique that is no less than an adult, it will naturally have the opposite effect. Yes, in this case, the so-called intimidation will turn into provocation. Even if you don't know how you don't know, you will burst out at the most critical moment. After all, this is a life-and-death decision and you can't tolerate any concessions. As for this, what is Aizen's heart path? It's no wonder. He leaned his back against the head of the bed, and Ma Jing, who had a slightly side expression, couldn't help but say. So Teacher Aizen used your spiritual pressure to force me yesterday, allowing me to burst out my own strength through the desire to survive. Well, I understand it very quickly. Hearing the response, Ma Jing shook her head and said. No, right, this method is too strange. Isn't it okay not to oppress people to the extreme? I beg you, step by step is the right way. What kind of Spartan education do you do? Ma Jing also wailed in her heart. Derezen. As a teacher, your guiding ideology seems to be a little problem. Ahaha, although from the results, this is indeed very different from my expectations. Aizen seemed to want to put her hands in her chest, but she couldn't help but frown. Finally, he put down his hands again. The losses caused by blowing up half of the sword dojo are indeed unexpected. But because I have some savings, Jing Yejun doesn't have to worry about this. Teacher, I'm not talking about this. It's just a mere external property. Even if Ma Jing works to earn money, she will be confident that she can get back with subsidies. The problem still lies with Aizen. Ama Jing also raised her eyelids, and his eyes were somewhat guilty at this moment. After all, although I was lying on the hospital bed, the one who was more injured was Aizen. His sword had no intention of keeping his hand at all, and it was an explosive attack at a critical moment. It is no exaggeration to say that Ma Jingyi's counterattack was gone for the sake of killing. But Aizen did not act defensively and allowed his attack to fall on him. The skin and flesh are two parts, and the injury can be seen. Namo-san, how cruel it is the extent to which emergency students will cry after they arrive. Aizen seemed to feel Ma Jing's gaze. He kept smiling and raised his right hand and pointed it at his chest. Do you care a lot? The injuries here. Isn't it obvious? The first time I pulled my sword out was not to kill some evil guys. But I have been kind to my teacher many times. Quar. Just thinking about it makes your scalp numb. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Ma Jing couldn't help but raise her hand to scratch the corner of her mouth. Actually, Jinja doesn't have to blame himself so much, just as I said before. I became a doctor, Aizen, and many things are new to me. So although I may be a bit mature, in the final analysis, I am also a newcomer. How to guide students so that you can find your own path and tap into the so-called potential is what I need to consider. This method, by the way, I think it's a reckless attempt now. Fortunately, I'm quite satisfied with the result. So. Aizen turned her head slightly, raised her right hand, and pointed to the small half of the bandage exposed on her clavicle. Just treat it as a lesson engraved on the bones, haha, it must be an unforgettable experience. It sounds nice, but it cannot completely relieve the guilt of the person involved. Although he wanted to say something else, looking at Aizen's smiley expression, Arima Jing finally sighed lightly. It's useless to say more. I can only say that before this master found his own path, he really had the potential similar to pleasure offender. That, teacher. As he spoke carefully, Ma Jing said with his eyebrows lowered. Thank you for your guidance this time. Aizen pursed her lips without any trace, and did not answer at this moment, but turned her head and looked out the window. Let's stop here for the gossip, Jing Yejun. Through last night's competition, I believe you can understand the operation of Ling Pu. Certainly. Nothing like this. This is a more memorable way. Seeing Arimajing nodding, Aizen nodded with satisfaction. I am worthy of being my student, so I should do this. Flexible control of one's own spiritual pressure is a compulsory course for a god of death. This is even the foundation in the basics, because if you cannot achieve this level, you will be unable to flexibly use the ghost path. Just like a general who could not command his soldiers, letting them act at will. Although it is also a way to find a fighter jet, it is a waste of resources, right? Majing can fully understand this theory even if he is familiar with it. After all, this is the case with Ichigo Kurosaki in the original line. The passage condensed by Brother Strawberry with spiritual power is shattered. Compared with the Fun Shao Avenue of Kori, it can be said to be two completely opposite examples. Without Majun, spiritual pressure is also something that can be exercised, but in fact everyone has their own unique features. If you have height, you have shortness, and if you have fat, you have thinness. This is just like a person's physical fitness. The genetics inherited will certainly limit development and growth. But the day after tomorrow's exercise can make corresponding changes. So far, Jing Yejun should be able to understand it. Well, it is probably the level that even in the 6th grade of elementary school can understand. But what does this have to do with what we are discussing? As if he felt Arimajinja's puzzled gaze, Aizen looked at the boy with a smile, with an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. Jing Yejun may not have noticed it myself, but in fact your spiritual pressure is exaggerated. Why? Is this true? After that, I don't know how to do it. Seeing Arimajing also showed an inexplicable expression, Aizen showed an expression of it's true. As expected, as the party involved, you really don't feel anything. After all, I haven't had time to systematically learn this content. If you wait until you are 2 years old, you will have control exercises against spiritual pressure. By then, Jing Yejun will also realize his talent. Then let's talk about it later. Majing was also wailing in her heart. Why are you so anxious to develop me? Although I think it's better to follow the steps, after seeing such a strong foundation, it will be a bit touching. I thought that as long as I controlled it properly, the damage could be controlled to a minimum. But unexpectedly, Jing Yejun's spiritual pressure was still far beyond my expectations. Her eyes showed a bit of thinking, as if to assist her thinking. Aizen's right hand was hung on the side of her face. Gently tap your temple with your index finger. By the way, this level of power is far superior to that of the average teammate. Shizuijin, just in terms of spiritual pressure, you are enough to match the last place team members. Is this good news? Although I know that I am unique, if I think about it carefully, it is probably just because of my 2 lives. Perhaps memory can also be converted into something similar to spiritual pressure. Thanks to what I saw and heard in my previous life, Majing may indeed have some talent in this regard. But it should be just a little better than ordinary people. It shouldn't be, no, wait. A possibility emerged in Majing's mind. Although your own abilities cannot intuitively increase the intensity of spiritual pressure. But if you continue to improve your 4 major attributes, can you enhance your soul in disguise? This makes the spiritual pressure bigger and more exaggerated. It seems that there is indeed a possibility in this aspect. Although yesterday's battle was heavy losses, it was all good in terms of results. It really makes people feel happy. It seems that Jing Yejun has gained a lot of things. Just a little bit. The 2 of them, as masters and apprentices, looked at each other and smiled. Not long after, Aizen left first due to busy business. Majing was also exhausted, so she just repaired it and planned to go through the discharge procedures. I slept for a day and a night. It seems that completely oppressing the spiritual pressure to the limit will also cause mental fatigue after squeezing the body. If you have a choice, it would be better not to do such a dangerous thing in the future. I found my saber at the head of the bed and hung the shallow hair on my waist. Majing had just gotten out of bed. Not 2 steps have been taken yet. The door in front of him was pushed open. It was Dong Xianyao holding a fruit basket in his hand. He subconsciously turned half of his face towards Yu Majing. Silence for a moment. Then he whispered. Am I a little bit self-indulgent? Chapter 16, Habits for Girls. If it is too outspoken, it will be omitted for the time being. I went to go through various procedures for discharge with Dong Xian. When Ma Jing walked and talked while walking, she took the opportunity to tell all the things that happened to him. So that's it. Do you use this method to exercise your spiritual pressure control? Dong Xian wanted to gently stroke the sword around his waist and raise the corners of his mouth. Although it's a bit rough, it's also a kind of act of good. Why do you say that? Because of Ma Jing, you probably haven't achieved the awareness of killing. Dong Xianyao's tone was plain, as if he was a bystander standing from the perspective of a third party, describing the witness calmly and slowly at this moment. Your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite and progresses rapidly. But in my opinion, it still has the fatal flaw. I can't sense your murderous intent. Ma Jing didn't mind others pointing out his flaws. He reached out and scratched the corner of his mouth. And said with a deep thought. Isn't it normal to have no murderous intention? Do I have to take action with the idea of killing you when I practice? As if he had made a response, Dong Xian said in a deep voice. This is a cowardly move. Oh, you guys are really Spartan. If you have a horse and a sword are killing things. If you don't have the idea of killing people, it will be difficult for you to stand the end. Is that so? Although I have never considered such a complicated thing, Ma Jingyi's mentality is relatively optimistic. After all, he has also seen the dirty slums. If he really encounters a life-and-death crisis, Ma Jing doesn't think he will hesitate. And after all, humans are a kind of insensitivity creature. Dong Xian must be a little confused. What's the meaning? Ma Jing also showed a rather emotional smile. It's just a literal meaning, it's like something that is not used to, cannot adapt, or even produces some kind of physiological rejection. As long as you can persevere, over time, this pain will gradually disappear, and in the end you will even have the thoughts that make people like it. So in the final analysis, you just need to try more, just adapt. Well, that's it. The smell of iron and fishy sticking will gradually get used to it. Just like cutting a wet cloth, the touch of the skin and flesh will gradually become invisible. Until the end. I will also become the kind of guy who can take away the life of others without expression. Although the topic is a bit heavy, since it has been raised at this moment, Ma Jing doesn't mind sharing her thoughts with others. I am a guy who believes that the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. So I won't think about too many complicated things. When it comes to what to do, I will also have my own thoughts. So Dong Xian, I have accepted your wishes. Ma Jing also has her own style of behavior. He can determine and compromise, but this does not mean that he fully agrees with the others' ideas. After all, is this true? Well, young and energetic people always have different ideas, right? Even though I can't see it, I can still feel the person beside me showing a silly smile that makes people sigh. Obviously I want to continue to say more, but Dong Xian himself seems to be not a good person. He suddenly remained silent for a long time. It was not until 2 breaths that he said in a calm and unremitting tone. I once had a friend who was very stupid, innocent, and not perfect. But even so, the justice in my heart has never faded. I envy and long for such a person. Dong Xian rarely speaks in this tone. It is indeed a bit abnormal in his current appearance. Ma Jing also saw him turn his face toward him. I don't have any friends to talk about now, but you are one of the few. Because of this, Ma Jing is there, I hope you can live healthily and safely. I see. Is it a loyal advice that I put forward to myself from the perspective of being a friend? It was a little touching. Dongxian Imaging did not expect that he would have such a position in the other party's heart, and immediately laughed. I can only try to change the atmosphere. Oh, this sentence sounds like a last words at the end of death. You guy can't understand the air. After that, can I eat an orange? This fruit basket is not cheap, right? I remember it is a famous brand, and it is specially provided by the nobles. I am looking forward to the taste. Don't touch my fruit basket. Hey? Isn't this what you want to give to me? Before class the next day. The mutual aid area on the first floor of the school building. Because so many things happened yesterday, it had been a day and a night when I realized it, so there was no time to ask for leave at all. Sword? Was deducted from his salary. Yuyan, who was sitting opposite, showed a hearty smile, as if she could fully understand the difficulties of Mahjong, and nodded gently. Yet, I know the general situation. I didn't expect that Majun was the person discussed by the students recently. Hey? What does it mean? The sword dojo was destroyed by spiritual pressure alone, and the fourth team member of the fifth team was seriously injured by unconscious actions. With Mahjong, you are already the topic of the academy today. Why? Unexpectedly, Ma Jingyi's expression became quite strange. Although I had thought that there might be a day that could make a name for myself, I didn't expect it to be in this way. It's really sad. Yuyan Hutch was sorting out the documents at hand. Her smile was warm and her body leaned forward a little. Whispered like a whisper. I roughly understand the matter, and I will report to the student union later. In fact, you don't need to compensate for the losses of the sword hall, because you can also report the process in disrepair and renovate it at the same time. Mahjong also pondered. Can you still operate this way? Of course it is a violation, but it is also in the regulations and is within the scope of operation. Hutch Yanjian rarely showed a bit of pride. She raised her chin slightly to reveal her white neck. This is the wisdom of the senior, you can see Mahjong. Oh, I've been taught. When I talk about this, I have other things I care more about. You Mahjong, have you already rented Kyandi? Because it is something hanging around your waist, it can be seen at a glance. Well, because I got the approval of Instructor Eisen, I went to get it in advance. It's so amazing. People like Mahjong should be able to call out the name of Zanpakara soon. Ah! Speaking of this, as the deputy captain of the fourth team, Yuyan Torotan also had scenes of Jafang Zanpakara in the original work, although he was directly killed by Strawberry Brother. So it should be considered a relatively normal behavior to seek Buddhist scriptures from the other party at this time. Have Senior Hutch realized the name of Zanpakara? Haha, I'm not that powerful, and I'm still in the stage of fusion of my soul. Kyandeo seems to be a little unrecognizable to me, so I have to take it slowly. I see. Jing also hugged her hands in front of her chest, showing a thoughtful expression. If Yuyan of Torakai is used as a measure to make comparisons, there are indeed very few people who can complete the initial explanation during the college period. No, it's better to say it. Even a deputy captain like Hu Che Yanjian, who is less powerful, can only achieve this level. Then, if Mahjong has a general scope standard in his mind, what is the strength of others? What? It seems that I am quite strong. Eisen and Tissen often instill anxiety in themselves, making people nervous. Sure enough, I can only relax if I stay with my sister. As if he had remembered something, Yuyan Toro suddenly raised her eyebrows and said. By the way, Mahjong should be about to have a monthly exam, right? Well, because of the first time I participated, I said nervously. This is not a big deal. The problem is that in the next week, there will be the first off-campus internship since admission. Hey? Internship? It can be seen that Hu Che Yanjian is happy to talk about these things to Mahjong. She kept a very peaceful smile and said in a tone without any haste. Because we will also be assigned to the Lingting after graduation, in order to familiarize ourselves with the work content in advance and to give us a general understanding of other people's work. This kind of internship will be carried out every few months. Oh. There is actually such a reason. Arimajun probably doesn't know yet. Although the positions of the next few internships are determined, you can choose your own choice for the first time. There is still such a good thing? Ma Jing was also looking forward to it all at once. After all, the Lingting court is so big, so how many jobs are there? If you can take advantage of the internship opportunity, go and see it with your own eyes. Wow, I will be more confident when I distribute it in the future. It is a very important information sharing, Hu Che Yanjian, it is awesome. Thumbs up. Since everything has been explained clearly, it should be over here. But for now, Ma Jing is also worried about something, but I care a lot. The boy clasped his hands together with a snap and raised his head high. He made a gesture similar to begging. Senior Hutch, that, about my salary. The other party's smile remained unchanged and he replied decisively. This part can only be deducted, after all, rules are rules. There is no room for negotiation. Why are you like this? It seemed as if I was very happy to see Ma Jing being defeated. Hu Che Yanjian's smile today was particularly natural. The slender right hand was raised halfway, and the other party's index finger slightly raised to make a circle in the air. Just treat this time as a rare experience, so that I will have some memory next time. Is this guy a firm educationist? I understand. I'm very depressed. Because your income decreases, you won't be able to eat good meat. Speaking of this, Yuyan Toro made a tactical backward movement. Her originally relaxed smile restrained her back, and now she turned her face to the side. The girl's right hand began to stir the hanging ornaments on her braid, and her thick eyebrows curled back and forth with some sorrow, from nervousness to relaxation, until she finally took a deep breath. There is Ma Jun. The boy realized that he was rejuvenated and raised his head at this moment. If you don't mind, it's noon or evening, I can invite you to steak. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't wait for a response. Yuyan Hutch seemed to be urging him by something. Her expression became quite nervous, and her tone became even more rapid. Because I usually drink white porridge, I don't spend much money. Moreover, the work of the student union actually has benefits. I have also accumulated a lot of canteen coupons. If I keep this kind of thing without using it, it will expire. Excessive explanation will only make you feel guilty. But at this time, how could Ma Jing take the initiative to expose others' uneasiness? How can there be no reason to refuse to agree to something good? Then thank you, senior. Good sword X2. Yuyan Hyuk stood up directly, her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and even her tone was a little high. Then I'll leave first, see you in the canteen at noon, there's Ma Jun. Well, then I'll see you again, senior. Seeing the other person turn around, Ao Ma Jing also blinked and suddenly opened her mouth and said. Senior Toroshi, this is more suitable for you than perfume and makeup. It looks cute. Yuyan Hyuk was critically hit and penetrated. Her face suddenly turned red, but she didn't dare to stop. Instead, she accelerated her pace and left the mutual aid area directly. Goo, my heart almost stopped. Why does this bad guy like to tease people so much? But then again. Yuyan of Toro raised his hands and gently placed it on both sides of his cheeks. A little bit hot. It seems like I touched the roasted sweet potatoes that were cold on the outside and hot on the inside. It seems, too, isn't bad. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and under the strange gaze around him, Yuyan made a hee-hee laughter from some people. As usual, I returned to the classroom and began to prepare for a new day of study. The morning courses were as rewarding as ever, but they were still kendo courses. Although Ai Ma Jing forced herself to listen to the whole process, she still couldn't help but show her expression of emotion in the end. The foundation in this kind of foundation is no longer of use to him now. After all, there are as many as 33 Kendo attribute points, and they are also the Eisen certified seat member level. It can only be said that it is normal to have such feelings. While resting during class, Ma Jing also walked out of the classroom and was drinking water directly in the corridor to quench her thirst. A familiar, but quite unexpected figure came into his sight. This made Ma Jing look surprised and even stunned. This guy? How could she be here? Chapter 17, Ants and Elephants. A woman in the unified uniform of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy was standing on the corridor. She was originally just turning her back to Ai Ma Jing, but now she turned around and let the young man see the other person's face. Black hair, thin. Judging from the appearance alone, it gives people a very quiet and intellectual feeling to convenience. Different from the neutral traits of Yuyan Huach. With Ma Jing, you can feel that the other person's body exudes a unique softness of Oriental women. Her eyes were purple and glasses, her long hair was neatly placed behind her head, then she turned her bangs to the left and fixed her hair with a hairpin. Glasses. The thick frame style highlights a bit of bookishness. Ama Jing also met her eyes. Her classmate was standing beside the man, but now he raised his hand and pointed at the boy. Ah, I just said. This guy probably hasn't gone far yet. With Ma Jun, this is the senior who is here to find you. Looking for me? Watching the other party walk in front of him. Only when Ma Jing was in the collarbone position, her height was definitely not tall. At this moment, she was just looking up and down, showing a thoughtful expression. Is Ma Jing the Lord? I was very kind of polite to say, but I always felt that this person looked at him and seemed to have a feeling of indescribable scrutiny. It's like watching some rare animal. Is there anything important? The other party raised his right hand quite gracefully and carefully adjusted the position of his glasses. The following is called IC's Even O, Class 5, 4th year. Wow! Although I guessed it some before, I was somewhat shocked after hearing the other party's words. The popular captain in the original work, the deputy captain under Kurako Shun. ISEQ. Unexpectedly, this guy is only a few years older than him. If you think so, it's no wonder that old man Yamamoto has such a strong prestige in the team. After all, according to this theory, almost half of the people in the 13th team of the guarding court are his disciples. While sighing, Ama Jing also saw ISEQ step forward at her and said in a very serious tone. There is Ma Jing, about the destruction of the swordsman temple. Students now have specific contents that need to be determined with you, and I will do my best. ISEQ's voice was dull. At this moment, she took the opportunity to take a step back, gave up her origin, and made a please gesture. Please cooperate with us to do some investigations and information confirmation. I see. When chatting with Yuyan Huche, the other party also mentioned these contents. Although the reimbursement process can be followed, there will still be no shortage of procedures. So this kind of question is expected. Just follow the past openly. I understand, Senior ISE, please lead the way. It seemed that he was quite surprised by the boy's cheerful attitude, and ISEQ looked him up and down for a while. Then he turned around and walked in front. The two quickly walked between the school buildings and quickly left the area of activity for lower grade students. As mentioned in the previous article, if there is no one to guide you, Ma Jing will not be able to come to such a place. While thinking, Ma Jing suddenly heard the plain tone of ISEQ's voice coming from her. Sorry, it's obviously such a precious rest time, but I have to trouble you to deal with this kind of trouble. When Ma Jing heard this, he waved his hands repeatedly. No, this is what I should do. After all, it's all the trouble I caused, so I should deal with it. Is that true? It seems that the juniors who have entered school this year are still quite responsible people. it's okay. Ise Yoko turned his head halfway and showed a faint smile at this moment. Don't be too restrictive. Hucheonjian and I are old acquaintances. She actually explained the situation to me when it comes to what happened in the sword hall. It turns out that this relationship is really reassuring. Akamajing was also obviously relieved. After all, what is standing in front of you is our own people. I feel relieved when I hear these words from my senior. I may still not understand anything in the future. I will ask you for advice at that time. Well, this attitude is very good. After meeting the seniors in the student union, we must keep it so that we can end all this soon. I probably think the atmosphere is a bit too serious. Ise Kyo's tone was significantly relaxed. I think of the image of the original work being bound to Brother Chun Shui when he first appeared, and after the matter was over, I still wanted to solve the image of Chadu Tehu. At that time, I still thought this guy was so vicious. It can only be said that Ise Kijuo these hundreds of years ago was obviously not as cold and neat as later generations. No, if you think about it differently. Is this also understood as the destruction of work on people? After all, after Hu Cheonjian arrived at the original line, she looked very similar to her. You have alienated the girl's heart. Wailed in my heart, and as my attitude changed, Ise Kyu's expression also changed a little. She seemed to have swept her eyes away inadvertently until she condensed into Ao Ma Jingyi's waist, and the brilliance in her eyes became dimmed. Eri Majun, take the initiative to ask. Have you been recognized by Kyanda? I asked a little suddenly, but there was no reason to refuse to answer. The boy raised his hand and stroked his waist gently, nodding in response. Well, because I got the recognition of Mr. Eisen, I received it in advance. Is that true, that Teacher Eisen's permission? Seeing Ise Kyo showing such a emotion expression, Ma Jing couldn't help but sigh. Prison teacher, you are only here to teach in the first year. Why can you already have such popularity in your 5-year life? Gu, is this the so-called connoisseur? It's really terrible. But then again, why did Ise Kyo show such emotion, but also have a sad expression? Imaging also thought for a while, then couldn't help but let out a ah in her heart. I remembered it. Ise Kyo is a person who cannot tame Asahi. By the way, this is the example Eisen mentioned in her previous practice. A shallow hit is definitely not something that everyone can hold, either irritable or peaceful. These souls hidden in the long blade need to be integrated with the holder. In the end, you can communicate with your heart and imprint your will on it. Since Ise Kyo is already in his 5th year, it means that he must have experienced the Asahi loan ceremony earlier. Since it is approaching to graduation, I still haven't brought it with me. This is enough to show that Ise Kyo is on the path established by the original work again. In contrast, I walked out with a sport and wandered in front of Ise Kyo. This is more like a show-off. It is about sprinkling salt on other people's wounds. Too much. Ama Jing couldn't help but show a very painful expression. If I knew that this person was the one who led the way today, I would never go with a knife, and I would not be able to travel with a sword. At this moment, although the other party had no other words. But I should always say something. If you have Ma Jing, just use your brain and think about it carefully. What exactly do you have to say to make the other person smile? After considering it, Ma Jing couldn't help but say that Senior Ise Ki, who seemed to be cheering up, took a deep breath, glanced at this side, and said softly, "What's the matter? I've been a little confused about the practice of Ghost Realm recently, so if I can, I don't know if I can ask you. Although Ise Kyo cannot tame the Asahi and cannot have his own Zanpakura, but corresponding. But she has relatively outstanding ghost abilities. In the original line, if not with Jingle Chun Shui's special promotion, this guy may have directly joined the Ghost Dao people. Well, this idea is correct. The facts were not surprising. Although there was no change in expression, Ise Kaio's tone rose a little uncontrollably. The high mood shows that Ma Jingyi's strategy is accurate and effective. What a sword! Just at the same time, the person involved also reacted later. Because I only have 2 ghost attributes, both skills and abilities are almost just at a superficial level. Too weak. In Ise Kaio's eyes, the ghost path with Ma Jinja is as powerless as a child. Words such as "why don't you even know this?" as a college student, "this is the foundation" are frequently spoken. Although I know there is no malice, it is indeed extremely lethal. Ma Jing fell to the ground with serious injuries. It was after a headache-inducing conversation. Finally, Ise Kaio pushed his glasses and said in a slightly regretful tone, "Although there are still many things I want to tell you, it seems that just doing literacy today is already the limit. It may be difficult to understand if Ma Jun says too much." "No, you haven't finished speaking yet?" It is impossible to tell at all that Ise Kaio also has this kind of good teacher. You exchanged your experience of Ghost Path with Ise Kaio, Ghost Path +5. Oh? I didn't expect that there would be rewards. From this point of view, it is enough to illustrate the difference in the ghost level of the person involved. Now it is a result of asking for a traitor to make up for it. I felt a little emotional in my heart. Ma Jing also saw the other person's lips pursed slightly, and finally showed a very cheerful smile. After that being said, I didn't expect that geniuses like Eri Majun would be not good at it. Hearing this, Ma Jing couldn't help scratching the corner of her mouth. Well, so has Ma Jingyi's character become a genius? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is some truth. After all, the level I showed is indeed far superior to that of ordinary students. But you can't be proud at this time, just learn from Teacher Aizen. What would you do if someone was present? It's better to say that Senior Ise is indeed very powerful, right? Well, after all, my ghost path is really bad. It is not advisable to belittle yourself. If you have Ma Jun, please don't say such a discouraged thing. There is no way, this is the shortcoming, and there is no room to make up for the moment. Ise Kaio seemed to be in a good mood. He pondered for a moment and continued to say, "But this is not bad. After all, only if you have something you are not good at can make people feel relieved." "Ah, sorry, I accidentally said something very rude." Ise Kaio covered his mouth after a little aware of it. However, Ma Jing didn't think it was too exaggerated. After all, as a senior, Ise Kaio must have self-esteem. Being asked and praised by others is easy to be elated. What's more, are you still a junior who is regarded as a genius? It doesn't matter. It's better to say that seniors can have this kind of thought, and I will be happier. Trying to apply Aizen's ideas, Eri Majing also raised her hand to point at her face and said with a smile, "After all, having this idea means that Senior Ise has indeed thought about this issue from my perspective. Thank you so much. I can't be grateful." Ise Kaio's face turned red. You guy." The slightly smooth-mouthed tone makes people feel a little embarrassed. But it is not forced to jump to the point of jumping. After all, this is not a harassment, or even unhealthy. No problem can be found. Ise Kaio's throat rolled for a while, and he let out a As expected, it was exactly what Yin Hyuk said. He was such a frivolous guy with a bit of frivolous behavior. I can't get angry, let alone say anything serious. At this moment, Ise Kaio pursed his lips tightly and glanced at him meaningfully. Snort. I didn't say anything, but I could feel the other person's feeling of wanting to lose his temper but finally swallowing it back. With Ma Jing, she couldn't help but smile inexplicably. Ah! I'm a little addicted. This teasing feeling makes people angry but helpless. Or on the other hand, people with this personality will indeed look easy to grasp after finding the right method? Alas! No wonder Dora Eisen is so popular. It turns out that your method is really useful. After thinking, the two finally arrived at the door of the student union. I won't send it to you after that. Just go in and tell me truthfully. Other things will be followed up by our seniors. That's really a big help, thank you Senior ISE. Seeing the other party glance at him in anger, Am Jing also smirked, as if she had remembered something. Senior ISE, please don't misunderstand what you said just now. After all, I am indeed ask seniors for advice. The ghost attribute value of 5 points is a real gain. It's not too much to say thank you just for this point, right? ISE Kiyu pushed his glasses without any trace and turned his back at this moment. It's just a small matter. If you are interested, you still have a chance next time. The other party left quickly, his expression somewhat entangled. If you can't see your face, you will naturally not know what the other party is thinking. But at this moment, his attention was still on the content of the conversation just now. It is precisely because of what you are not good at that people can feel relieved. What a touching remark. Yes. Teacher Eisen? Am Jing also raised her hand to hug her chest, and her eyes showed a helpless look. If you are too strong, you will be afraid, and if you are too weak, you will be ravaged. Only by disguising yourself becomes less aggressive. If it continues for so long, perhaps people will forget the difference between them. For a moment, the familiar words came to Ma Jing's mind. It is difficult to grasp the force if you step over the ant without trampling it to death. So, elephants are friends with ants, which is inherently an equality. Chapter 18, Go and Dream, Jing Ye Jun. Communication with senior management of the student union is not complicated. It seems that because both Toro Yeto and ISE Ki were mediated, the person involved felt that this interrogation was more like a simple process. By the time I realized it, I had already returned to the classroom. It probably doesn't matter. It was noon, and as agreed before, Ma Jing also found Hu Che Yanjian at the door. After all, the other party's size is a bit exaggerated, and this kind of appearance that stands out from the crowd can capture it at a glance. Senior Hutch, sorry. I've been waiting for a long time. Yuyan Hutch showed a gentle smile and said without caring. It's okay, I just arrived. The two of them entered together, ordered food, and took their seats. Thanks to the help of Yuyan Hyuk, Ma Jing finally tasted Xin Zinian's steak set meal. The food customs of the Seoul world are relatively rich, with traditional Japanese and elegant cuisine, and you can also find more fashionable Western food and desserts. Just by smelling the smell, it was already the degree to which his index finger was moving, but Ma Jing was still a little embarrassed. After all, Yuyan Hutch, who was sitting opposite him, still ordered a bowl of white porridge today. Senior, will you not be malnourished if you only eat these things? The latter held the hot bowl in both hands and showed a rather awkward smile on his face. Of course, but I control my diet in this way just to get less nutrition. After all, height is a very troublesome data. It seems that she has become familiar with Ma Jing, and the woman who was originally a little dull has gradually become much more active. Before entering school, I was obviously only about 1.78 meters tall, but I have grown taller uncontrollably over the years. It's so embarrassing. What will it become if you continue to grow like this? I can't wear clothes I like, and it's hard to buy the size of my favorite shoes. This kind of thing happened frequently since I was a child, and now I'm growing up and getting worse. Sometimes I even feel as conspicuous as a light bulb. The so-called life may have ended when I was born. Right, isn't Hutch Yanjian turned out to be a person with such a lot of negative energy? It takes some guidance. Akamajing also said thinking. But Senior Torosh also has his own uniqueness, so I think you don't have to make such comparisons with others. What's the meaning? Isn't a neutral dress an advantage? Senior Takashi doesn't have to worry too much about this kind of thing. The soft and cute tomboy track is so delicious. Just after hearing this, the mood of the person involved seemed to have no intention of being affected at all. She lowered her hands and couldn't help but sigh. Is that so? Well, I'll listen first. But then again, if I can, I want to take a look at it if I can. Why? It looks great. Because as long as you don't speak, you will often be mistaken for men. Majing almost couldn't hold back when she heard this. Although the uniforms of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy are all divided into men and women. But that is all distinguished by the blue and red stripes embroidered on the chest, so at first glance, from behind. This guy who is 1.8 meters tall and has short silver hair and is thin. Maybe it will make people mistakenly think it is a man. Thinking that Hu Qianjian would show such embarrassing and entangled expression, Ma Jing finally couldn't hold it back. Puff! Hu Qianjian showed a as it turns out and raised her right hand and pointed at Ma Jing. Ah! You really think so? I don't want to express this. Master Hu Che calms down. No matter what, my reaction just now was a bit too exaggerated, and I have to find a way to make up for my image. Short hair also has a unique charm, especially those like Senior Takashi. In fact, if you look closely, you will find it very cute. However, Hu Che's voice is like already immune to this. She held the white porridge in both hands, leaned to her mouth and sucked her little mouth, her eyes full of disgusted outlines. You guy! I said something similar to Sister Ise yesterday. Gu. Ise Kyo was actually a guy who could report on small reports? Seeing Ma Jing's expression became a little strange, Hu Qianjian's disgust became even more serious. It's true that this is true. Amajun is very powerful. He can act so approachable to anyone. Allah is so powerful, it's really touching. This sarcastic tone has already made Ma Jing's head sweat. Now that things have come to this point, it can only be said that no matter what personality, women can always maintain a consistent attitude in some subtle places. So we'll apologize at this time. Work? That. Senior Hu Che. What? Inadvertently, Hu Qianjian drank the white porridge in the bowl, but his eyes did not stop at Ma Jingyi. May I ask, are you angry? No. A slightly surprised answer was that Ma Jing also saw the other party rubbing the small bowl in his hand, his eyes extremely calm. After all, if you want to contact anyone, you will have Ma Jun's freedom. I don't have the right to interfere in anything. It would be a bit too much if I say something angry. And if you really want to describe it. Yes. Maybe it is more appropriate to use loss. Hu Qianjian's eyes were slightly lowered. She hid half of her face behind the porcelain bowl, murmured as if she was talking to herself. I'm obviously not very bad at the level of my ghost realm. Why don't I ask me about this kind of thing? Is it a complaint? Or is it accusation? Or just telling it to yourself? Jing was also slightly stunned. He looked up at the other party, but found that Hu Qianjian's cheeks were flushing uncontrollably. It seems that just saying these words is already very embarrassing. True or fake? This reaction is a little cute. Although the answer is unknown, facing the girl's whisper at this moment, Ma Jing must give a response. Senior Hu Che, then I can trouble you. No. He refused very quickly, and Ma Jing also scratched the corner of her mouth, showing a somewhat awkward smile. But I still didn't say anything. Anyway, I'm asking for advice? Haven't you made an appointment with Sister Ise? Isn't it more appropriate to find her? The expression just now seemed to be just a flash in the pan, and Hu Qianjian's eyes turned around. The expression on his face now seems to be resentful. Hu Qianjian, this guy almost wrote all his mood on his face. Ma Jing couldn't help but chuckled. What are you laughing at? Sorry, senior, because suddenly I feel like you are a kind of animal. The other party was a little curious. What animal? Group hedgehog. The whole body is full of thorns and the heart is soft. This behavior is only for self-protection, and it is very aggressive. It's really cute, Senior Toro. If it were before, it might have been hit hard, but at this moment, Yuyan Toro seems to have become resistant. She said with a huff as she sucked the white porridge. Anyway, you said that to others. No, only Senior Hutch will make me feel cute. After all, when you meet Senior for the first time, you are willing to help me heal my wounds, which means you are also a very kind person in your heart. Being able to become the deputy captain of the 4th team not only requires a lot of skills, but also means that the girl's concept has been recognized by Cory Mao. The recognition of the first generation of Jianbei is so valuable. The wall of the heart that Hu Che Yanjian had just established collapsed instantly. The normal heart that she thought she could maintain was turbulent again in an instant, so she pretended to cough twice and wiped her mouth at this time so that she would not show too much tension. Then forget it this time. If there is such a thing next time, remember to ask me. It's so easy to talk about. But this is also the charm of Yuyan Torakai. After all, kindness does not mean innocence. You have to cherish this relationship. At least in the face of Hu Che Yanjian's feelings expressed at this moment, Ma Jing also planned to cherish them. The boy smiled happily, put down his bowls and chopsticks and nodded respectfully. Oh, then please give me more advice then. Return from the cafeteria, return to the classroom, and meet Dong Xian again in the evening. AI Ma Jing also started a week of cycles. During the day, due to the course content, there is no room for gaining attribute points. So Ma Jing has been focusing on the content of the simplified slap during this period. At what stage can the soul and soul be able to call its name? Regarding this point, Ma Jing also asked several known geniuses, and the answers they got were also different. Ise Kyo. This person should skip it for the time being. Hu Che's courageous voice. When the girl faces this problem, she can only give some not that important opinion. After all, I'm just staying in the stage of soul fusion. Dong Xian must. On the basis of completing the integration, we will strive to have some spiritual resonance with Qiandao. The description is a bit abstract. But after all, Dong Xian had not mastered liberation yet, so this content can only be used as a reference. Eisen added medical treatment. It can only be said that he is worthy of becoming an instructor. He stood on the basis of Dong Xian's desire and further expanded his knowledge for Ma Jing. Is it really a thing that makes people miss? It's actually very simple to do this. I vaguely recalled Eisen sitting on the chair and pushing her glasses with a smile. The wise eyes were conveyed plainly from the frame. Since each other who share the same mind want to be both parties of trust, they naturally need further communication. Yes, that's dialogue and coordination. Let each other's pulses get closer and breathing converge. To accomplish this, both parties need to make corresponding efforts. So, go and dream, Shizuijin. In the fictional world, talk to your true heart. Although that's what I said, how can I do this? After briefly reviewing the content in the original work, Ma Jing can fully understand the importance of spiritual space. Because this is the manifestation of the mind and the combination of the soul and the inside and outside. How does it take for Strawberry Brother to enter the space? It will rain heavily in the sky. Even if the person involved does not agree with it, his body and subconscious will make the most correct reaction. So talking about your voice is a step that you must go through. Then the question is, how should I get in? I can't figure out the clues about this. As he thought about it, a chalk tip was bounced onto Ma Jingyi's forehead. It hurts. Hey, my dear top student, can you please stop being idle in my class? Ah, sorry, Teacher Gushin, I was a little distracted by accident. That's true, this is the third time you've been in a daze today. Although your grades are good, this is not okay. From the teacher's perspective, I will not recognize your learning attitude. I understand, I will listen to the class carefully next. That's how you should be decent. You must have wanted to listen to my lectures and stayed there, right? Let's set an example for others, role models. There will be occasionally a guy like this who holds chicken feathers as a commanding arrow. After all, as we all know, there is a saying in the sorting of classes of each age. The better the class before the exam, the better the grades and extraordinary backgrounds are. Therefore, the resources allocated for it are the most high-end ones. In comparison, if there are teachers like Ma Jingyi who are assigned to civilian classes, their abilities are quite limited. Although in terms of strength, the other party will not be his opponent at all. But because of the differences in identity between the two parties, this guy can easily instruct him and say something sarcastic. There is no way, this is also part of the traditional dross. There are many old guys in the corpse soul world. The conservative consciousness and trend are prevalent, and they are almost integrated into the bones and blood. If you want to make a living here, you have to adapt to it in advance. And then again, if it weren't for Aizen's instructor in this class, Arimajing would have applied to be transferred to the forefront class. As for the moment, I can roll my eyes in my heart, and I don't argue with such a guy. After the first half of the course, the students were packing up their things, and Aizen, who had been preparing for a long time outside the house, stepped into it. You guys, as I said yesterday, the courses this afternoon will be temporarily cancelled. They will be replaced with the exam time this month. As for the exam content, I believe everyone has said that they have prepared. That's a waste of time as one of the 4 basic skills. This is the first time you have shown your talents in front of everyone who is a senior, so please be sure to do your best. Aizen's smile on her face was calm, and his eyes swept across everyone's faces until it finally stopped at Arimajing Yi. As an experienced person, I would like to give you a warm reminder. Please don't eat too much food that is difficult to digest during lunch today. Otherwise, you may behave in a very embarrassing way and it will be ugly. Of course, I'm looking forward to your performance. So, goodbye in the afternoon, everyone. Chapter 19, Monkey Play. I can't say I'm expecting it, but the time has been slow until noon. Arimajing also followed the teacher who taught the Baita course in the afternoon and moved to the dojo with everyone. This place is similar to the swordsmanship, where you can rent and borrow it. However, it is more popular among nobles on weekdays, so over time, civilians rarely go to such places. Today's monthly exam is your first test, seniors will take time to practice with you. Don't think about winning, just do your best. After all, the content of the exam is just a test of your free kick level, and it's normal to lose. It may sound like a disheartening feeling, but this is indeed the case. Because Aizen explained the reason to Aizen in advance, he is now clearly know the reason. Using the name of exams and training, we will suppress the freshmen, let you know the order of superiority and inferiority, etc. This kind of thing is not rare. After all, they are just college students who have just been admitted for a month. They must be very troubled to the seniors who are in the upper grades. But this is also a must-pass path for every student, and Jing Yejun is no exception. Experience this malice that has been passed down for thousands of years. Aizen's words are still vivid in my mind. It is not difficult to hear the dissatisfaction of the parties involved with these things. I believe that the memories of my student days have also come to my heart. In order to make himself seem less special, Ma Jing himself would not mind acting mediocre. After all, the purpose is to learn things well, and it doesn't matter if it's a means or something. Next, I will read out the order of your exams, please prepare in turn. Oda Yukyo. As expected, Ai Ma Jingyi's name was ranked last. It would be a false saying that there is no shady story. Because there were constant figures appearing outside the door, many people whom they didn't know were also walking into the temple. Hey! Why are there so many people coming? Don't you know? This kind of exam is open-ended. If anyone is interested, you can visit it. It is said that occasionally there will be examples of people who perform well and being recruited into the queue in advance. Hey! Why didn't you say this kind of thing earlier? Because you can't win at all. Do you think your seniors will show mercy to our subordinates? Yes. This is the reason. After all, in terms of nature, it is similar to Yi taking the time to come to the academy to abuse people. In essence, it is just to satisfy the preferences of the superiors. The so-called exam is just a name, a name. If you don't like it, find a way to climb up. Establish qualifications and hold important positions. If you become a senior in other people's mouths and are respected, you will eventually become the group of bystanders. Alas! Mima Jingyi's expression suddenly became stiff. Because he saw Dongxian coming in from outside the door, this guy didn't have to look here, but his right hand was raised and he made a simple gesture toward this side. Is this just saying hello? You guys are still free to come to see me for the exam. There are many complaints. It turns out that when I was about to talk about this with Dongxian before, the other party would show that inexplicable smile. Is it because he is already planning to watch a joke? It's a bit unhappy, but nothing is meaningless to say at this point. Ai Ma Jing could only pursed her lips and pretended not to see Dongxian wanting that slightly sarcastic smile. The first group has already started practicing. The result was not unexpected. After all, the sixth year that was about to graduate, and the strength of both sides was above the same level. What's more, Ma Jing also studied a civilian class with scarce resources. It's better to say. It will be a headache if you win here, right? Amid the screams of "Oh," the guy who came on the field was left directly. The body had become a shrimp-shaped body. It took a while before I staggered up and returned to the murderer who had just taught me a lesson. Wipe away the tears and snot caused by the severe pain, tidy up your face, and straighten your back. Until you make a slightly deformed bow. A lot, thank you for your advice. Oh, please keep working hard in the future. One side was indignant, the other side was extremely perfunctory. Akima Jing also watched the classmate who had known each other for a long time staggeringly walk off the stage. He was silent for a while, and finally came forward to help him. Is it okay? Fortunately. Thank you, Mr. Ma. It doesn't look like it's okay. After all, the muscles in my body were tense, and the expression on my face couldn't help but twitch. I probably wouldn't give up. After all, this kind of thing is no different from public execution. It's really awkward. Thinking of adjusting the atmosphere a little, Ao Ma Jing also reached out and patted the other person on the back and said in a joking tone. You're welcome. When I'm beaten out later, Lao Jia will come to help me. As soon as the words came to an end, the invigilator, who was the justice officer, shouted loudly. Candida Oda Yujing, passed the exam. As mentioned before. Since the opponent has completely exceeded his ability, it is enough to just do your best. Bystanders will make relatively pertinent judgments. Soon, the second exam began one after another. This person acted even more embarrassed. After facing a high kick in the middle of his jaw, the classmate fell to the ground and couldn't stand up for a long time. Qualified. The standards do not seem to be very high. Because Ma Jing took the initiative to help others, the students now had a tacit understanding, so that the losers would not seem embarrassed. The exam continued so until the fourth pick came on stage. Although he is a pretty weak girl, he still has no such thing as a rival. It means to keep your hands. He hit the person with one punch and spit out. Qualified. Clean up the spitting filth, wait for the next group. The female classmate, wiping her tears, sobbed and cleaned the embarrassment on the stage. Ma Jing, who was under the stage, frowned when she saw it. Is this the so-called exam? No wonder teacher Eisen mentioned it specifically and said that she should not eat something difficult to digest. If you vomit, you have to clean it up by yourself. There have been many bystanders gathering on the side, most of whom are just watching the excitement. It's like a monkey show that was forced to perform. My group is doing meaningless things, and the opponent is just venting his various dissatisfactions. So is this kind of exam really meaningful? Sure enough, this kind of thing will be unpleasant, Mr. Eisen. When Ma Jing felt a stuffy and turbid air rolling in his chest, but soon, he showed a surprised expression. Because he saw it. Two familiar figures were walking in from outside the door. It was Yuto Toriki and Yojio Ise. As soon as the two entered the door, they began to look around and soon discovered Ma Jingyi's location. Yuyin Toro showed a very happy expression and was waving her hand to this side. Standing beside her, Ise Kiyu pushed his glasses calmly, but nodded slightly to him. Jianjun. Just forget it if Dongxian wants it. Why are these two people present? Although I was extremely shocked, I couldn't pretend that I didn't see it. While he was struggling, Ma Jing could only force the corner of his mouth to show a very forced smile. The two women sat in the outermost position, and Ma Jing was still wondering what was going on. A familiar figure flashed out of the door again. It is Eisen's medical treatment. Looking at the other party's smile and not smiling expression, Ma Jing was blessed to his heart, and he immediately understood. It was Eisen who brought them over, right? Although Arimajing had never confessed her interpersonal relationships to Eisen, she could understand such a thing by just a little care and investigation. But this made Ma Jing even more strange. Why is it for all the acquaintances to greet them? Is it a hint that you should do your best and not be embarrassed in front of your friends? Or are there any other arrangements? After all, Eisen never mentioned this matter to herself. So what was he thinking about? This guy always had a sudden idea in a strange place, and Ma Jing's heart suddenly became hung up. There was a mess in my mind, and it was in this entangled and inexplicable atmosphere that the exam was about to end. The last group has Ma Jing. There was no room for further thought, and Ma Jing also stood up slowly at the eyes of the students. Arrive. Adjust your breathing and slowly move forward. The originally deserted temple was already full of figures. I don't know where they came out. Are they all here to watch? Through communication with Hu Che Yanjian, Ma Jing also understood that he was a famous year. But it shouldn't be so noticed, right? I always feel something is wrong here. With Ma Jing, come on. Why? Where did the sound come from? When I turned around, I could see a classmate sitting next to me shouting. This guy has never talked to him much on weekdays, but his eyes are burning at this moment, like a fire burning with flesh and blood. You are so powerful, please win this competition. Otherwise we will all be underestimated, please. You're Ma Jun, come on. A class with all members suffered a crushing defeat in a single class, which is not a strange thing to do in 1 year. But people still have a temper after all. Anyone will feel resentful of such behaviors that tease people. Now that things have come to this point, it is hard to say anything even if Ma Jing is there, so she can only chuckle and nod. I'll give it all. It's really not something that Ma Jing can do if you don't want to do. As I thought about it, a slight sense of heat came from the horizontal. Subconsciously turned his head. It was when he saw Dongxian hanging his head, raising his right hand towards him, and gestured with a thumb. What is this? Cheer yourself up. Hu Xiong raised his right hand high and shook it constantly as if waving a flag, with the expression on his face slightly excited. I should also want to say something encouraged, but I'm a little shy when there are too many people. Well, it's really cute. Ise Kiyu put his hands together in front of his knees, his shoulders tightened, and his eyes stared firmly at this side from behind the orbital body. Is this considered Ise Kiyu's unique cheering action? It's a bit abstract. As for Mr. Eisen, this guy had already reached the front row directly, and his face still maintained that inexplicable smile. It's just that after watching it for a long time, Ma Jing could feel the subtle differences in the other party's body movements. Teacher Eisen seems to be quite excited. So what exactly is he looking forward to? You are a little scary, Derezen. A strange senior stood on the stage. Looking at the other party's slightly nervous expression, it was obvious that he also felt like he was facing a great enemy. Ma Jing also slowly stepped onto the stage, and in accordance with the regulations Fang nodded and bowed. If you have Ma Jing, please give me some advice. The other party opened his mouth slightly and was about to reply. A familiar shout came from outside. Etc. The words have not ended. A figure came from a distance, standing straight in front of Ma Jingyi. That's wearing a unified black tunic, highlighting the other party's identity as a non-college student. The long purple hair was tied into a high ponytail. While his eyes were slightly bent, his hands were wrapped around his chest, making a move of looking up. Hey, there's Ma Jing. The voice is loud and straightforward, as exaggerated as the other party's unusual sense of existence. I have allowed you to graduate in a special case before. Have you come to my hands to work? Why don't you agree? One night in Sifanjiayuan. Why did this guy appear here? Before Ma Jing could figure it out, Sifanjiayuan yet took a step forward and directly reached out to grab his collar. Are you pretending to be mute at this time? It's too late. Or do you have forgotten what happened before? Please give me a reminder. So what exactly happened? Ye showed a playful look in his eyes. Her right hand exerted force and pulled Ma Jing into front of her. Even though they have made that kind of chest attack, but now they still want to think that nothing has happened? This year's freshman is really brave. Well, this has happened? Before Ma Jing could react, the temple was completely boiling after all. From the perspective of the onlookers, this sentence has to make people think too much. It seemed that this chaos was the effect Yi wanted. The smile in her eyes became even more serious, but she directly let go of her right hand. The brown-skinned girl said without looking back. Hey, is this an exam? Is it a waste of time for the year? The 6th-year-old just now was so nervous that he was sweating, and the one who was invigilating the exam was even more so. Come on, Lord Hui Yi, that's true. Then you all go down, I will take over the next exam. The two of them rolled and crawled down, leaving Yi and Ma Jing standing on the same stage. Seeing the other person looking at him up and down, Ma Jing could only smile on his face. I have no such erotic memory at all, and at most I can vaguely remember the scream before being pinched. So did you really do that? I can't remember it at all. Okay, it's a loss. That, Lord Yi, let's talk less. Since it's an exam, you naturally have to have some challenges, right? Showing a hearty smile, the girl snapped her fingers. Omamada, come here. Chapter 20, we want to see. Here you come. A strong bass came from behind everyone, and a tall and strong man pushed away everyone in front of him and slowly approached the venue. The other party stood beside Yi, and Ma Jing looked up, and at this moment he could only sigh. Very high. It seems that this is probably 2 meters away. He has a wide face. The figure must be 2, Ma Jing also plays so exaggeratedly. The other party had a brown airplane head, and the expression on his face did not fluctuate, as if he was helpless by the shouting of Yi of Sifanjiayuan. Yi's originally enthusiastic expression suddenly became disgusted after seeing the other party. She hugged her chest with her hands and kicked the other person in the back. Omada! Get me excited! After grinning for a while, he finally cheered up again. Oh! The little one is here. Okay, next you will be your opponent with Ma Jingyi. Why? I am playing as the deputy captain of the second team/first grade school student, is it true or false? Both of them showed a look of surprise and turned their heads towards Yi in confusion. The other party just kept the expression of smiling but not smiling, his eyes narrowed like a cat, as if he was looking at his favorite prey. What's so strange about it? I've told the old man a long time ago that the two gentle educational methods are really unreasonable. For example, a talented guy should be able to make a lot of money. Sifan raised his hands high, like a lacquer swallow coming to spring, shouting in a high tone. Omamada, in front of you is a stolen person who was admitted to the hospital this year. He can seriously injure the genius of the seat officer in just half a month of practice. You have Ma Jingyi, the deputy captain of the second team, and also serves as the deputy commander-in-chief of the hidden mobile team. Wouldn't such a guy be against you make you feel excited? Is there any? Is this really the case? I won't think so at all, it's so troublesome. X2. But Ye Yi and Sifan Jiayuan obviously has a crazy temperament. Before anyone could respond, she had already turned around cheering and shouted to the onlookers. After watching the boring competition for so long, don't you want to watch something more exciting? Hello. Let's react. A high tone and a thrilling expression. I know that Ye Yi is already an expert in firefighting, and now I will be Morites twice the result with half the effort. We want to see the sword. I don't know who said this. Soon, the viral atmosphere will be infected with the whole audience. Fight quickly. Senior Omada is a deputy captain level figure. There is no reason to lose, right? No, this is a competition of limited free fighting skills, so on the other hand, only with Mahjong can you win, right? No matter what, it's right to see if there is a good show. Hehe, what a sweet and bloody smell. I don't know where the bloodthirsty audience got in. In short, from the current situation, both sides seem to have no way out. Sifan Jiayuan Ye Yi turned his head and showed a happy smile to the two people standing in the field. How is it? Are you showing some fighting spirit now? Is there Mahjong? Nothing at all. It's even better to say that I didn't have any ideas about this from the beginning. But after all, I can't say this. In the end, I could only scratch the corner of my mouth helplessly and bow slightly to the figure in front of me. Since that's the case, I have Mahjong, please give me some advice. This is the one, Omada Kinari, please give me some advice. Why? Is this guy so good-tempered? It was somewhat surprising that Mahjong was a little bit surprised, but after a brief thought, the boy felt relieved. Omada Kinari was the deputy captain who followed Yiki 100 years ago, and the deputy captain under the broken bee in the original line. Kicho's father. The two are father-son relationships. To be honest, this looks too similar. If this guy hadn't kept the plane's nose, Mahjong would have been a little confused about the difference between the two. Although it was the first time I met, I didn't expect it to be such an occasion, which is really a pity. Xi's Hyjin, who was wearing sunglasses, had a very peaceful attitude. I heard that Ai Mahjong is a rookie this year. It turns out to be extraordinary when I see you today. Even if he is not so arrogant in person, it makes people feel a little emotional. Ai Mahjong smiled politely and waved her hand. You are kind, I just took a little luck. Haha, being able to speak well is also a skill. Zhizhijin put away the sunglasses on his face, and he put his head forward a little, lowered his voice and said. I'm going to tell you, I don't have confidence in my vain skills. Don't try too hard when you move later. As he said that, a reluctant and embarrassing smile appeared on the other party's serious face. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed in front of too many people, Lord Ye Yi would not let me go. This guy is quite humorous. Ama Jing couldn't help laughing awkwardly, and was about to say something. Ye Yij, who had already stirred up the atmosphere in the audience, came back. She reached out and patted Omamada's back heavily. The dull sound made Eri Majinja's face twitch. Omamada, you are the deputy commander of the hidden mobile unit at least, so don't let others think that you were able to join the team by relying on your identity. The big hat has been buckled. The latter can only show a very helpless expression. I know, I know. Captain Siphon Jai Yuan. Oh, that's what it should be. Yi smiled and turned his head, looking at Ai Ma Jingyi with a little more joke. You guy doesn't want to get into my hands to do things, right? Yes, no problem. As long as you can beat Zizhijan, in the name of my Siphon Jai Yuan, I will definitely give you an undeniable benefit. What is that? It sounds quite mysterious. Although I have no interest. But now, this thing is like the so-called adding to the top, just treat it as a welfare. I understand, thank you, Lord Yi. Very good, so please do your best next time. As the night came on, Arimajing also saw this guy retreating to Aizen's side. The two seemed to be saying something. The previous doubts seemed to have found the answer. Quar. Derezin, what are you doing again? Hiss. A light sound, as if there were nothing, came from the side. Turning around, it was Zizhijan's movement that made his posture. The legs stretched out to make a shoulder-width movement. The other party raised his shoulders high, opened his big hands like a palm fan slightly, and made a pose that seemed to be about to hit him. Although it's a little funny. But this is indeed a tactic of war. I want to rely on the gap between body shapes and win directly with weight. Chapter 21, in the name of Siphon Jai Yuan. Relatively speaking, it is a bit bulky, but it is indeed the only choice for those who are not good at hand-to-hand combat. Jing also passed these brief thoughts in her mind, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Also put on a stance. Side forward, front and back feet. Clench your fists at the same time, and at the same time, you can cleave your right hand forward and put your left hand together. Just seeing this action, Yi, who was watching, his eyes lit up more than 3 times. Hey! Aizen, have you given him a small meal? The man who was questioned just shook his head respectfully. It hasn't happened yet, night grown-ups. Then how did this kid learn to hold on to this kind of cliché? And that's more than that. Yi tilted his head, raised his right hand and gently tapped his cheek, revealing his full face of interest. I can be sure that he didn't have this temperament when he fought last time, he was able to do this in just a few days. If someone hadn't given him a small hospital, there would be only one possibility. This guy is indeed gifted. Aizen smiled unquestionably, and now she just stared at Arimajinja's back quietly. As Lord Yi expected, Jing Yejun's growth rate was beyond imagination. I believe that in time, he would definitely be able to become a person who stands alone. On top of the high platform. After a brief temptation and silence, Zizhijan was the first to take action. He let out a loud noise, and with the movement of rushing forward, he rushed towards Ao Ma Jing. The size 2 meters away is indeed very intimidating. At first glance, it looks like a bear pounced over. However, Ma Jing also saw everything, and there was no change in expression at this moment. The body gave the answer before even thinking. Retreat half a step, rotate your body. While curling your knees, you have completed the movement of accumulating momentum. The power sucked and surging, causing Ma Jing to rush forward. His extremely agile figure was almost a flash of energy, and Ma Jing passed through Zizhijan's armpit. It must be that when he saw the empty space in front of him, Zizhijan, who realized it later, showed a shocked expression. However, this reaction was too slow. Arimajing, who successfully occupied the advantage, also narrowed her eyes slightly. He wrapped it in without saying a word, and directly stuck Zizhijan's neck. That's right. Just like Yezi's behavior to Akimajing Yi, what the young man reappeared at this moment was the sword that made him humiliated and retreated. However, after seeing this scene, Yi couldn't help but sigh. You're pretty capable, little brat. Aizen glanced quietly from the side. What did Lord Yi mean? I knowingly asked you guys, the things taught in the college are all the old men, right? The Yuan Liu he advocates is the main content of the professors in the college. Sifenjai Yuan Yi raised his right hand gently and gestured in the air with his index finger. That thing is so old-fashioned, it is a tactic used by the old man, but it is still very difficult to get it. Unlike other fighting content, you can get into battle in just a few minutes, and it also has good lethality. Aizen pushed her glasses quietly. Mr. Yi, what do you mean is that Jing Yejun is not sticking to form, but selecting the tactics that are most suitable for him and using them flexibly? Oh! That's it this! Yi glanced at him with his eyes slanted, and tamped Aizen's shoulders with his right elbow. His tone was full of teasing. You guy has such a great mouth. I guess you have deceived many girls, right? Can you bother Lord Yi not to say such misunderstandings? Hey, I didn't deny me. You guy really look a bit introverted. The interaction between the two people below the stage is not the case. At this moment, on stage, Zizhijin, who had been held back, was showing a painful expression. Gu, ah. Feeling the pressure of breathing and trachea, Omida Kainari subconsciously began to shake left and right, as if he wanted to throw Arimajing on his back. But this is obviously a wrong judgment. After all, it is just such a bumpy level that it is impossible for Majing to take the initiative to give up and kill. And it's not just that. This crazy swaying movement will only squeeze your physical strength, making the confidence that you already have is relaxed more. It seems that everyone has no idea about this form of fighting. Judo is the effective combat power that can get started as quickly as possible within the scope of conditions. Although the content taught by the academy also has branches such as sleeping skills, it is still not professional enough after all. Akamajing also sighed in her heart, and at this moment she also closed her hands more than 3 points. As if two giant pythons were strangling carefully, Xizhijin's face inevitably turned red, and his body was shaking left and right. Seeing that Majing was here, I felt very relieved. This is an hypoxia reaction and will soon have results. It was at this moment that the boy saw Zizhijin struggling to raise his hands and placed it directly on his forearm that Majing also used to support him. Do you still want to fight back? The spirit is commendable, but the method you are looking for is very problematic. In this state, let alone cracking the naked twisting action, even if you want to shake Majing's action, it is impossible. Physical strength is a relationship between the increase and the decrease, and Kianajin Omida has already lost. Thinking about this, Majing also saw the other party's hands resting on his forearm. Sure enough, the force that was swallowed and spit out was not scary at all. However, the next moment, the sound of Yi from Sifenjai Yuan came not far away. The tone was light and high, as if it was encouraged by the soldiers in the battle, and at this moment, the superiors felt calm. It's just a simple competition of skills that is too boring, right? Zizhijin, let's liberate your spiritual pressure. Sifenjai Yuan is full of energy at night. Standing in the audience, she raised her right hand high and waved it in front of her. The momentum she showed was taller than everyone present. In the name of Sifenjai Yuan, you can't lose in such a place. Inheriting. The moment when the movement was heard, Ma Jingyi's expression suddenly changed. Because this sound came from under me. Hell, has anyone ever seen someone who was snatched naked and still able to speak? Subconsciously trying to increase the intensity, he pinched the other party to faint. But the airwaves erupted from Zizhijin made Arimajing squint her eyes. Not good. The moment when his thoughts were frozen, Majing was raised up. My strangulation was instantly broken, and there was no room for resistance at all. Zizhijin held Ma Jingyi's left hand tightly and rotated the boy twice above his head. Ha! With a loud shout, Ma Jing also fell straight into the temple like a rag, smashing the floor into pieces. Ahem, cough. The body could not withstand this level of impact. In the permeated smoke and dust, the boy slowly stood up and couldn't help but open his mouth. Spit out a mouthful of warm blood. Puff. Chapter 22, The Second Game, Please give me some advice. Blood was seen. Although such things are not uncommon in the temple, the situation is different after all, and cannot be compared with each other. It was like pouring a large basin of cold water on his head with his head covered with his head. The crowd, which was originally a little boiling, was also silent at this moment. Dongxian wanted to clench his fists, and Isekiu covered his mouth with both hands, showing an incredible expression. Yi opened his mouth, as if he was feeling happy about why something was feeling happy. Aizen looked expressionless and looked calmly at Eri Majinja at this moment. Everyone has different reactions, but at this moment a voice came across. Wait, Lord Yi. This matter seems too unfair, right? The voice was urgent, but it also had an unyielding momentum. Wow, who dares to resist the will of the nobles, who is the one who speaks? Everyone turned their heads and saw a tall and thin figure wearing yard costume, looking here nervously. The silver-white short hair was slightly curled, the thick eyebrows were entangled into a ball, the lips were pursed because of tension, and even the eyes showed a timidity. As if what he said just now was an involuntary behavior, the other party shook for a while before continuing. Mr. Yi, please stop this competition. The brown-skinned girl just tilted her head and asked expressionlessly. Who are you? Type 6 of the 3rd year, Hu Che's courageous voice. The timid little hedgehog tried his best to stretch his body and make himself more intimidating. Although it was a bit funny, his tone was even more nervous. But being able to report your own home at this time is enough to make people admire you just for this courage. I haven't heard of it, I'm not a noble person. Yi's mouth curled upwards, showing a very mocking expression. Then what angle do you stand in and say such disrespectful words to me? As the deputy captain, Master Omada's 5th class spiritual power will suffocate ordinary people just after it explodes. Use this strength to compete with Eri Majing, this. It's obvious that it's bullying. Everyone present also understood this truth. However, Yi didn't react when he heard this. She just raised the corner of her mouth and showed an inexplicable smile. Is it just so-called unfair? Hu Qianjian blinked in confusion. Isn't unfair enough? Just as in order to respond to the girl's doubts, Yi, who stood up high, raised his right hand and made a flat swing. Her face was full of disdain. Then this kind of speech seems too immature. This lady, after you graduate, I believe you will be assigned to your respective positions. When you suddenly encounter voids, enemies when performing missions, will they not take action because your strength is limited? The answer is obvious. Of course not. So this situation not only happens from time to time, but also a key point that you graduates must experience and understand. Be prepared to fight against powerful enemies at any time. Even if you lose or die, you must find ways to cause damage to the enemy and stop their evil deeds. The 13th team of the guarding court is not so gentle, and protection is not an act that can be covered with light words. The sword in your hands is not a decoration, so you have to stop speaking innocently, juvenilely. At the end of the speech, Siphon Jiayuan's words were loud and loud, causing the whole audience to fall into silence. Yudo Toro, who was targeted, was frightened by his face. She opened her mouth and stammered for a while, but couldn't hold it in a word. Not only in terms of strength, but even his eloquence is not on the same level as his opponent. A dilemma. Hu Cheyanjian finally made a name for his reputation. A step of anger became so embarrassing at this moment. In this suffocating atmosphere, Aizen stood behind Yuyan Toro Toji at some point. He smiled and reached out his hand, gently supporting Yuyan Hyuk's shoulder. I'm really sorry, this classmate must be too concerned about Ama Jun's situation, so he said such contradictory words. It is a fact that it is natural that it is irreversible. Afterwards, Hyuk Kazuki will also be punished accordingly, but for the sake of this passionate heart, can you ask Lord Yi to forgive her transcendent behavior? Yi's originally serious expression suddenly relaxed. It seemed as if the person I was talking to was not her. This kind of split feeling, the so-called Sifan Yuan Yi is such a changeable and terrifying woman. She shouted brightly and said casually. It's okay, if there is a reason, you can understand it naturally. But I'm also very curious. Which bastard will you stand out for like this? What's your relationship? As she said that, her eyes narrowed slightly and she showed a very playful smile. Is it a lover relationship? Can this is what you say now? Hu Qianjian's face suddenly became bloody and hot. Finally, she couldn't help but lower her head and let out a cry. No, no such thing. No, right, this kind of behavior that makes you more obvious is too conspicuous. Hu Qianjian, you are so powerful. Even Eisen, who was standing beside her, showed a helpless expression. Everyone has different reactions. And on the court, the boy who stood up in a mess was stretching out his right hand and wiping the corner of his mouth calmly. Bleeding. I have to say that the moment just now was really heavy. I almost died, Senior Omida. It's not a joke, after all, the sudden burst of spiritual pressure completely crushes Ma Jingyi's physical fitness. This gap is as exaggerated as an adult and a child. As Torida Yuto said, as the deputy captain, Omida's spiritual pressure is beyond the level that ordinary people can match. Not to mention myself. At this moment, when he heard Ma Jingyi's whisper, the other party continued to rush forward with expressionless expression. There's no way, I hope you don't mind too much, young people. After all, it was Lord Yi's instructions. Since you have been betting on the name of Sifan Yuan, you must do your best. It sounds like nothing wrong. But there is still something that cannot be studied in detail. Is the name of aristocrats a sneak attack and attack them unprepared? Omida was silent, while Ma Jing also showed a faint smile. Well, from my point of view, it's hard to say these words. Death has never been a positive character. The 13th team of the court guarding is not a just partner. Since the infamous murder organization 1,000 years ago, there has been no change in what everyone does. To achieve his goal, he uses any means. This is also an act advocated by Yamamoto Motoriasai Shijiko. Whether it is conspiracy or deceiving others, even if you are clever and tricking into despised behavior, this is just a manifestation of willpower. So, it is also rude to hide your weakness at this time. Senior Omida. After taking off his posture again, Ma Jing, who was reviving his squat, slowly breathed out a breath full of bloody smell. Please give me some advice for the second game today. Chapter 23, All Kinds of Martial Arts. This is Lingwei is a criterion for measuring spiritual power. It is sorted from 20 levels up, and each level has an extremely obvious division. Ordinary team members will hover around the 25th level. If they can be ranked at the top, they are ranked above 10th level. By analogy, the deputy captain level is usually concentrated in 5th to 4th grades. 3rd class or above are the captain. Although this seemingly rough and straightforward classification behavior is somewhat general, it can roughly divide and classify known combat power. The strong will always be strong, and at the same time, they will accumulate strength and make progress over time until they move to the next stage. The weak will not surrender to the lowest position. After waiting for the right time, they will chase them bravely until they climb the peak and see completely different scenery. As a deputy captain, Omida Kiyonori was classified as 5th class, which is actually equivalent to explaining a problem. My strength is not enough among the many deputy captains. At first glance, it sounds like a humble person, but you can feel the oppression in it by just savoring it. There are countless people who are more difficult than this guy. After defeating one and another, can you really see the so-called end when you are at the peak of your path to practice? What is the answer? It appears in Ma Jingyi's heart. The boy showed an extremely happy smile without hesitation. If this happens, will it make people more excited? He clenched his fists and took a long breath. As we all know, the amount of spiritual pressure is essentially a manifestation of the density of the soul. A powerful soul can have a deterrent power, and this power has a completely different explanation for Mahjong. The 4 basic skills are the source of Mahjong's soul. Cut, 40. Fist, 25. Walk, 12. Ghost, 15. Compared with earlier, half a month of exercise not only continued to improve the swordsmanship skills, but also expanded the field of vein. The tutoring from ISE Ninoyu and Takatoshi Yuyan has even brought the ghost art to the first place and raised it to the level of 15 points. At this moment, we will merge them all, and then use what Aizen taught before. Use the sense of crisis in the line of life and death as attraction, like igniting the leads of explosives, and ignite them all at this moment and detonate them. Come on, this is the battle for survival. Boom! A torrent visible to the naked eye. It was a blue light belt. They were entangled beside Yu Mahjong Yi, exuding a deep and bright luster. These hazy things distorted the light, making Mahjong Yi's body begin to become blurred. Puff! The sweeping wind blew off the ribbon used to tie his hair, and the bright ponytail was dispersed, turning into a wildly dancing hair. The spiritual pressure climbed at an extremely fast speed. Unlike the control methods taught by traditionally taught, the burst of spiritual pressure derived from the idea of seeking life is extremely existence-like, and it also demonstrates a sense of inhuman charm. The level of spiritual power is rising steadily. 25th, 15th, Nineth grade. 7th level. Finally, it was stable at a level that would not make people feel shocked, but even so, everyone present was amazed at the boy at this moment. Because this is the ability shown by a new school student, he also reveals his talent undoubtedly. Dongxian stood up excitedly. Ise Kaio opened his mouth wide without knowing what to do. And Yuado Toro, who was standing next to Aizen, looked at the back of the stage blankly. Is this ostentatious and wanton back really the man in my memory? Oh! Yi, who had witnessed everything, showed a very happy expression. It's true. I thought this kid must be hiding. Hey Aizen! Is this the person you taught? Is that very capable? Aizen's elbow stabbed Aizen's body, and the latter did not dodge, and at this moment it was even rare to show a dull expression. As if he couldn't understand the status quo, he stared at the figure on the stage in a daze, his eyes slightly condensed. It is true that Mahjong is his student. But this growth rate was far beyond his expectations. After the flashing lenses, no one knew what Aizen was thinking. There is no way to investigate the appearance of all beings in the audience, but on the stage, facing Mahjong, Omamata couldn't help but look shocked. It's Mahjong, you. There are too many things I want to say, but it's a pity that the opponent doesn't mean to listen. In the moment before the words were finished, Ama Jinja's figure was already rushing forward and directly cut into Omamata's arms. Being so lightly approached. This is a mistake that was enough to make Siphon Jai Yuan frown at him. I wanted to give a word to remind me, but this idea was pressed back just now. What a joke, he is still the deputy captain of the second team. Even with the help of his ancestors and surnames, X's Hyjin is definitely not a fool. Although I did not wear a Zanpakara, I feel ashamed to lose to the new student on this reason? But in Ai Mahjong Yi's heart, he did not show any of his advantages. After all, there are 12 instantaneous step attribute points. Even if it is placed in the chief officer, it can barely be ranked. Because my attention is above the spiritual pressure that I burst out, did I subconsciously ignore other content? Although it can be understood. But as the deputy captain, he is really unqualified. Breathe. A cycle surges in the body, and the heart becomes a pressure pump, driving the force throughout the body. Lift your legs forward and step forward. With a loud bang, even the floor sank down at this moment. Ma Jingyi clenched his right hand tightly and his eyes narrowed slightly. His fist roared, hitting Omamida's chest. All kinds of martial arts are just a bone. Bump! Amid this roar that was enough to make people suffocate, Omida retreated suddenly, and his eyes could not help but protrude. Goo! Although miserable. But it has not completely failed. Omida was pushed back 3 meters away. His feet rubbed against the floor, stomping his foot bags. The blue smoke was almost like steam on his chest, and his breathing was not smooth, but Omida showed a nearly refreshing smile. Although it was difficult, it still blocked. It embarrasses me in front of so many people. See how I let you. Omida. The roar of Yoichi of Siphon Jiayuan came to his ears. Omida Kainari's expression frozen for a moment, then changed rapidly, and finally showed an almost horrifying expression. No, there is a problem, I made a big mistake. Before Zizhijin took action and bullied Ma Jing in front of him again, he penetrated into his vision with a strong attitude. The body was surrounded by a congested turbulent flow, the afterglow of spiritual pressure floated on the hands, and the boy's smile was free and ostentatious. Do you feel blocked? That's a matter of course, after all. I haven't used all my strength yet. It was just a false move, but now it is a must-kill. This is the double bone. Bring your breath and step on your steps. Clench your hands into fists and wave them together at a speed that is uncapturable to the naked eye. It shot down on Zizhijin's chest. Chapter 24, Apologize. Yugu is a white killing technique produced by Yamamoto's Motoriya Shijiko. It is the basic content recorded. Yes, even if the author is the captain of the team, his content is still unpresented and is classified within the most basic scope. And find out the reason. But it is just for a simple reason. Yugu is just a means to use the muscles and spiritual pressure of the whole body to drive the right fist to hit it as fast as possible. There are no fancy tips and shortcuts. Only by hard practice and blood and sweat can we refine this white pumping technique and polish it to the extreme. That's why it appears in the original textbooks, and is active in the impression of many college students as a form of basic skills. But it is precisely because of this. Most people will subconsciously despise this technique. Ma Jing also let out a long breath of turbid air. He slowly lowered his hands, and the blue spiritual sect that had not yet completely dissipated remained on it, as light as a hovering swimming fish. The boy closed his posture, and looked at Omamida, who was still in shock in front of him, and showed a peaceful smile. Senior, I believe you should be a person who neglects to use skills after graduation. After all, it is not difficult to find out if you study it carefully. The muscles and spiritual pressure mobilized by one bone can be switched very smoothly to the next stage, and then directly exert both bones. One blow will not break, 2 blows will penetrate. This is the essence of this move. Ma Jing also smiled with a pursed lips. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to push away the thin hair hanging from his forehead, but before the movement could be formed, his face had become a clump. It hurts. The condensed and formed bones did not fire on the opponent. At the end, Ma Jing also suddenly suppressed his momentum. The attack did not invade Omida's flesh, but in exchange, Ma Jing's hands were invaded by the force that came back. At this moment, my skin and flesh have become congested and paralyzed. Omida Kainari opened his mouth blankly and took several deep breaths. Why do you do this? Senior Omida, we don't have any deep hatred. Ma Jing also grinned lightly and said loudly. This is just a contest, not a battle between life and death. Since the winner has been decided, it is enough, let alone a farce like today, it should be enough to end here. There is no point in continuing to bleed. It would be of no benefit to himself and the other party if he was the deputy captain of the second team. In the end, it will only make the monkey drama more popular and make Ma Jingyi's career more eye-catching. Because of temporary intention, they act that harms others and is not beneficial to themselves. This is actually a manifestation of extreme immatureness. Senior Omida, I just want to study quietly, not to continue to attract attention. It is more than 100 years before the plot officially begins. There was no anxiety at all when Ma Jing was at all. He just wanted to slowly experience this process of becoming stronger. This is the basis of the teenager's understanding. Of course, Ma Jing also has his own little juju. He blinked frivolously and whispered to Omida. Senior, for today's sake, I'll help you. I'll give you more convenience in the future. Although the surname Omida is not as exaggerated as the four nobles, it also has its own ancestral property and territory. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Excise Hyjin has now left his armor and returned home, he is still a rich man. The big shot on the list can only be beneficial or harmless for Ma Jing now. Ziz Hyjin was still stunned, and Ye Yifei was watching from the audience. She is the leader of Siphon Jiayuan, and her momentum is indeed extraordinary. Even between two men who were 1.8 meters away, Ye Yi still showed an unparalleled sense of existence. She raised her head high, raised Ma Jingyi's left hand high, and shouted loudly to the surroundings. In the name of Siphon Jiayuan, this competition is Ma Jingyi's victory. The sword was eager to get the woodcutter from the site, the hook burned. Ah, that! What else do the parties involved want to say? But Ye Yi glared at him. No matter what he said, he was swallowed back into his stomach. He could find a way to defeat the deputy captain in a pleasing way, but if he wanted to face the head of Siphon Jiayuan, he would shake his head faster. I can't beat it, I can't say it. If you are not honest, it is hard to say whether this young lady with a gloomy personality will have the idea of being knocked out before she can say it. So my peaceful school life is about to end like this? Although it was just a competition between vain, since all the spiritual pressure competition had been used, the value of the gold is naturally not the same. Looking at the boiling crowds in the audience, Ma Jing could only show an embarrassing and perfunctory smile. It's all a mess. Hey, there is Ma Jing. Coming from beside Main Ye Yi's voice, the person involved turned his head and saw that the other party was looking at him with admiration. It must be after a few breaths. It was only when Ma Jing heard the other party say, "Are you interested in marrying into Siphon Jiayuan's house?" Ha! 1 day later. So what is your answer? At night, the training ended in the sword dojo. Ma Jing and Dong Xian were also sitting side by side. The two of them drank bottles of green tea together and started chatting after training as usual. Of course I refused. What are you thinking? Can I stay here if I promised? This is indeed the truth. Dong Xian wanted to put down the plastic bottle in his hand, turn his head, and look towards Ma Jing with his ears. Then why don't you agree? It should be beneficial to you to marry into the Siphon Jiayuan family. The resources that the nobles have are not comparable to those of ordinary people like us, and what the other party values is your talent. I guess you won't be too stingy. With Ma Jing, from your perspective, I can't imagine any reason to refuse. When the person involved heard this, he couldn't help but show a disgusting expression. You are very snobbish. I'm not a giant panda, I don't want breeding but love. Not to mention, I don't have the final say in my marriage after getting married. Although everyone in the Siphon Jiayuan family is pretty, who knows if there will be any surprises. Dong Xian was silent for a moment without understanding, and then asked. What is a giant panda? Some kind of protected animal that I cherish very much. Forget it, just treat it as my mouth, don't think of this. Having said that, Ma Jing also remembers that there was a younger brother coming from Siphon Jiayuan Yi. Although she looks a little different, her temperament is also very weak, and she has the potential to be a male lady. But even if there is Ma Jing, there is no interest in this regard. Don't want a male lady. Don't want a male girl to have a sword. Of course, these are just the most obvious reasons. In the final analysis, it is. I still prefer life here. Ma Jing also looked at Dong Xianyao with a smile, and she felt even more moved. The sudden invitation from Siphon Jiayuan is indeed surprising, but after calming down, I quickly realized that this is a trap option. After all, if you really choose to marry into a marriage, you will not only completely disconnect from Aizen. It will become much more difficult to contact the 13th team of the guarding court in the future. After all, what freedom does a son-in-law have? Especially the aristocrats under this feudal background. If you don't treat you as a canary, it's probably because of the boss's face. You can't just make yourself feel angry just because of the noble name. What's more, Ma Jing has no objection to the current environment. In terms of swordsmanship, Dong Xian must have the potential of captain level. Maintaining the competition with this guy, the increase in the kendo attribute value of Ma Jingyi can be said to be the most stable major issue. Although the other three major items have not yet found a stable growth point. But as long as you continue to stay in the academy, you will sooner or later find the right opportunity. After all, Doraemon is around, so I just need to ask. If I don't decide to ask, I will ask if the Siphon Jiayuan family can provide such rich resources. It can't be better than that. While thinking, Ma Jing also heard Dong Xian suddenly speak. I'm sorry if you have a horse. What are you doing suddenly apologizing? He was silent for a while and then said softly. As a friend, I was unable to lend a helping hand when you needed help the most. I felt ashamed of my conscience and once again violated my principles. You cannot be afraid of power, this is obviously the rule that Dong Xian wants to set for himself. But when Ma Jing was also facing oppression, he hesitated, although there was no problem in the result. But did you really do it right? I am no different from myself before. I thought I had made a change, but I still feel scared and uneasy. Ma Jing also showed an unexpected expression. He pondered for a moment, and said softly in the face of this heavy self-blame. It's okay, if I were to do that, I would. But that's wrong. Dong Xian's voice was 3 degrees higher, and his hands were slightly clenched, so that his body began to tremble slightly. I didn't come here to study just to weigh the pros and cons. I have my own goals. I want to become stronger and I can find true justice. Hey, Dong Xian! He interrupted the other party's statement without hesitation, and Ma Jing also looked up at the sky and said with a smile. I have said similar things to you before, right? Don't worry too much about the present. As long as you can practice your will after you grow up, that's enough. Whether fair or equality is, since these are the goals of Dong Xian, they should be firm in their beliefs. Take these sufferings and boredom as training, or maybe it will make you feel better. Ma Jing also extended her right hand and patted his shoulder like a joke. As for other things, it's too disgusting, Dong Xian. You must know. We are friends. Chapter 25, Butterflies and Dreams. Dong Xian is a very tangled person. This feature has been revealed in the original line. As early as the original line, she became friends with Kashimura Xiuojin and became Hisagi Shui's life mentor. Although I hate the powerful and the god of death. But in the end, I still inevitably became concerned about these people. Perhaps it is this entangled thought that will eventually lead him to the path of self-destruction. This is roughly the case. But no matter what, Ma Jing is ahead now, so he must try his best to avoid this situation. Well, let's wait until later to look at things that are too complicated. Since you are confused, then wave your sword first. After putting down the plastic bottle, Ma Jing also got up and retreated, standing in front of Dong Xian. The tired right hand flipped and frivolously, and danced a clean sword flower. After all, 99% of the world's worries can only be classified as being too weak. Hearing this sentence, Dong Xian's expression moved slightly, and finally showed a relieved smile. You can occasionally say such meaningful words. My character is a genius, okay. I will keep my body tightened, Dong Xian, and I won't hold back next. After the training, the two of them said goodbye at the entrance of the dojo as usual. Seeing that Aimajing limped and disappeared into the depths of the corridor, Dongxian was about to remain silent for a while, but he did not walk towards his dormitory. After several turns, he finally found a remote corner of the school building. Standing here, silent for a long time. Finally, a reassuring tone came from behind. "I asked me to come here, are there any important things to talk about?" Aizen's figure emerged from it, his hands were wrapped in his long sleeves, and a friendly and calm smile hung on his face. "Student Dongxian." It was not Aizen's intentional approach, but Aizen's information collected by the latter through other channels. It was Aizen who Dongxian wanted to take the initiative to contact. "I am really ashamed to make an appointment late at night, please forgive me." Dongxian wanted to be polite as always. Aizen responded with a chuckling, and just comforted her at the moment. The key point is what the other party wants. "I want to become stronger." With both hands clenched, Dongxian Yao's tone became a little low. "This kind of progress alone is not enough to realize my dream. I need faster speed and shortcuts, even if it is a wrong path, I need to make myself stronger." "I see. There is indeed no problem for reasons. Does your former best friend be killed? Is it a resentment towards the powerful? What a sigh-worthy past." "Dongxian classmate, I agree with your motives. But..." Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Ares smiled quite jokingly. "Is this really the reason?" It seemed a little difficult to speak, and after the two breaths paused, Dongxian continued to say, "I don't want to be left behind by Ma Jing. This guy's progress is too fast, he may not have noticed it himself, but in fact it's hard for me to gain any advantage in kendo. After a while, he may have to catch up with me." As a friend, Dongxian would indeed be happy for Ma Jingyi's progress. So this kind of relationship is not jealousy, nor is it a grudge. It's a kind of self-blame. I can't continue to waste my time like this. I have to become stronger, and only in this way can I stand up and protect the morality in my heart next time I encounter such an unfair move. There are no three things. Next time, even if the body is turned into fire, Dongxian will rise up and resist. This is morality, friendship, and it is also the principle of survival that Dongxian wants. That's why he needs strength so urgently. He walked forward slowly. Dongxian was about to kneel down and made a surrender position towards Aizen. "I know your methods are extraordinary. With Ma Jing, you can only increase your strength after contacting you. I will not pray for the same treatment as that fool, so you can drive me to do it as long as you can give me strength." With such a firm and unyielding will, Aizen no longer has the reason to refuse at this moment. The corners of his mouth gently grinned up and handed his right hand to Dongxian. In this way, that's a happy cooperation, Dongxian wants it. The two sides seemed to have reached a consensus, but before entering the next stage, Aizen seemed to have something to be done. He smiled and pulled out the Zanpakura on his waist. "Dongxian, please wait a moment before I start guiding you." Dongxian frowned slightly and said softly, "What do you want to do?" "It's not a big deal, it's just for you to experience the liberation of my Zanpakura. After all, if I'm not wrong, you shouldn't have mastered it yet, right? This kind of close observation experience may also bring you some other inspiration. There is no problem with this kind of statement." Dongxian should respond with silence. It's Aizen with a smile on his face. Everything began to gather in an inevitable direction, like the river rushing towards the sea, it should not be disobeyed or stopped. The bright butterfly vibrated its wings. The small breeze it brought floated across the ocean, blowing to the boundaries of the world, transforming itself into a strong wind that changes its color. Something has changed, but something has remained unchanged. Is it fate? Or is something more mysterious in it? What is, but no one knows. The quiet half-month can be said to have passed in a flash. During this period, Ma Jing also found that she began to dream. He saw that he stood at a crossroads for no reason. There is no unnecessary background around, and there are only street lights as lighting above your head. There is no sun and moon, and there is no reference for reference as a measure of time. If Ma Jing has Ma, she can only fumble and explore in vain. The four directions of the southeast, west, and north are spreading towards a deeper and quiet distance. But from a distance it gives people a creepy feeling. Even if you choose a direction to move forward, after a few minutes, Ma Jing will find that she has returned to the original origin again. The intersection is like a strange space that keeps circulating back and forth, and it is more like a complete round-shaped arata snake. Just keep going back and forth until the person involved woke up completely. This is roughly the situation, and it has been more than a week in a row. If you only have a few times, you can still get away with it, but if you have too many times, no matter how big your mind is, you will notice something is wrong. I ate the last curry rice upside down. After wiping his mouth, Ma Jing also showed a very emotional expression on her face. So it sounds strange, right? Yuyan, who was sitting opposite him, chuckled lightly, but shook her head calmly. No, this situation will only happen if the Zanpakara is about to awaken, right? This means that Eri Majun will soon resonate with Akita. This is true in theory, but the situation is really troublesome. But I can't even talk to me if I can't tell you. I can't even find where the person is. I just let me search for the intersection aimlessly? Is this a maze? Hu Che-yanjian shaved the white porridge in the bowl and smiled with a smile. After all, each Zanpakara has different habits and ways of thinking, but since it is Ma Jun's mind, the other party should reflect your inner thoughts. So at this time, I just ask others, but I can't find any correct answer. Although I thought of this possibility, after hearing that there was no shortcut to speak, Ma Jing couldn't help but sigh. There is really no way. So what exactly do you think of your subconscious mind? There is no clue in this regard. He collapsed on the bench in the cafeteria, and Ma Jing yawned for a long time, and the expression on her face seemed quite tired. Yuyan Hutch had already started to pack up the table, but when he saw the other person's appearance, he couldn't help but blink and asked. Ma Jun, what's wrong with you? No, it's nothing. I just dreamed too much, and I always felt that I had some rest in the past 2 days. This matter is big or small, and the parties involved are just trying to complain. But as soon as he got up, he saw that Yuyan Hyuk had already walked around him. The other party's thick eyebrows formed a slap, showing a rather entangled expression. So what does she want to do? Before his thoughts could subside, Hu Che-yanjian's cheeks flushed slightly, and he was pressing down his head down at this moment. He leaned against Eri Majingyi's ear and said softly. So how about I'll give you Ma Jun a massage starting tomorrow morning? Although it may not be very effective, it can relieve some fatigue. Although the Tao is included in the branch of the ghost path. But thanks to years of development, similar to methods such as physical care and strengthening rehabilitation, they now fall into this category. As the deputy captain of the future 4th team, Yuyan Hutch knew these things as taken for granted. Can there be a better reward than this? The fatigue of my body can be said to have been wiped out by a single sword. Ma Jing also showed an excited expression. He looked at the girl in front of him with eagerness and couldn't help but reply. Then I'll trouble you. Yuyan Hutch showed a happy smile and nodded immediately and was about to turn around. Ma Jingyi's voice pulled her to the spot again. That, Senior Hu Che. Turning his head, he saw Ma Jing showing an expectant expression. I asked yesterday, how are you thinking about the invitation? Yesterday, Ma Jing solemnly asked the other party whether to date for a period of time. It is never a manly style to bend around. Since you like it, you must speak it generously. What's more, then in the temple, Hu Che-yanjian's behavior of standing up to speak for him moved Ma Jing even more. What reason does he have to do not like this woman who looks straightforward but actually risk a silly feeling? Straight ball is the best choice for the center of the red heart. Hu Qianjian's face suddenly became much embarrassed. She took a step back and couldn't help but cover her cheeks with her hands. Ah, this is another problem. To be honest, Yuan Huch was also tossed by this thing so much that she didn't sleep well all night. What is the answer? Taking a deep breath, the girl slowly opened her mouth. Chapter 26, Next Stop. So has Jing Yejun's confession been rejected? Eisen sat on the classroom chair with a smile, showing a kind smile at this moment. Ma Jing in front of him also scratched his head for a while, and the expression on his face felt indescribable embarrassment. No, it shouldn't be enough to say that it was a direct rejection. After all, people didn't say it so bluntly. Eisen turned around and stood up, poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Arima Jingyi. But they also said something like start with friends. The latter nodded carefully and thanked in a low voice. Teacher Eisen, why do you understand so much? Of course it's because I'm often the one who was confessed. Goo. This guy occasionally says something that makes people angry. Seeing Arima Jing also showed a disgusting expression, Eisen, who was rarely joking, seemed to be in a good mood at this moment. After all, it is not common for the two to chat in the teacher's office. Okay, that's all the joke. Shizuikan, you should understand it too. People like Kachi must have a good impression of you. Of course I noticed this if it was just this point. But it will still feel uncomfortable if you are rejected. Sword? Haha, although it seems to me that I would be a bit ridiculous when I say these words, in fact, in my opinion, I still need to have more contact with girls, starting with cultivating good feelings. By the way, prepare some small gifts, communicate more, and talk about topics outside of daily life. Eisen blew the hot tea on her table and sucked a small mouthful with satisfaction. Although passionate relationships can quickly get closer to each other, what can really get into the heart still requires daily accumulation. In my opinion, Toroji should be considered a more traditional type. Shizuikan may be a little reckless when she chose this warning technique. It's very tactful. But in fact, it is also considered a face writing in a sense. I'm so eager to make a move, boy. Ai Ma Jingyi's face turned red. He pursed his lips, hesitated for a while before sighing. It's a big blow, Shizuikan. Can you tell it so easily? Teacher Eisen. After all, it looks like a defeated rooster. Although it is not deliberately mocking, it does sound very hurtful. And when he said this, Eisen's eyes glanced at this side, and her lips couldn't help but rise 3 times. But I didn't expect that Jing Yejun would be so proactive. After all, is she still a young man? Similar to a situation controlled by hormones. Being stared at. Ama Jing also opened her head a little embarrassedly. He scratched the corner of his mouth with his right hand and struggled for a while. It shouldn't be a strange thing to want a girlfriend who can hold hands and hug her, right? Eisen was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing 3 times. Ha! It's so youthful. But is it really good to reveal this privacy to me? After holding onto the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Eisen's smile became a little puzzled. Maybe I will treat it as a joke and tell it to others. Ama Jing waved her hand indifferently and laughed. It's okay, I trust the teacher unconditionally. Since you choose to do this, there must be some reason. I can fully understand. After a brief silence, the glory in Eisen's eyes became deeper and deeper. Is that true? This trust is really heavy. Ah, then let's do it anyway. Well, there is still a chance in the future, just work harder. Oh, it's a good thing to be able to cheer up. After all, it's not okay to be so depressed, right? After patting his face, Ma Jing also drank all the warm water in one gulp, got up and yawned. Okay, let's talk about the main business next. Teacher Eisen, I will go to the 13th team for Oneda internship off-campus teaching tomorrow. Do you have any recommendations? Eisen nodded without a trace, turned the rocking chair and turned to the side of Eri Majinja. Does Jing Yejun have nothing special to go to? The person involved grinned and said simply. No. After all, it is just a simple Onada experience class and you can't get to any core things. But if someone introduces it, it's just a 2-point saying, because the feudal background is equivalent to a human society. Eri Majing doesn't believe that Eisen has no arrangements for him. Derezen, let me see what good things you have hidden. I don't know if it's because of his frankness about Eri Majingyi's frankness or because he is simply happy that his predictions are correct. Eisen let out a light sniff, turned the chair and turned back to her desk. He reached out and took out a letter from the drawer next to him. Actually, 2 days ago, the captain of the 5th team, Mako Hirako, had already sent a letter to me. The captain explained to me that I must take advantage of this opportunity to take you to the 5th team for an internship. Why? Is this still true? Even if Ma Jing had Ma, she didn't expect that she would be missed by a captain. Is it a surprise? Jinjiajin. More, it's a bit. After all, I didn't expect this to happen. Then try to adapt as much as possible by taking this opportunity, because the message of your defeated deputy captain Omida has spread in the 13th team. Araran smiled quite brightly, and the expression on her face felt a little gloating. You may not feel anything, but in fact you are already the rookie tomorrow in everyone's eyes. After spreading his right hand, Eisen's slender 5 fingers slightly opened, and he was bent one by one at this moment. It is said that Lord Yi often mentions your name during partying. Now the captain of the 4th team, Kazue Omazai, has already known your name. The captain of the 3rd team, Tsubaki Ryuro, expressed his interest in you and planned to contact you next time I visited Shinyo Academy. The captain of the 7th team, Ichuan Luau. Let's not talk about it anymore, it's going to grow your brain. These things are too complicated. Teacher Eisen. Please put these things aside first. Seeing Eri Majing also showed a headache, Ares said with a smile. How about it? Can you feel your influence? If this momentum continues, perhaps Captain Yamamoto will also attract attention to you. Yamamoto Monro Isai Shije? Why does this old man? Because that Shizui's white-handed skills were really outstanding, they used the things that Captain Yamamoto praised. Haha, the old man is always interested in these minor things, so it's not that strange. All right. Although I don't want to make things so complicated, the battle between myself and Omida has indeed become a topic of conversation for many people. Now he is well known. Jing Yejun, it seems that you still don't understand. An ordinary college student showed his 7th level spiritual power shortly after entering the school. What does this mean? Does it mean that it is talented? Forget it, these things are not the reputation Ma Jing wants. Not to mention. It's nothing, it's all taught by Mr. Eisen. Tell the truth. After all, if I hadn't met Eisen, although I would have tried to become stronger by myself, I would never have taken such a shortcut. Therefore, having Ma Jing does have a lot of respect for this teacher. Silence replaced the answer. Eisen was definitely not a person who was dizzy when praised and couldn't tell the difference between the east, west, south and north. But it is precisely because of this that he can clearly distinguish the sincerity and gratitude in Ma Jing's words at this moment. Attitude does not represent everything. Even if it is so careless, the other party can speak sincere words. Then, ask yourself. Will you be moved? After all, this guy is indeed his own student and the object of his hard work and energy. It is normal to have such emotional fluctuations, just like seeing the fruit trees planted by yourself growing. The feeling of harvest that is as substantial as it can make people feel happy. It's just strange to say that. Even though he is such a talented guy, he doesn't seem to be so alert to him. Logically speaking, it should go through a necessary process like dealing with Dongxian. That Why did you not do this? Aizen's eyes became elusive. He quietly looked at the young man in front of him, as if he was hesitating and hesitating. This subtle change was not captured by the other party, let alone a discovery. Finally, while Aizen spoke, Aizen also made her own decision. Teacher Aizen, then I'll tomorrow. I won't go to the 5th team tomorrow. Arimajinja's expression became very confused. What are you talking about, prison teacher? Isn't this what your captain personally told? Aizen's wrist flipped, and the light flow from the pieced together by spiritual power surged. The aggregated energy forms ghostly matter, which eventually turns into high temperatures, attached to the white paper. Ignite this letter, burning the flames that were spewed out until the remaining ashes drifted in the air. Considering Jing Yejun's situation, I have other arrangements for you. That Captain Pingzi. Jing Yejun hasn't seen the contents in the letter, have you? That's it. That's great, we just pretend that nothing has happened. No. Is this the way Aizen gets along with Hirako? You two are too familiar, aren't you? Mingming is it the explanation of the immediate boss, but you can ignore it so easily. Facing Arimajinja's gaze, Aizen smiled lightly and said in a plain tone. Don't worry about too much, Jing Yejun, I've already thought of a better place to go. Even if Jing had no idea about Aizen's mood change, he could only ponder and couldn't help asking in a low voice. Then where are you going to take me? Aizen pushed her glasses quietly and said calmly. The 12th team, also known as the interesting place for the Technical Development Bureau. Chapter 27, First Meeting, Captain Urahara. Team 12. Among the 13th Guard Team with clear division of responsibilities, they are classified as the type of technology development. The Technical Development Bureau, which was established later, was an affiliated organization established based on the 12th franchise as the core. Among them, the Technology Development Bureau also has the Communication Technology Research Department and the Radio Wave Measurement Research Department. It undertakes various tasks such as development, measurement, and data analysis within the Lingting Court. It is a new organization that takes into account tradition and new ideas. Want to join? Then contact us quickly. It's so long. And why is there a marketing flavor? It felt like a tone like some kind of den, the smell was too strong and was about to float out. Looking at the introduction book in his hand, even the black lines on Ma Jing's head had already floated out. Aizen, who was walking in front, heard the complaints behind her and laughed without looking back. Do you feel embarrassed just by this little thing? You are so young, Shizuijin. No, this introduction book has as many as 120 pages, prison teacher. Jing also closed it, and the expression on her face became a little strange. Teacher Aizen. I'm listening, Jing is the Lord. Are we the only two of us going out for internship today? Yes, after all, few people are interested in the Technology Development Bureau. Moreover, the concept of the 12th rank team is refuted by tradition, and there are even fewer people who volunteer to do this than the 4th rank team. Is that true? But I always feel something is wrong. After all, even if it is rare, there are always people from the volunteer 12 team. It felt like Aizen was deliberately avoiding others and just wanted to take herself to visit. Alas, so is this the legendary small stomatology. After that being said, does Jing Yejun feel the size of the clothes is still appropriate? Subconsciously pulled the black trouser on his body, and Ma Jing nodded cheerfully and replied loudly. No problem, thank you, Mr. Aizen. This is the first time Ma Jing has been active outside the school. Although according to regulations, behaviors like going out for internships today require wearing the clothing of a resident to show your identity. But because it was just a relationship between the two of them, therefore, the rules are less important. Arimajing was wearing a simple outfit now, and it was also other clothes that Aizen often had. There is a faint soapy smell on it, which is obviously often cleaned and does not often store clothes hidden deep in the cabinet. Because the two of them have similar height and body shape, they can barely match each other. Ah! It's still a little different. Aizen's shoulders were wider than they thought. The clothes were a little too hard to hold up. But this shouldn't matter. The thoughts failed to condense, and the figure in front of him suddenly stopped. Arimajing also looked up and saw Aizen turn her head halfway, her eyes unbiased, and just landing on his shoulders. The man frowned without a trace. Sure enough. I thought it might not fit well before, and it seems a bit strange. It seemed that she wanted to correct something, but Aizen fiddled with it for a while, but she showed that she had no idea how to start. Although Doraemon can repair clothes, in this case it is hard for a good cook to cook without rice. Jing waved her hand indifferently. It doesn't matter, it's just that it looks a little looser, no one will care. This is not possible. Dressing up is the first impression. Only by being upright can you behave with your character. Jing Yejun cannot be too relaxed in such a place. I am very persistent in subtle places. Without a choice to argue, Ma Jing could only smile helplessly. I understand. I will order 2 sets of fitting clothes when I go back this time. In this way, I won't have to bother Mr. Aizen next time I go. Aizen seemed to be satisfied with the answer, but soon, he pursed his lips again. Sorry, Jinjiajin. Ah. Teacher Aizen doesn't need to apologize for such a thing. It's too much of a problem. Or is it because he is the one he brought out? Considering the decent issue, being too loose will also affect your overall image? Well, if it were this guy, he might have pursued this aspect. As he thought about it, Arimajing looked at Aizen, frowned and said softly. Because of my mistake, it was my dereliction of duty as a teacher to let Jing Yejun travel in such an uncontrollable image. Turt. The prison teacher is so good at speaking. I am a little moved. You guy. Well, Mr. Aizen, how far is we from our destination? Let's get back to the topic, because today is a unified extracurricular internship day. I get up early and enter the free time for activities. The two of them could be said to have their outfits cleaned before dawn and met in front of the school building. If you don't use special means and just traveling on the road, the Lingting court is still very big. There is half an hour left. It was almost around 10 o'clock, and it was time to have lunch after a while when you visited. Jing nodded slightly, then raised her head and sighed. Others may be experiencing internship day this way, right? Dongxian Yao, Toru Yuyan, Iseq also experienced these things in his entire year. Thinking of these things at this time makes people feel a little moved. Not long after, with Aizen's voice "We're here," Arimajing also came back to her senses and raised her eyes high. In front of me is a huge arched building, and there are no residential areas or commercial streets around it. Overall, this place is remote. It seemed that he could guess Ma Jinja's thoughts. Even though the person involved did not open his mouth to ask questions, Aizen had already spoken. It's very remote, right? But the 12th franchise is such a place. Because of the division of responsibilities, it is far away from the political center and needs to be hidden and confidential, so it is naturally chosen to be located in this place. It's like a professional commentator, like a tour guide, warm and considerate. But these things are actually some on page 117 of the manual. Jinjiajin, it seems that reading is not your strength. I took back what I said just now. The master and apprentice approached the building one by one, but had not yet walked to the front of the gate. I saw a figure standing by the entrance, showing a silly smile at this side, constantly waving. I'm finally here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Who is it? He actually prepared to greet the entrance in advance. The prison master's face is really not something he can afford. Jing walked forward happily, but the closer he got, the more wrong his expression was. Because the other person's appearance gradually became clearer. Short hair, which is as slightly curled as abscess, presents a pale yellow background. Military green eyes and a little stubble on his jaw. He looks a little sloppy, but he also feels like a charming uncle. This image looks so familiar that even Ma Jing is nervous. No, it's not really that man, right? He was very nervous. Even after getting completely close, Ma Jing heard Aizen speak beside him. Long time no see, Captain Urahara. This is the one here. I haven't seen you for a long time. Aizen's 4 seats. Quar. It's really this guy. Urahara Kisuk. The original work line is full of methods, meticulous, cool and handsome uncles. In the eyes of many people, this guy may be more suitable for being named Dora. A man who served as the captain of the 12th franchise 100 years ago and also served as the first director of the Technical Development Bureau. Why did you suddenly meet this person? And looking at Aizen's expression, it seems that this situation is completely expected. Prison master, you didn't bring me any mention. Ma Jing also kept wailing in her heart, but the two seemed to be old acquaintances and had a very pleasant chat. After a greeting, Urahara Kisuk finally turned his gaze to his side and fell on Eri Majinja. This person should be the newcomer to the topic recently, is there Ma Jun? So are you so famous? Looking at the handsome uncle in front of him showing a kind smile at him, Ma Jing always had the classic image of the green coat, fisherman's hat and wooden clogs shoes in his mind. No, these are just 2 people. Just Jing. Aizen reminded him and suddenly came back to his senses. Eri Majing also said softly, and quickly replied to the gift at this moment. No, sorry. I'm right here. Senior Urahara, I was distracted just now. I'm really sorry. Haha, it doesn't matter. After all, it's an internship outside the school, so it's normal to be nervous. The impression that it gives people is that it is easy to talk about. Urahara Kisuk took advantage of the situation and made a please gesture. There are not many people who are willing to intern in the 12th team. I didn't expect that a rookie like Ma Jun would come to a place like me. It's really surprising. This is what Aizen has to ask. To be honest, even if you have Ma Jing, you still haven't figured out why the other party brought him here. He turned around and glanced at the prison teacher. The other party just showed a calm expression, obviously he did not intend to confess at this time. Then I can only take one step at a time. With an inexplicable sense of uneasiness, Ma Jing also followed the two and entered the Technical Development Bureau. The interior is very wide, but the light inside is unexpectedly scarce. It was clearly daytime, but no sunlight could penetrate it. Ma Jing also looked around and found that she could not see the window at all. The screen blue light used to replace lighting is different colors and intertwined in the air. This scarce brightness does have an inexplicable sense of technology. Everyone coming and going were all in a hurry and looked quite busy. And if you look closely, no matter whether you are a man or a woman, there are some strange guys who are not like humans. Any Ma Jun, the first time I'm here, do you feel uncomfortable? Urahara Kisuk's unexpected enthusiasm. He walked in front, deliberately slowed down his pace, and while standing side by side with Aizen, he said with a smile in front of Eri Majing. Because the 12th team is unpopular, most people come here to study technology. From a human perspective, everyone may be more indifferent, but please rest assured, they are all kind people. I always feel that I have said something creepy in very peaceful words. But it's not a strange thing to think about it carefully. After all, Urahara did a lot of things after coming to power, and regulating the criminals in the maggot nest is an important node. As long as you have the intention to show the potential for crime, refugees from the Soul Realm will be gathered and contained in that place. It is indeed not advisable just in terms of behavior. And Kisuk Urahara broke this tradition, which can be regarded as a way to confirm the 12th team's pursuit of knowledge and innovation style. Well, he is indeed a handsome uncle. Ma Jing also pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Thank you Mr. Urahara for your concern, I will try my best to get used to it. The smile on the other person's face became even more intense. He's very good at talking, young man. Chapter 28, Are You Not Curious? Been praised. But I couldn't be happy at all. After all, Majing knew that Urahara Kisuk was also a good man who looked like a good man, and it was also a dark person when he cut it into it. It can only be said that it is not that the whole family does not enter the whole family. The only one who can get along with Aizen's prison is that he has a common topic. Speaking of this, it should be the first time Eri Majun has visited the Technology Development Bureau, right? Urahara Kisuk was quite calm, and his half-turned head was not aggressive at all. If you have any questions, just ask. Because you have said hello in advance, 90% of the buildings here have been opened for permission today, and you can visit at will. What about the remaining 10%? Oh, it's better not to ask. Aizen beside him sniffed lightly and said as if she was teasing. I'm really generous. I remember that I didn't have such tolerant conditions in the past few years. Urahara Kisuk happily patted the back of his head and shrugged casually. After all, there are no colleges who come to visit, so I just think it's a private tour exhibition for you. I happened to have a vacation inside recently, so today I can take time to visit with you. Majing was also a little curious. Is no one planning to intern in the 12th team this year? Well, I can only say very little. He scratched the corner of his mouth with his right hand, and Urahara Kisuk's expression was quite helpless. After all, everyone will want to go to places that sound famous, so that they will be very proud of their own home. By the way, Kisuk Urahara added with a smile. For example, the 2nd team and the 6th team are popular in the aristocratic atmosphere, many people will sign up for internships every year. I see. I never thought there was such a reason here. However, if you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand the names of Sifan-Jiyuan and the Kuroki family are ahead of them, and they must be able to do things under these people, which is a big topic of discussion for some people from civilian origins. Although it is quite rude to use this statement, from reality, this itself is a manifestation of dependence on power. But then again, you won't think so, with Ma Jun. Why did I suddenly talk about me? Since I have chosen to be admitted to Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy and have a good talent, I believe that Ma Jun is also a person with ambitions. So, don't you think fame, honor, or the opinions of outsiders are something that needs attention? Seeing that Kisuk Urahara was looking at him, the person involved quickly sorted out his expression and said carefully. My words. I'm not very interested in these things. Noble, reputation. Reputation, volunteerism. This kind of thing has nothing to do with him. After all, he has no idea of being orderly, and he is not interested in the old feudal background. In essence, although I just want to live in peace, the various unstable situations in the corpse soul world and the various unrest that can be seen in the naked eye in the future. Even if you let Majing choose a good camp in advance and place bets. Cough cough, so this Aizen beside him adds medical work and moral integrity. I am already an employee No. 002 of A Diagnosis Co., Ltd. If you have any questions, please communicate with my boss. Because Teacher Aizen has been taking care of me since I entered the school, I would rather believe Teacher Aizen's judgment in this regard. I believe in the teacher's choice. As he said that, Ma Jing still smiled and stretched out his right hand and patted the person beside him twice on the shoulder. Hey! Teacher Aizen, it's okay for me to think so. The person involved yelled invisible, pushed his glasses, and his tone was as normal. Although being trusted is a good thing, Jinjiajin, please pay attention to your words and deeds during your activities, and you should not be so frivolous. Understand, pay attention next time. It sounds unconvincing. Can you please look at my eyes and say it again? Then there will be some psychological pressure, so let's forget it. Urahara Kisuk witnessed all this, and his expression on his face had a bit of emotion. "That's great, Aizen's 4 seats." After aborting his joke with Eri Majinja, Aizen turned her head and said seriously. "What are you referring to?" "Captain Urahara. It's literal. When I was in contact with Aizen before, some ideas would arise. For example, you look very lonely." Although it was just a joke tone. But the atmosphere present became subtle. Eri Majing couldn't help but look at Aizen beside her. The other party was silent for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth and showed a peaceful smile as always. "Has I seen it? After all, I have no friends in the 5th team. Now I work in the academy and I have met many interesting people. Haha, it seems that I still have the need to continue my practice. After all, if you like to act without showing your appearance, this is also a part of your practice." Urahara Kisuk did not respond, but calmly cast a gentle look at the two of them, and then continued to lead the way. "This is the material and processing area for making skeletons. Eri Majun should have seen it in the book, right? If you want to go to the human world to do activities, this is also a necessary preparation. This is, it may be a bit general to describe, but in fact it is all about the use of spiritual power. Now it's just starting out, and the specific ones will need to be studied for a while before the results will be obtained. It's not difficult to understand, Ai Majun? Because all the behaviors of our god of death are based on spiritual pressure, if these things are inventions accurately and stably, then the entire soul world will change accordingly." Urahara Kisuk always maintained a steady tone, but when talking about these things, his voice would change somewhat. Ama Jing also stared at the other person's back and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This guy should really like to study things. Otherwise, his tone wouldn't be so excited. "If you continue to move forward here, it will be the penalty area I mentioned before. Sorry, because the situation has not stabilized yet, it will not be open to the public for the time being." After more than an hour, the three of them visited the entire research institute in a hurry. "I have to say that I have indeed benefited a lot. After all, many technologies that have been stable in the original work line and have been expanded have not yet been formed here, and there are even examples of never filing a case. It really makes people feel moved. Then I will have some things to talk about with Aizen. Ai Majun, and this person will lead you to continue to get familiar with the environment later." Standing next to Kisuk Urahara was a young man who looked a little 5. Short hair, narrow face, triangular eyes. The eyes with more white and less black look really nothing to do with the word friendliness, but after contacting Ai Majing, the other party still showed a peaceful smile. "Hello, my name is Ajin, and I am the team leader of this research center." "Ah. It turns out it was you." In the original line, Nakori ranked 3rd after becoming the captain of the 12th team and also served as deputy director. Even in the Blood Battle chapter, there are many shots. He is a guy who looks a little young and unreliable, but is actually quite old-fashioned. But where did his horns go? Didn't it grow hundreds of years ago? "Hello, my name is Ma Jing." The two of them had known each other, and Ma Jing turned around and looked at her side. You can see Urahara Kisuk walking towards the other door with Aizen. These two must have their own affairs to discuss. The boy had a rough idea in his mind before he set off. Now it has only been confirmed. It is probably related to the research on Bengaihu. There are definitely not many cases that can make these two people get together, and now I think this is the only situation. Moreover, according to the content in the original work, Urahara Kisuk's progress should be slightly behind Aizen's level. So if you guess correctly, it should be that his boss took the initiative to contact Hisuk Urahara, who planned to use some facilities by arousing the other party's interest. Boss Urahara, that's really a pity. A slightly complicated thoughts rolled in his mind. When Ma Jing also came back to his senses, Ajin said to him with a smile. It's rare for Ma Jun to visit the Technology Development Bureau. Should you go to the cafeteria to try our specialties? This is a good thing, outside that is not a good product. I really don't dare to agree after 100 years. After all, I don't know what Nikotori will change the entire technical bureau to, but now that it is Urahara authorities, I can still trust it. Var? Arimajing was about to agree, but saw Aizen stop suddenly. He thought, turned his head behind him, and his gaze hidden behind the mirror fell on Aimajing Yi's body. At this moment, he said carefully. Jing Ye-jun, aren't you curious about what I want to see next? Sword. I never expected that the other party would take the initiative to mention this matter. Not only Ma Jing, but even Kisuk Urahara was a little surprised. Aizen's 4 seats. It seems that he can't understand Aizen's behavior at all. So what is the answer of the party involved? Gu, so nervous. Then ask yourself first, it is definitely fake to say that you are not curious. After all, this is very likely a series of technical exchanges before the formation of the Bangyu. Although I can't learn anything, it's excellent even if I expand my knowledge. But at the same time, Ma Jing was able to fully understand why he and the past were risks. With his current strength, he is completely unable to access such taboo things. So considering this relationship, when Ma Jing had Ma, she could only wave her hand with a smile. It seems to be a very important thing, so I'll just let it go. Yet, Aizen sighed calmly, and did not respond much, and at this moment he just turned his back, leaving quickly with Kisuk Urahara. The two of them quickly disappeared at the corner, leaving only Sumajin and a slightly nervous Ma Jing Yi. So what did I do when the prison teacher suddenly invited me? Chapter 29, The Appearance of All Living Beings in the 12th Team. This is a curry cube that uses grasshoppers and earthworms as the main body, mixed with some animal oil and condiments, and finally processed. Soak it in hot water and heat it in a ratio of 1:3. It is the most suitable consistency. The director has tried the taste, and it is said that it is very close to pork curry. As long as you are sure there are no side effects, you may consider going to the market. This is for listening to Ajin's enthusiastic explanation of the special food provided by the Technology Development Bureau. Ma Jing, holding the plate, began to tremble. Wait, you can only go on the market if you make sure there are no side effects. Does that mean, the safety of this thing remains to be discussed? Ajin laughed and scooped a large spoonful without caring, and poured it into the rice plate of Ma Jing Yi. Don't worry, it won't kill anyone. No, right, your attitude is very strange. Take back the preface. Urahara Kisuk is not a normal person. To endure the discomfort in his heart, Ma Jing pinched her nose and rubbed her half full. Ajin looked completely adaptable and was very happy to eat. Aimajun, have you figured out where you will go after graduation? It was a bit surprising when I suddenly asked about this, and the person involved pondered for a moment. Not yet, what's wrong? Haha, it's actually nothing important. I just thought that if I could, I hoped that Ma Jun could consider our 12th team. Aimajing also opened her mouth awkwardly and couldn't help but laugh perfunctorily. Why can't I escape this topic no matter where I go? As if he noticed the other party's embarrassment, Ajin paused for a moment and then showed an apology expression. Sorry, I seem to say something that is difficult for you. With Ma Jun, please don't mind too much. No, it's better to say that you are willing to have such an equal dialogue, which is the most meaningful thing. After all, it is hidden and there is no result. Aimajing also took a sip of the special black tea specially developed by the Technology Development Bureau, and she was also a little curious at the moment. After that being said, why did Mr. Ajin want me to enter the 12th team? Haha, I'll give up the title of Sir. I just often hear the captain chanting, thinking that the team is full of old-fashioned guys. While considering the words, a little unbearable appeared on Ajin's face. But there is no way to do this. After all, many people come out of the maggot nest. There are countless people who are not good at speaking and have physical defects. Faced with our group of undesirable guys, the captain is willing to understand and act like a guarantee. To be honest, I am very grateful to the captain for his kindness. So after knowing his troubles, I also thought about helping me. There were signs of shame and touching on Ajun's face. I heard the captain mention Ajun's name. Maybe it's because of Lord Yi. The captain is also very concerned about you. Ah, I remembered what I said. Yaiki and Kisuk Urahara are indeed childhood sweethearts. So I think the captain would be happier if he could join the Technology Development Bureau. When Majing heard this, he couldn't help but nodded slightly. What a simple reason. So please use Majun as a joke. If you heard it, forget it. Although it is somewhat unexpected, it is not difficult to understand the feelings here if you think about it carefully. After all, Urahara Kisuk was the one who took the initiative to take Ajin out of the maggot nest, and at least he should have felt grateful. If you think about it carefully, it seems that only people like Nakori will not show it too obviously. But then again, does this scientific madman really know to thank his life savior? I always feel that his emotions and personality are too elusive. I don't catch a lot of colds about this antisocial character, and Majing didn't pay much attention to it at the beginning. Health, so, I can't think of that picture. After rubbing his face, I put the random thoughts in my mind aside for the time being. Ajin, I did receive this invitation. But I still need to discuss it with Teacher Aizen, so I can't make any guarantee. The other party showed a very polite smile. It's enough to hear this sentence just enough. Thank you for your approval. Let's treat this meal today as I've invited it. Oh, thank you so much. There are also artificial meatballs and drinking grass plant extracts over there, which are also new things recently. Do you want to give you some? Just listening to the name makes me feel very unreliable. Haha, let's forget it. A little complaint and communication brought the originally unfamiliar distance closer. Although he did not become friends, at least Majing had indeed changed a lot about Ajin's senses. It can only be said that the original filter is still a relatively thin thing. It is impossible to summarize a person completely based on the content above. This is what the person in front of him is like. After all, the perspectives in the original work are all about Strawberry Brother, so there are indeed few descriptions of these ordinary team members. Now it has been considered a bit of expansion, which has given Majing a little more insight. After that being said, Arimajun and Aizen were walking very close to each other's seats. Is this what the other party meant? No, it's my own will. Because he is my instructor, many things still need to rely on Mr. Aizen. Is that right? The captain mentioned before that Aizen Sishi is a very powerful person. I just don't know why he always acts very ordinary, and seems to feel like he is wandering outside the group. Did Urahara Kisuk even tell these things to his subordinates? If you think so, you should trust the other party very much, so you would do such a thing. It seems that 100 years later, Ajin, the position of Deputy Director of the Technical Starting Point, is indeed not a mess. Akimajing also watched the other party take a sip of tea, and the smile on her face dissipated like dried tea in warm water. But now that Majun is by his side, Aizen's 4 seats should be happy, right? There are few like-minded friends, so it's a lucky chance to meet one. Oh, I was praised for a lot of goosebumps. I can only say that they are all people who are hundreds of years old at any time. They are indeed speaking one by one. Akimajing also trembled and could only say hee. But I don't have any talent in research. Those things are secondary, just learn a little, it's not difficult. Well? Is research that simple? For example, the deputy captain of our 12th franchise team is not at all. He came as soon as he mentioned it. Jing also raised her head in the direction Ajin pointed. I happened to see an angry guy rushing into the cafeteria. Where did that guy Urahara hide? He had a loud voice, and he was completely looking for trouble. But what I saw in my eyes was another matter. Ma Jingyi's eyes were falling and she couldn't help but choke in her heart. It's a child. At most, he looks less than 1 meter 4. Blonde hair, skisooth braid. There were freckles on his face and his lips could not hide his tiger teeth. Wearing a unified dead body outfit, a wooden sign symbolizing the 12th team was hung on the left shoulder. She rushed in, grabbed the nearby researcher's collar, and pulled the other person directly from the seat. Hey! Where did that bald man Urahara go? I know, I'm just here to eat healthy. Although he did not report his family, just looking at his posture and style, Ma Jing could already know the other party's identity. Apes and persimmons are in the world. A member of the mask army in the original line looks rough and doesn't actually use his brains. To be honest, Ma Jing has a very limited impression of this guy. Now that I thought about it, I can only think of a hellish joke that was cut off by Silver in the Imperial household town. My butt no longer hurts, and I am hanging on the tree. Seeing that there seemed to be some riots there, Ajin frowned and apologized to Amajing in a low voice. He quickly got up. Xuanji, what are you making trouble again? I'll ask you where Urahara is, I'll have something to do with him. At least you should respect the captain in front of the public, but can't you obey this etiquette? Ha! Forget it, I haven't admitted that this guy is the captain of the 12th team. And I'm an adjutant. Deputy, officer. You have to use honorific words when calling me, right? Since you are so reluctant, please resign from your position as an adjutant. I don't want to. Ma Jing, who was beside him, could hear that he was grinning. His voice is so loud. My temper is also very bad. It's the type that I can't appreciate at all. Wu, or Yuyan Toro is much more cute. The conflict between Ajaki Rishi and Ajin is something that can be encountered. After all, this yellow-haired girl only respects Yejo Kiriso. And she was promoted to the 0 team again, and now the rest of her is naturally unhappy. While sighing in my heart, thinking about whether to leave here quietly, Ma Jing also felt that her sleeves suddenly became tighter. What's pulling me? Lower your head. The client happened to meet a small figure under the table, X2. After a brief silence, Ma Jing had only one thought in his mind. It's bad, I'm so full just now. The one in front of him now is the serious child, black hair, round face, and big eyes. It seems that it is already very laborious to just stand there. Now he tried his best to stretch out his right hand and grabbed Ma Jingyi's sleeve at this moment. This look is so recognizable, but when the eyes are matched with the boy, I can't help but be stunned. Why? Why did this guy appear during this time period? A little strange. Has the sleep plan entered this stage? From this little guy's face, Ma Jing can see traces of a man named Nai Yunmeng in later generations. Sleep plan. It is the artificial god of death created by Nikolai, combining the essence of Yushan technology and Yushan technology. Although I knew about the relevant content in advance, I was surprised to see it with my own eyes. And the problem is more than that. Has Niranmeng been born during this period of time? Because the sleeping plan led by Nirvana has gone through 7 generations and finally it has been able to develop completely and become an individual who can act independently and move forward. Mayan Mu, which has developed into fetal form, was transformed by him and decomposed and merged with him. Finally, he met the conditions as a captain. After Urahara Kisuk resigned. No, wait. Ama Jing suddenly reacted. The statement that meeting the conditions is quite ambiguous. Nakori may have already developed the sleeping plan to the later stage when Urahara was working. If you think about it this way, your subsequent appointment may be just something similar to taking a formality. This is entirely possible. Although Ma Jing's expression has not changed much, she has been brainstorming for a long time. So much so that the child in front of him increased his strength impatiently. Wait and wait. I am so strong that my clothes are about torn. considering the other party's identity and the fact that it is really bad to have an impact on the child. Ma Jing could only smile awkwardly. Well, is there anything wrong? Can you hear me? Where is your lord? No communication. Just when the parties involved were in a dilemma, he saw the child staggering and walking 2 steps over and approaching him. He tiptoed lightly on his toes, leaned his hands on the table, and poked his head out half a dozen. The eyes of more black and less white were rolling around, and finally fell on the curry rice that had not been finished. She landed again, turned to look at Ma Jingyi, and pointed her right hand at her big mouth that had not yet grown a few teeth. Ah! Chapter 30, Pretending. Looking at the child in front of him, Ma Jing couldn't help but choke for a while. Are you the thief among the cat and the mouse? And this is not something you can understand. Ma Jing was also struggling, but a rather unfamiliar tone came from beside her. So that's why my favorite insect curry has been sold out, so I turned to ask for it from others. This calm and perverted voice. Ma Jing's heart was slightly bulging, and she couldn't help but look up. I saw a stranger standing not far beside him, holding a dining tray and wearing a white coat. The pale skin color seems to be like this color, giving people a feeling of extreme indifference. The short blue hair was waxed, and it was like a well-managed lawn, standing upright and upward. There is a conical device on both sides of the ears for unknown reasons. A black makeup line that scratched from the temple and ran across the eyes made Ma Jing's scalp numb even more. Nirvana. His eyes never gathered on Ma Jingyi, but he kept staring at the small figure who was walking slightly reluctantly. Although I have not deliberately cultivated the ability to communicate with others, because my inner desires have the upper hand, I have started to act independently and want to obtain the target by contacting others. Humph, you're doing a good job. Humans can do whatever they want to survive. Even if they are just showing a little more positive, this is a pretty good momentum. It seems that the training plan can also enter the next stage, which is great. The other party showed a very disgusting smile. Ma Jing also watched him drop his right hand and made a please gesture to the child beside him. Come on, as a reward, I will ask the kitchen to make an additional portion of insect curry. Ma Jing also saw that the girl's eyes lit up. Now I look more and more like Tief. She seemed to subconsciously want to lean over, but soon stopped again. The little head swayed back and forth between Nikori and Ma Jingyi, and finally took 2 steps back and waved to Ma Jingyi. What's the meaning? Goodbye to me? Is she so polite? Sleeping is making you lower your head, stupid. Why? Is that so? Have Ma Jing also turned his body honestly and made a head down. He felt his scalp suddenly tighten. The pain, rubbed his head and raised his face again. Ma Jing also saw this girl holding one of her long hair and looking at her. The expression on the face can be said to be joyful, visible to the naked eye. It's like a child who picked up dandelions. It's hair. Speaking of which, Ma Jing is indeed well maintained. I will clean it carefully every day when taking a shower, and I have eaten well recently. So it looks shiny and shiny. Nikori looked a little happy, but it cooled down right now. What, are you just interested in this kind of idiot's hair? My evaluation of you has dropped back, stinky girl. Nikori turned around indifferently and wanted to leave, but Ma Jing couldn't help but shout. Wait a moment. The other party turned around expressionlessly, his tone was it all at once. What, are you interested in my genius plan? I have no interest in communicating other topics, there is Ma Jing. I just said it to death. But if you think about it carefully, this guy is actually this kind of virtue, and I can only say that he is expected. But now the problem is another. Ma Jing also raised her right hand and pointed it at her cheek, saying curiously. How did you know my name? There are many people in the 12th franchise that are discussing you. After all, it is rare to see a student who can defeat the deputy captain Hedon. Does this guy praise people too? Jing raised her eyebrows slightly, and then she saw the corners of her mouth curled up, showing a very contemptuous expression. Well, that's it. I'm not very interested in people like you, but I'm just a gorilla who loves power without aesthetics and does not know how to study. People like you may have to wait until the next life to understand something really interesting. My name is Nakori. I believe you should know my name after entering the 13th team of the Guardian team. Mortals, don't pretend not to know me then. This guy's mouth is indeed very vicious. And he also has a strong tendency to narcissism. Although I am somewhat mentally prepared, it is also touching to hear it. No wonder you have such a bad reputation in the original work. Compared with Aizen's prison master, it is really a difference between heaven and earth. However, the parties involved don't care much about this issue. After a simple perfunctory treatment, Nicole led me into the kitchen. I probably want to ask someone else to have a small meal. This kind of thing seems not uncommon. As for Ma Jing, everyone around him looks commonplace. It seems that Nakori's independent specialty is also famous here. Jing also saw me and finally glanced at him, and tried her best to show a calm smile. Considering Nianmen's personality when she grew up, this girl is far easier to talk to than her father. It's always right to leave a good impression. Sorry, there is Ma Jun. On the other side, Ajin leaned towards this side with a little embarrassed look. The expression on his face was quite helpless, and he seemed not very satisfied with the result. I'm so sorry that I finally came to the guest, but I finally saw these things. Ma Jing waved her hands repeatedly. Ah, it doesn't matter, it's okay, just be busy with your affairs. After all, when encountering such a thing, the parties involved must have a headache than those who are bystanders. Besides, Jing also looked at the embarrassing scene in the distance, and couldn't help but smile quite awkwardly. This guy in the Ape Shirai is far more irritable than he thought. It is because my mouth is not very clean, but my mouth is still stupid. I can't tell you, so I started to do it, and I threw things indiscriminately. No wonder so many researchers were scared when they saw her. The style of the 12th team seems completely different, and I guess I'm not happy to get along with Urahara. With Ma Jing, I couldn't help but sigh. It seems that every family has a difficult sutra to recite. After lunch, under the leadership of Ajin, Ma Jing also tried to conduct some simple experiments, simple intermediate procedures such as picking materials, observing and cultivating. It is also a very novel experience. When it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Aizen and Urahara finally ended their private exchanges. Led by the prison master, the two thanked Hisuk Urahara, Ajin, and several staff members of the institute who were seeing him off. This ends today's itinerary. On the way back, Aizen was still led by the way, and Ma Jing followed behind him. After both sides walked about a few dozen minutes away, the boy spoke without looking back when he heard the person in front of him. Jing Yejun, how do you feel when I was here today's internship experience? The person involved pondered for a moment, scratched the corner of his mouth and said. To be honest, because I don't have the talent for research, so I only have a slight understanding of many things. From the perspective of beginners, those words that are reaping a lot are really unspeakable. So I can only change my thinking. At least I can feel that everyone is quite enthusiastic. Apart from a few extreme cases, well, yes, that's it. Is that true? That's enough. Aizen slowed down and turned, and he also walked side by side with Ma Jing. The boy could see that the other party still maintained the smile he usually had, calmly, as if everything was within his expectations. After all, even the 13th team of Guardians in the name of responsibility can't escape the constraints of human feelings and organization. It is a good thing for Jing Yejun to be able to know these people in advance. There is no problem with Aizen's words. After all, the more feudal the background is, the more important the relationship between interpersonal communication is. Starting to manage your own connections appropriately is also a behavior that is to consider and lay the groundwork for future development. I really care about me so much with Ma Jing, I am happy. Unexpectedly, Aizen suddenly said something. Kinjiajin, what do you think Captain Urahara is like? A slightly abrupt topic. But considering Aizen's trip today, he might also want to confirm something from the perspective of bystanders. So you have to think carefully. Captain Urahara is kind and looks very good at dealing with people. Just for the captain, he should be an image of a kind person. As he was talking, Ma Jing felt something was wrong. Etc. Isn't this just like a prison teacher? The person involved raised his head later, but happened to see Aizen staring at him with a smile. Did you realize it? Do you think I am somewhat similar to Captain Urahara? Hee, there's something a little bit. But there will definitely be no people with the same personality in the world, just like fingerprints are unique to everyone. So Shizuikan, do you think I have a problem, or Captain Urahara has a problem? Or maybe... Aizen suddenly stopped, his smile still, but the atmosphere became subtle at this moment. Captain Urahara and I are just pretending to be like this. Arimajing also stared at Aizen blankly. The other party's eyes were hidden behind the lens, but the expression that showed at this moment was somewhat unfamiliar. Jing Yejun, have you ever considered that the kindness, approachability, and good teacher I have shown so far are just disguises I made for the sake of making it easier to act? So, is there a possibility that I am actually a guy who is very difficult to get along with and has a very bad personality? Chapter 31, Women, Women, Women. This question was really abrupt, which made Ma Jing show a very embarrassed expression. He couldn't figure out what Aizen was thinking, so what does it mean now? Have you tested whether I know his true face? Then how should I answer? While hesitating, Arimajinja saw Aizen's expression suddenly relaxed, and then reached out and patted his shoulder gently. Haha, it seems that this problem is very embarrassing to you. Then think about it all your heart and bother me. Jing Yejun, don't trust others too much, even me. After all, who doesn't know what kind of nature will be after being separated by flesh and blood? This sudden change made Ma Jing stunned. Damn, is this guy actually kidding me? What a rare situation. He had to have a little while before he could barely digest the information, and then couldn't help but say. Teacher Aizen, are you in any trouble? The other person's expression was stiff for a moment. Why does Jing Yejun feel so? Ama Jing also pondered for a moment, her head tilted, revealing a rather puzzled expression. I just think, if it were the usual teacher Aizen, I probably wouldn't have told me this. People will become sensitive and abnormal when they are difficult to adapt and suffer from accidents. This theory can also be applied to anyone. If you think about the exchange with Urahara Kisuke, it is not difficult to speculate if Ma Jing is present. I'm afraid that the research on Bengaiu has made some progress, but it has encountered a similar bottleneck. A strong prison teacher will have troubles, and this situation itself is not difficult to predict. The effect might be better if you can comfort yourself more directly. But there is no way. With Ma Jing, he is still in the state and naturally cannot be too familiar with it. Otherwise, how can you explain your behavior then? These thoughts were hovering in Arimajing's mind. He raised his right hand and tried his best to imitate Aizen's usual tone of speaking. After all, if it is normal, Mr. Aizen should say, it is indeed a bad habit to trust others, but on the other hand, people with this kind of trait are also good at getting along with others, right? It is mixed, reasonable and well-founded. Under normal circumstances, Aizen is a three-dimensional image that is a headache for the whole attack and defense. After hearing these words, Aizen's eyes at Arimajinja have also changed a little. His lips squirmed for a moment, and after 2 breaths paused, he finally showed a long-lost smile. Not the usual kind of smile. Aizen's mouth grinned upwards, and her body shook as if it was uncontrollable, making a soft swish sound. Then, the unstoppable smile finally came out like a flood that opened the gate. Aizen smiled so much that she was too unimportant to her image. Ha ha ha. Jing Yejun, you are really interesting. The person involved showed a black line on his face. No, what are you having fun? It made me seem to have done something outrageous. Well, Mr. Aizen, so where is it funny? The latter took the time to hold a pair of glasses, and his temperament changed back to the feeling of being unfathomable in ancient wells. Haha, you should explore the problem slowly by yourself to gain something, Jing Yejun. Now, this person seems to have indeed changed back. But I was joked out of thin air, which made me feel a little unhappy. Jing Yejun, it seems that it's not too early today. Why would I treat you and go out for dinner before going back to the college? With Ma Jing, people are as energetic as three. I take back the preface, long live the prison teacher. Thank you, Mr. Aizen. Haha, you can only be more energetic when you hear these things. After all, the things in the 12th team are not eaten by people, so I quickly got hungry. I'll bring these words to Captain Urahara next time. Goo. Please don't have this one. The master and apprentice just said the complaining side by side and disappeared into the afterglow of the sunset. As mentioned in the previous article, the spiritual court is very large, and it also considers the division of residential areas and team houses, etc. Generally speaking, there will be a relatively prosperous commercial area only if it is close to the central area and the surroundings of a very small number of teams. The shop Aizen also visited with Aizen and Ma Jing looked quite old. From the outside, I can't see any tricks, but it's unexpectedly lively inside. I can see many people wearing deadly clothes drinking and bragging inside. The smell of alcohol mixed with fried food was filled with the smell of grease, which made Ma Jing frown. It's a little bit striking. But it is not difficult to see at the same time that this store seems to be well recognized by the god of death. After all, I have seen many teammates active in it back and forth. Jing Yejun may be a little uncomfortable, right? After all, this is a very famous old store. The captain of the general also visited here in the early years. Ah, it's not difficult to understand what you say. It is indeed an old-school Japanese decoration style. Look at the tables, chairs, and benches, they all look like original. I can only say that although I don't like it very much, what else can I say since I was treated to? It's done. Aizen was familiar with the passage and clicked at Eri Majinja and asked. Do you Gai Jing Yi drink? It doesn't matter if you taste it a little. Learn. Ainan nodded with a smile and said to the clerk in a kimono beside her. I'll just give him a glass of grape juice. Mom, this guy no longer listens to others anymore, right? Ma Jing, who was unable to complain, could only purse her lips as if she didn't hear it. About 10 minutes later, the freshly dressed clerk held the tray and came to the two of them. I've been waiting for a long time. This is a skewer and a sashimi, please use it slowly. Small and exquisite grilled food, all kinds of chicken have been made to a tender but not dry. The sashimi platter piled up with crushed ice substrate is really interesting. It has to be said that the things certified by Mr. Yamamoto are indeed valuable. In order to replenish energy, Ma Jing also added several large bowls of beef rice bowl. The food here was so scattered, but Aizen just tasted a few skewers of grilled food and put down her chopsticks. He looked at the surrounding environment calmly, and then glanced at Imaging from time to time. This makes the parties involved feel a little embarrassed. After putting down the third empty bowl, Ma Jing wiped the corner of her mouth and said in a low voice. Don't teacher Aizen eat something. It's okay, I'm not very hungry at all. Is that so? I could feel that the other party was talking very perfunctorily, but after all, it was not the time to pursue the matter. If there was Ma Jing, she could only choose to eat with her. Good food. Just eat more. During this period, Aizen stood up and said she wanted to go to the bathroom. Arimajing nodded to show her understanding, just watching the other party disappear at the end of the corridor. While raising rice into his mouth, Majing was thinking. The prison teacher looks very stressed. We'll tell him more jokes and more relaxed in the next few days? Just then, a riotous sound came from the second floor. It seemed that there was some dispute, and I could hear the thing falling on the ground, making a crisp echo. Someone is scolding, and the voices of angrily scolding. The sharp explosions of the woman were mixed in, making everyone present unable to help but look up. The above is a private room, and you cannot enjoy it if you don't make an appointment in advance. Did someone have any conflicts? Although I feel a little gossipy, it is better to have more things than to have less things. Take the time to continue working. Thoughts failed to condense, and Majing saw a black shadow rolling down from the second floor. Looking closely, the appearance made Majing Yi's pupils shrink violently. This figure is not very strange. Because the other party is the clerk who served him just now. Her kimono was torn and pulled away half of it, and the 2 long braids she tied up were scattered on the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. However, compared to these, what makes people care the most is the injuries on the face. My left face was swollen. It is a unique tragic situation that is caused by strong invasion of the skin and flesh and blood vessels that cause blood and tissue fluid to seep out. In other words, she was slapped hard in the face. Seeing the other party lying at his feet, even if Majing could not continue to watch, he immediately stood up to help the other party up. Are you okay? Woo. Save me, save me. I don't know if it was too much impact or was already dizzy. The other party couldn't say a complete sentence. And at this time, several joking voices were coming from the entrance of the corridor not far away. Hey, why do you run away? It's your blessing to be taken by our people. It would be a pity if such a beautiful face was broken. It doesn't matter. You can't see your face from behind your back. The vulgar words made everyone present frown. At the same time, such a wanton speech also showed the other party's identity. It is the perpetrator. How could he be so arrogant? Ajing also turned around and saw a few drunk people walking down from the building. There is no memory of his appearance, and there is no sense of oppression on his body. The other party is also a god of death. Still have a formally organized teamman? It can only be said that this situation itself is not too rare. The 13th team of the Guardian Court was full of blood 1,000 years ago. Even now, it is just an organization that exists for stability, so naturally it will not be obsessed with justice. What's more, this point has been made obscure in the original work. In the chapter of the invasion of the journey, Inu Orium and Ishida Yuriryu had both changed their clothes and got involved in the god of death. Among them, Inu has encountered harassment in this regard. Only she can be protected from these harms as the heroine and the help of Ishida Yulong. Put yourself in your shoes. If other female team members who are not qualified and have just joined the team are harassed to such a degree, what should the other party do to protect themselves? This question is really heavy, and if you study it deeply, you will only feel helpless. Fortunately, Majing has no filters for these things, so he can keep a normal mind at this moment. But after everyone saw clearly, the nameplate wrapped around their arms passed, most people's faces changed drastically. It's from the 11th team. Let's go quickly. If you are targeted, you will be finished. Ah! Only these psychopaths must not get involved. Majing was also stunned. Why? Aren't the people in the 11th team all fighting crazily? When did these precious things come out that only think with the lower body? Couldn't Jian teach him a lesson? No, wait. Ajing suddenly reacted. 100 years ago. The captain of the 11th team should not be the only one who can be Zhengmu Jianba. Then who should be the captain of this team now? It was the moment when my thoughts were falling. An extremely heavy, lazy voice came from behind the group of people. What, it's so slow. A pair of big footprints came into view. After that, there was a fearsome and generous body. The swelling body was holding up the dead body. With just a few steps, the thick breathing sounds were already spread throughout the tavern. Women, women, women. Just let you bring a woman here. Isn't this done well? Ah! A bunch of waste. He raised his legs and kicked at the figure with a smile on his face in front of him. The other party wailed and flew out, smashing 3 sets of tables, chairs, and benches one after another, and finally fell to the ground with blood all over, looking like he was about to lose his anger. Jing also glanced at the man in a daze, and then turned around. It happened to meet him. Chapter 32, Gui Yanchinj. That was a giant whose body was so exaggerated that it was deterrent. Just visually, he could be 2 meters away from the height, his body was covered with mountain-like fat, and even supported the collar on his chest. The short beard as short as a wild boar is connected to the hair, and the hideous head is not merciful or merciful, and there is only a terrifying but extremely terrifying horizontal flesh. Flipped outward and went to the lips under the nose of the sky. There were 2 strange things like horns growing, and I don't know what structure it was. The double chin squeezed out like an overnutrition domestic pig, but it can make people feel inexplicably nauseous. The eyes as big as mung beans were filled with lazy charm, and he just glanced at them casually until he showed a disgusting expression. Don't show me such a disgusting smile. What I hate the most is this kind of thing. Really, how many people will die, only then can we remember. In a calm tone, he spoke creepy words. After seeing the other party's Haori symbolizing the captain's position, his expression became quite serious. Not a joke. At this moment, the captain of the 11th team was indeed the captain of the 11th team. The members of the 11th team, who were originally extremely arrogant, made a strange cry, and at this moment they knelt on the ground and cried like begging for mercy. Team, Captain. We are all doing what you want. It's just that person wants to hinder us, it's all him, it's all his reasons. Ha! With Ma Jing, everyone was numb. He didn't want to cause such trouble out of thin air, and he immediately subconsciously wanted to retreat and clear his relationship. But just as he wanted to retreat, Ma Jing felt a strong and hot burning sensation. The man, who made a confusion moan, finally moved his eyes to Ma Jingyi. The sight is like a real thing, exuding a breath that makes people sweat. Not good. He could no longer leave. He could feel that he was being targeted, and at this moment, Ma Jing found that there was no one else in the entire tavern. Isn't this the only one left? The waiter in her arms was like a man who fell into a well and grabbed the rope for help. She grabbed Ma Jingyi's clothes tightly, and she burst into tears. Please, please, save me. Anyway, calm down first, Buddy seems to be in a difficult situation at the moment. There was no time to give a response. Hiss. The extremely thick breathing sound penetrated into Ma Jingyi's ears. Although they are 7 or 8 meters apart, Ma Jing can still vaguely smell the disgusting internal organs. The other party took a step and landed on the ground and made a loud roar. As the distance gets closer, the already prominent sense of existence is even more intense at this moment. Looking at Xiang's figure, who could only look straight at him, Ma Jing couldn't help swallowing. This is the first time I have truly faced the captain-level figure. Although I have seen a lot before, everyone has no hostility after all, so naturally there is no sense of oppression. You. Watching the other person look down at him. Ma Jing also swallowed and heard the other party ask. Since you are wearing a dead-selling outfit, why not wear the team logo? Do you, don't have the concept of organization and discipline? Well? Will a guy who looks so rough and terrible care about this kind of thing? Ma Jing also saw the other person half squatting down, his figure as if he was a silver-backed gorilla, which made the waitress tremble all over. Don't you speak? Hello, are you underestimating me? Are you still unable to recognize the uniform on me? It's unreasonable. Are young people nowadays so unsightly? Little devil, or do you not take my Gui Yanchinj Jianba seriously at all? Jianba, it's Jianba. Do you still don't know what it means if you can choose this name? Jing also saw the other party raise his right hand, raised his thumb high, and pointed to his cheek. I killed the previous incompetent waste and took over this name. This means that I am also the strongest one. Hello, do you understand? Although he had never seen the other party, Ma Jing finally reacted after hearing the name. Gui Yanchinj Jianba. I remembered. The name of Jianba needs to defeat the current person before it can be passed on to the latter, thus forming its unique inheritance culture. However, in this history, there are also relatively special circumstances. For example, the 8th generation mole is also the double. He has been sentenced for his unauthorized transformation of the residents of Liuhun Street, which has led to the inheritance of the 9 generations, not a bloody battle in the traditional sense, but has become a succession system in a row. The 5th assistant who served as deputy captain of Mole Castle Xuanja came to power, and thus became the 9th generation of Jianba. Even if Ma Jing is a man, he can't remember the person's name, but he still has some impression of the name of Gui Yanchinj. The other party is a rough man born in Liuhun Street, and this level of bloody battle is also an extremely pleasing act in a sense. In other words, he just got a bargain. It can only be said that from this point, we can see why the will of the 13th team of the Guardian Court is regardless of the origin, concept, goodness, or not, as long as we can fight. But even though that is the case, this guy can be regarded as a guy who defeated a deputy captain Hedon, and his strength will definitely not be too weak. Hedon conflict is absolutely not advisable. Just as Ma Jing was thinking like this, Gui Yanchinj in front of him showed a disgusting expression, as if he was not satisfied with Ma Jing's reaction. What, can't even say anything? Really, so young people today have sparse and ordinary skills, and they have forgotten the most basic etiquette. The wide and thick palm also stretched out towards Ao Ma Jing and made a move like spreading his palms out. Stand up quickly, it's too unrestrained to sit on the ground all the time. Looking at the thick black hair in front of him, which was not a human-shaped right hand, Ma Jing couldn't help but be stunned. Is this guy so easy to talk to? Or are you really too preconceived by your appearance? Maybe the other party as he is indeed a vulgar and bad guy, but in some aspects it may be a relatively normal person. My thoughts could not fade, because at the next moment, Ma Jing's hair was standing up all over his body. There is something is wrong. Gui Yanchinj maintained that expression of Gujing Bubo, but his right hand suddenly flipped over, and he kept spreading his palms. He swept straight towards Ai Ma Jingyi's face. So fast. Want to hide? Bump. Chapter 33, Protecting the Court. Akama Jingyi's reaction is definitely not slow. He curled up even before the other party launched an attack. But even so, he was still blown away without any resistance. Bump. The whole person's body rose from the ground, as if he had hit a galloping carriage, which made Ma Jing feel that his mind was shaken a few times, and his body was extremely painful. I don't know how many times I have flipped through. When I came to my senses, not only were there fragments of wooden tables, chairs, and benches around me, but Ma Jing was also so painful that her face turned into a ball. I can't stand up at all. The pain was as if it was being run over. The consciousness began to become a little confused, and unclear symptoms appeared. What's wrong? The slap just now hit the head. It is no exaggeration to say that this behavior is similar to a sneak attack. Judging from this kind of short-handed connection, Ma Jing can also be sure that the other party has spiritual pressure far higher than the deputy captain level. There is no way to capture and analyze, and in that case, he suddenly took action. It is a blessing that even if you have Ma Jing, you can save your life. But I have no way to blame the opponent. After all, Fundamentally speaking, it is because the parties involved believe the other party too rudely. How could a person who was born in Liuhun Street and became Jianba by relying on killing Ming be so easy to talk to? The best choice should be the same as others, and quickly get up and leave when you realize something is wrong. This is how you can protect yourself to the greatest extent. There is insufficient social experience me. In short, these reflections have to be a little bit later. In this situation, you must stand up as soon as possible. This is clearly what I think in my mind, but the reactions made by my body are not the same. Jing also staggered to stand up, but soon fell to the ground again. He heard the laughter of Gui Yanchinj coming from not far away. Oh, I'm pretty capable. I tried my best to kill you with that slap. I didn't expect to be able to defend myself. It's better to start first, and it's easier to do things. This is what I learned from Liuhun Street. Don't resent me, young man. It can only be said that he is a guy who is a slut, and he is an ordinary good citizen like Ma Jing, and his fighting consciousness between the two sides is not on the same level at all. Jing also struggled to raise her eyes. Gu. Accompanied by a light sound that seemed to be there and not be there. The bright red liquid with the rust smell slid down her forehead and penetrated straight into her right eye. Akama Jingyi's vision became bright and turbid. My head has also been broken. How is the wound? Is the bleeding severe? There is no way to capture and analyze such information, not to mention that my body is still in a state of paralysis. The worst situation is nothing more than this. With Ma Jing, he could only see that Gui Yanchin's broad body was slowly approaching. The other party's voice was no longer as lazy as before, and now it was full of jokes and disdain. I can actually meet guys like you often. They don't understand the rules and love to be heroes. I think that if I join the 13th team of the Guardians, I can show my skills and achieve something from now on. That's true, this kind of thing is disgusting just by thinking about it. I actually look down on you guys the most. The footsteps slowly approached. There are also the clanging sounds of metal sharp objects colliding with each other. Draw his sword. Gui Yanchinj bared his big teeth, and he smiled quite flamboyantly. Now, in Ma Jingyi's eyes, he felt a sense of dislocation like a villain. What kind of guarding the court, captain, and responsibilities? After all, they are just names. After all, it's up to you, it's just the means and fists. The guy who kills without blinking is the most popular. By the way, eat, sleep, women, and chop and slash. As long as you have these things, it's enough to survive, don't you think so? There is no such thing as reputation, no meaning. Vent your instincts to your heart's content. Fuck a beautiful and eye-catching woman, kill an annoying guy. Because I am the captain, I never pursue anything, just be careful and don't provoke the nobles. Outside, you may be more restrained, but within the team, that is completely a perfect position. Even if the women in the team are humiliated, no one will come to say no to him, and there will be no complaints when they are looking for trouble with others on the street. Because I am doing the act of protecting the court. If you don't cooperate with me, just kill all those who cater to me. Even if the women in the 11th team withdraw from the team, Yamamoto Tsurai Sakaki Shigeki would not have any to me. What opinions? At most, I can only say 2 words like pay attention to the degree and image. Yes, that's it. Because I am the captain, maintaining the stability and tranquility of the Lingting court is the meaning of the 13th team of the protection court. The feelings of ordinary people can be ignored, and the lives of mediocre people can be squandered at will. For my whim, it is natural that you guys who cannot get on the table will give you body or life. What a happy and wanton life! Like this, because of the momentary rise, you can ravage pretty women at will. At the same time, you can also make these boys who do not understand the rank and order of the emperor die in a bad way because of your will. It doesn't matter, no one will hold me accountable. This was the case in the past, and it was the case in the future. This kind of life, just thinking of these things can make people happy. If this lasts for hundreds of years, I will definitely not get tired of it. It would be better to say that I want to live such a life in the next life. Gui Yanchanj Jianba, he agreed with this concept of protecting the court from the bottom of his heart, and was sincerely satisfied with his current situation. In his insane sight, Ma Jing also saw the other party raise the long knife in his hand. I want to fuck that woman. Since you see it, you should not stop her. Instead, you should press her to the ground, strip her naked, and rush to deliver her to me. This is my right as a captain, and it is also your responsibility as a teamman. Do you understand? Well, you won't listen to your appearance. Forget it this time, I've forgiven you. After all, this face that looks very feminine is enough to make me disgusted. As soon as the words fell, the slender Zanpakara had already chopped down. Arima Jingyi's expression kept his face close to dullness, and he could not make any resistance at all. Because my body is still a little out of control. But the brain's thoughts never stopped, and the crisis consciousness made a sharp explosion, making Ma Jing's cells tense at this moment. If you want to resist, you cannot just be killed. Then what should I do? What else can help you? Just like a lonely fallen water person who fell into the bottomless abyss, Ma Jing also struggled and fluttered, trying to make his body float. It was in this tens of millions of moments. His consciousness was withdrawn for a moment, and then he saw the intersection that I have seen countless times in my dream. Ah, that's it, so that's it. At this moment, it seemed as if something suddenly became extremely transparent. Ama Jing also subconsciously raised her right hand, but it was not for obstruction, nor for defense. He just held the hilt of the sword around his waist. There was no way out. On the verge of despair and dying, Ma Jing also vomited a sip of bloody air. Zanpakara. Liberation. Chapter 34, Let's Die of One's Own, Bow Clothes. What is Zanpakara? Ma Jing has also thought about this issue several times and tried to summarize it. The answers drawn have never changed at all. It is like a mirror, which captures the will of the death god's heart, the soul, and truth, and reflects it. Find the other side of yourself. Carry contact and talk. After that, you can try to accept the self who is not very likable. The procedures are not complicated, after all. This is the so-called initial solution. Reflection, summary, until reconciliation with one's own heart, although it is a difficult task for many team members. But as long as the god of death who serves as the deputy captain and the head office has more or less mastered the power of this stage, and Ma Jingyi's spiritual pressure has reached the level of 7th level spiritual power. This means that the boy's hard conditions have met the standards. He has enough reserves and good physical strength to welcome further strength. But this is the problem. At that confusing intersection, Ma Jing has been wandering for a long time, but she has never seen her heart-like thing. Is it not good enough where I did it? Or is the other party hinting at something that indicates that Ma Jing has some shortcomings, so he is unwilling to show up? What's more, I'm actually a pretty bad guy in my subconscious mind, just wanting to embarrass myself. All kinds of thoughts hovered in my mind, making Ma Jing really bored for a long time. And at this moment, there was a pause in this blink of an eye. Ama Jing finally captured this one Sanalifetime inspiration and understood what its original meaning was. The intersection is not a maze used to trap him. But the container is the illusion of Ma Jing, and it is also where his true appearance lies. In other words, he was not rejected, but he stood above the answer from the beginning without knowing it. Continuously cycle and wander. This seemingly meaningless behavior is repeated over and over again. Just like the dream that Ma Jing has experienced these days. Yes. Your name is. Let's kill you, Bow Clothes. In his heart, he sang the name of the knife quietly. The power hidden in Ma Jing's heart also flowed in this moment and began to stir in his chest. However, the process of liberation of Zanpakara was unexpectedly smooth. It can even be described as calm. It seemed as if I just threw a joking stone into the ancient lake that was 100 meters deep. The rippling water patterns and the swaying waves were quickly dissipated until they returned to the deep and deadly appearance. Something changed. It seems that something remains unchanged. Gui Yanchenj Jianba seemed to feel something, and his brows frowned unconsciously, but did not make any other more specific reactions. It's nothing, it's just a weak force like a mosquito flapping its wings. It cannot threaten yourself at all. Gui Yanchenj has always trusted his intuition. After all, he has used this method to take up the position of captain now. And that's true. Gui Yanchenj's Zanpakara was swung down fiercely. The power of the spirit is like abyss, and it moves with the wind. In the middle, there is Ma Jingyi's face. It should have been like this. But the other party used a strange technique to react like a first come. Arimajing also pulled out the Zanpakara in her hand horizontally and just put it in front of her. Ding! When iron tools collided, the sharp explosions made by them were always unacceptable. The same is true for Gui Yanchenj. He subconsciously tickled, obviously not satisfied with the result. After all, I originally wanted to split the other party in half like a watermelon. But not only did I fail to do it, but also felt that the feel was quite strange. You can feel that your attack has not fallen easily. No. It would be better to say, this guy's position of parrying is too subtle, which is exactly the weakness of this kind of force. Is it occasional? After all, although the sissy in front of him held up his attack, her expression was also 3 points weak. It's not a fool, nor is there anything fancy. The attack is precisely effective, but the effect is far less than expected. The question is simple and straightforward. Since you have made up your mind to crush a bug, it will be the same for 2 or 3. The result will not change. Gui Yanchenj, who noticed this, did not hesitate. The moment he raised the knife slightly, his left leg swept towards Ma Jing quickly along his half-sided waist. There is no way to retreat, there is no way to avoid it. At this critical moment, Ma Jing just pursed her lips tightly and made a pretty standard curling position. The calf was like a whip, but it whistled out of a storm like a strong wind. In the middle of his legs was Ma Jingyi's waist, kicking the boy up like a plaything, and hitting him hard on the ceiling above his head. The back was covered with a wooden structure, and the force could not be digested, so the whole person could only be stuffed into the boardroom without control. Ma Jingyi's face was twisted into a ball, and she could feel the severe pain from her waist. It seemed that she was injured, even her ribs. The attack was still effective, but Gui Yanchenj's expression became increasingly impatient. I am used to chopping and killing and fighting on the street. Gui Yanchenj was like a slaughter of a cow, and he could clearly tell whether his attack was accurate or effective. At this moment, he felt even more and more strange. He just felt like he had kicked a ball of cotton, feeling powerless and nowhere to make it. The first time was an accident, and the second time was definitely not an accident. So what did the other party do? Stupid little guy. The existing information is not enough to distinguish this information, but Gui Yanchenj is not good at thinking. After a brief hesitation, he made a decisive decision. No matter what, it is always right to kill someone first. Next hit. There will definitely be no possibility of failure or crookedness again. Using the bursting spiritual pressure, completely crush this annoying insect in one breath. On the side of Ma Jingyi, his thoughts were constantly diverging and spreading, as if he had entered a mysterious state. So that the parties involved briefly ignored the physical pain. The situation changes, and the injury to the ribs will affect the movement. Adjustment is required. An unknown brilliance flashed in Ma Jingyi's pupils. Now in his vision, the world has faded its original color and turned into simple black and white. Strong and simple color difference can sift away unnecessary information and allow your attention to be placed where you should concentrate. If there is Ma Jing, he can see it. 4 blue light belts were floating around with him as the center. Chapter 35, Taking a Bow as the Clothes, the nature of the snake. In the world where black and white are confused, the blue aperture that Mahjong also sees is the unique ability that spreads out from his Zanpakara. He saw 4 of himself. It's like facing the intersection and stagnating. Mahjong also started toward the unknown. The first one rushed up straight from the front, holding his hands to try to break through and attack his opponent Hedon. However, Gui Yanchinj directly chopped it in half with the man and the knife. The second choice was to detour the whole trip, but I haven't waited for myself yet. As soon as he launched the attack, Gui Yanchinj pinched his head and smashed it to the ground. The third. The fourth. All attempts to make a positive breakthrough ended in failure, and Mahjong also watched these blue lights and shadows go from deep to shallow until they disappear. Now I have a conclusion in my mind. If you cannot make a breakthrough, you can only adjust your strategy. Bang! It seemed as if I had snapped my fingers in my heart, and the familiar intersection appeared again. Deduction. This is where Mahjong Yi Zanpakara's ability lies. Obtain information between yourself and the other party, fix these known contents, and inject them into the Zanpakara in the form of spiritual pressure, so that it can be fully interpreted and analyzed. After, the maze called Ghost City will be completely reconstructed and will appear in Mahjong Yi's mind. The intersection symbolizes 4 different directions. Through conscious control, Mahjong can also clearly foresee a series of consequences that will arise if he does this behavior. He was hacked to death and his head was crushed. Break the body and pull the eyeballs off. There are countless ends like this. Therefore, we need to constantly remake. If you cannot make a breakthrough Hedon, you can only detour, retreat, or passively defend. Although it may be complicated to say, it is actually not something that is difficult to understand. This can be completely understood as a game about life and death. Every intersection is a search for vitality. And if it is like this now, all the blame will be defeated. With Mahjong, you can give up this round of attempts, so as to adjust your thinking and make another sense of attempt. The first 2 avoidances were found by using such means. It is normal for Gui Yanchinj to feel discomfort. After all, in terms of probability, this is a probability of several thousand, no, or even tens of thousands. Based on the 4, Mahjong has already performed countless deductions in her mind. So whether the movements are ugly or the means are dirty, as long as you can find a chance to escape, Mahjong will walk to this intersection without hesitation. Like a mouse walking through the maze. It's like walking on the endless ring of Mobius. The bow is the nature of the snake. That's right. This is an Aurata snake connected to the end and is biting itself. This is the original heart of Mahjong Yi, and it is also the concretization of the talent he possesses, turning the 4 basic skills into his own soul. Turning the impossible into chaos. Then use your own strength to try to peel off the cocoon. Finding the line that will be impossible to turn into a possibility. Theoretically speaking, this ability will inevitably find the opportunity to win. After all, probability is not an absolute thing. It is full of chaos and unknowns, which also means infinite possibilities. It's like sending a computer to a monkey. After countless attempts, monkeys may also write a stunning work called Hamlet. But the facts are definitely not that simple. Because Mahjong's spiritual pressure is limited. During the operation of the Zanpakara, all the energy of Mahjong Yi gathers in the brain. Just like an overclocked computer, this level of output became uncontrollable with Mahjong's consciousness at this moment. Because there are too many times. With the 4-based attempt, Mahjong also repeated it hundreds of times in just a few seconds. Resist, defend, dodge, and even beg for mercy. Under these extreme measures, the answers that Mahjong can find are limited after all. The feeling of oppression that Gui Yanchinj gave himself was not an extraordinary degree, and it was a maze built based on the other party. Now that he has only walked 2 steps away, Mahjong can feel a lot of pressure. Perhaps after your strength increases, your ability to continue to be strengthened, and then deduce a more accurate future. But for Ma Jing at this moment, that's all he can get. How long does it take to move forward in the future before you can see the end? How many rounds do you have to struggle to find the exit? There is no room for you to continue thinking about these things for the time being. Because of Ma Jing, he could see that the blue light spreading out of his body was shattering like glass and disappearing. Countless futures were rejected. At the same time, the brilliance gradually began to regain its original state in front of Ma Jing. Not good. After your vision is completely restored to its original state, time will start to flow again. Before that, before Giyan City starts to take action, you must find the so-called way to live. Where is the next intersection, the next turning point? The physical strength of the other is rising and falling, coupled with the opponent's increasingly fierce attack. The situation of Ma Jingyi is also taking a sharp turn for the worse. However, it is not time to give up. Ma Jing bit her tight lithe teeth tightened their bodies at this moment, so that blue veins that could be seen on the naked eye burst out from their temples. Puff! If there is a light sound like nothing comes from the depths of my mind, it begins to echo gently. What's the movement? Before he could dig deeper, Ma Jing could feel a warm touch coming from his nostrils. Something was wet. Looking down, it was the blood from his nostrils that were flowing out of his body. Is the physiological reaction caused by excessive brain circulation? This behavior itself is a warning, the body making a tragic sound. But at the same time, Ma Jing had to maintain this state. After all, it is a death that will lead to success if you fail. All I can do now is to do my best. Take a deep breath and clench the Zanpakara in your hand. Ma Jing also stimulated the spiritual pressure in her body without reservation. The blue turbulent streams that could not be distinguished in numbers, and even completely unable to distinguish their appearance began to surge wildly. Bring it on! It is the other party who presses his physical strength and life to the limit, making his body like a long snake completely trapped to death. Or should I take the lead in finding a suitable breakthrough, finding an outlet in this endless cycle, and being able to make a breakthrough? After chaos, everything will become extremely clear. P.S. The ability of this knife is designed to be related to the subsequent solution, so there are many limitations. Please forgive me, after all, it is just the beginning solution. Chapter 36, Blood Flowers Welcome the Moon in the Sky. The colors gradually become richer, and the chaotic future begins to become clear and visible. Ma Jingyi's nose bleeding could not stop flowing, and his breathing became rapid. Due to excessive pressure, the body felt obvious discomfort. Many futures have emerged, but Ma Jing is only using them as a reservation option at this moment. After all, you will definitely not be able to win if you keep hiding. It's like a bird being blocked by a giant python. It's just a waste of your own physical strength just by struggling, dodging, and screaming. Let the other party bleed and be injured. This is the most correct way and one of the few turnarounds. Gui Yanchinj is a captain-level figure. Although this position is used as a cheating method and a position that is gained like a clever, but the other party's strength is unquestionable. It is the strongest opponent that has encountered so far. But even so, this definitely does not mean that there is no chance for you. So, where exactly can you fight back and hurt your opponent's future? Ma Jing also bit her teeth tightly, his eyes began to become congested, and his heartbeat was infinitely amplified, becoming a roaring engine. Finally, in this endless future, he found the only way to counterattack. Unlike any route I had seen before, this phantom even showed a scarlet background, revealing a human aura. The Mobius ring was still not untied. The future direction is still full of crises. But now there is no other way, so I can only do this. In the hazy state, Ma Jing seemed to hear Aizen's voice, and it began to echo in her ears. There is Ma Jing, this is the battle for survival. It's over here. Only one battle. A whistle sounded like a rusted gear, and it began to bite and rotate with difficulty. The tiny thing used to confine and stop time has been completely crushed at this moment. With horses, there is no way out. In the broken mezzanine, the boy's eyes turned coldly. His breathing gradually calmed down, and all the power in his body dissipated, but Ma Jing also fell straight down from the ruins. The boy who fell to the ground in a mess choked out a mouthful of blood, but showed an extremely serious expression at this moment. Mobilize all the remaining spiritual pressure. Turn your body into a wet towel, twist and squeeze until there are no drops left. Focus on a little and build momentum. Hey! The sound of the wind suddenly erupted, and a beam of light appeared at this moment. The spiritual pressure that is so viscous that it can turn into a tangible object presents a blue torrent that soars into the sky. No reservations, burst out with all your strength. Ling Fei rolled up and counterattacked, completely destroying the already miserable store. Sky. It was almost dusk, and shaking stars were everywhere. Ma Jing also became a shining thing that seemed to be able to replace her existence at the intersection point where the sun and the moon did not exist. Is this something? No, I haven't seen it before. People who are tempted by the flames and possess the power are the most incomprehensible. Now that they see something that is unknown, they will only show their cowardice and retreat. Gui Yanchen showed a very disdainful expression. What a bunch of waste, but it's just a spiritual pressure with an unusual density. I just haven't seen it on weekdays. Can you scare you like this? Tugging his steps, Gui Yanchen's lips rolled up and hesitated for a moment. He sneered as if it was there. There are many forms of battle between the gods of death. Swordsmanship, melee fighting, footwork, ghost path. The 4 basic skills are the teaching content of the academy, and there is also a reason for this. But in the final analysis, the battle between the gods of death is a collision of souls. So, the most important thing is the power, stinky brat. Gui Yanchen spoke frivolously and stepped forward. Energy that was enough to distort the air gathered in the air. The members of the 11th team let out a whine, but they couldn't say anything, and they were shocked and fainted. It seemed as if the invisible sun was rising slowly. Gui Yanchen's Jianba showed a smile as if he was sure to win. 3rd-class spiritual power. The power that is enough to disinfect ordinary refugees like maggots, and even well-trained team members will also dizzy uncontrollably. This is Gui Yanchen's full confidence and the origin of his pride. Then what are your abilities? Although it looks a bit weird, it is just a 7th, no, it is probably the 6th level spiritual power. Why do you dare to fight me as a sub-district officer? Since you have decided to use spiritual pressure, you must fight quickly. If you provoke some unnecessary guys, you will definitely be scolded by old man Yamamoto. So, die. The muscles that were swelled like steel bars swelled and bulged. Gui Yanchen held the Zanpakara in his hand and waved it at Ma Jing. Boom! In an instant, sand and stones flew and wind and waves soared into the sky. Gui Yanchen's sword seemed to split the air and swept towards Ma Jing. It's coming! Is this the captain-level attack after the attack is attacked after the murderous intent is used and the spiritual power is activated? It was indeed shocking, and even Ma Jingyi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. But this is also expected. There was a soft sound of sand. The boy turned sideways at this moment, lowered his body, and put his knife into the sheath. The cycle of exhalation and inhalation was completed in an instant, and Ma Jing also curled her legs and kicked out, as if the spring that had been compressed to its limit was released. Ma Jingyi's body disappeared, and replaced by lightning that had always flashed through the sky. A little tricky. Gui Yanchen saw that the sword energy he had cut was completely cut from it, and a vague figure flashed from it. It was Ma Jing who was covered in blood. Breaking through the captain-level attack is by no means an easy move. The price is the current broken wound. Ma Jingyi's face was covered with interlaced cracks, and his left eye was cut and he was forced to close it. But that's all. The blade turned around, and Gui Yanchen's second round of slash had quietly reached as if it were an attack of this level, he could come to hundreds of rounds without any gap. The sword light swept and the sharp edge flashed. The figure in front of him was cut into 2 pieces in half. But the next moment, Gui Yancheng couldn't help frowning. This is another one. The touch is wrong. The moment when consciousness collapsed, the figure disappeared at this moment. Instead, it is a dead domineering suit that is completely divided into 2 pieces. What is this? This is the 3 of the 4 maple steps, the empty cicada. If I can survive, I have to thank Siphon Jai Yuan for some reason. Thanks to this, Arimajing finally broke into her best attack range. Holding breath and concentrating, Zanpakara raised his head high, and when Gui Yancheng turned his sight in shock, Ma Jing also roared and split the long sword in his hand. Puff! The bright blood flowers face the moon in the sky. Thrilling and twisted. Chapter 37, Gardenia blooms in the bushes. Just like the future that the Bao uniform foresees. Ama Jingyi slashed the target and completely cut off Gui Yancheng's shoulder, dividing the muscles, blood vessels, and tissues together, until it stuck in front of the thick collarbone like a giant bear. Although it was indeed expected, after seeing the real thing, the boy inevitably showed a feeling of emotion. A little regretful. After all, this is a unique opportunity. The other party was careless and did not face him. This side tried all their best to seize the unique opportunity. A perfect moment. It's just a pity that Ma Jingyi's power is really limited and he cannot completely cut Gui Yancheng's body. That's all. Thoughts floated in my mind, and a black shadow flashed in front of Ma Jing. Only when he had time to curl up his body, the boy was slapped by Gui Yancheng's slap, and his whole body flew out like an arrow from the string. His body hovered uncontrollably and finally hit the kimono store on the street. Ama Jing also collapsed a large area of buildings and struggled to get up, but in the end she could only helplessly dissipate her strength and sat in the ruins. The body is paralyzed, sore and swollen, and I can't even move my fingers. This is the consequence of oppressing the spiritual pressure to the limit. Just like the literal sense of mermaid meat, this is the true portrayal of Ama Jing's moment. The Mobius ring was still not untied. But this is also the limit that a teenager can achieve, and it is the critical point that the unyielding one can fight back. So what kind of results will you have? The more distant future that you have not seen is now a mess. As he thought about it, Ma Jing could hear it. The hysterical roar of Gui Yancheng came from outside. Gay. Finished. This is not very good spiritual. The boy couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he was not surprised by the result. After all, with the power of only the officer level, the injury of the captain level is already an over-level performance. He simply closed his eyes. And outside, Gui Yancheng, who was covering the wound on his shoulder, was screaming with cold sweat. What did it made stand in a stand? Come up and help me treat my wound. Injury is not a rare thing, I am a slut from Liuhun Street. Logically speaking, it wouldn't show such a embarrassed look. But the situation is different. Just a poor teaman, he injured himself to this point. It feels like being bitten by a rabbit, anyone will be surprised or even stunned. Humiliation, unwillingness, anger. Mixed with anger and anger, he vented hysterically on others at this moment. Get out! The members of the 11th team next to them rushed up later. Looking at the wounds that kept bleeding out, Gui Yancheng looked at his busy men, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. All are waste. The one who can't help you is garbage, but the one who should be killed but resists is also a scumbag. Today I obviously just wanted to have some wine and have a woman, so why did it become like this? He slapped the team members next to him in the head. Listening to the shrill screams from others, witnessing the splashing blood residue, Gui Yancheng's boredom was filled one by one, and the expression on his face was relieved. Forget it, I can't continue to care like this. The problem is still the boring brat. Break all the bones of that guy, cut off his hands and feet, and then try your best to torture him." He turned toward the terrified team members and shouted, "Don't be standing there, come over and give me the thing that is not dead." The words have not ended. A burst of sighs came from afar. "It's a noble travel. Captain, the convoy of famous nobles is passing here." "What?" Gui Yanchinj glanced at the direction of the team members when they came in resentment. He did see the chaotic crowd gathering and retreating on both sides. When traveling by aristocrats, pomp is an indispensable part. Now that I have witnessed such a scene, my credibility is naturally even more serious. There is no way. Compared to venting, it is more important to prevent the nobles from seeing their embarrassing appearance. Otherwise, if you say a few words to the old man Yamamoto at that time, that would be more than worth the loss. "Hey, I'll leave first. After the nobles leave, we'll drag the kid out and take it to our team." Covering the wound on his shoulder, Gui Yanchinj turned around and left. The nobles' convoy arrived as promised, but this kind of pomp and crowd always gave people a dreamlike feeling. Jing also looked at the ceiling in front of her in a blur. The complications caused by blood loss made his breathing become abnormally short. Not good. If this continues, you will be shocked. So who can help me, Jianjun? When he was dying, Ma Jing could only see a slightly familiar figure walking into the room and finally standing in front of him. That smile that seemed to be there. There is no need to discuss who comes. "Eisen, teacher." Before he finished speaking, Ma Jing fainted. What I smelled was a refreshing fragrance. When I opened my eyes, I saw a completely unfamiliar ceiling. She was covered with white bedding, and a porcelain vase with flower arrangement was hung on the head of the bed. White gardenia. The fragrance covers the smell of disinfectant, highlighting a subtle sense of luxury. Akimajing also sat up in confusion and looked around and looked over. "Where is this? It's not pale. Obviously it's not a serious hospital. So where did you take me? Or domestic?" While thinking, there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside. Not long after, the Japanese-style push door was gently pulled open. A familiar and strange figure came from outside. It is said that familiarity is because the other person's image is too classic and is a degree that he will never forget it after reading it. Strangeness is due to the consideration of first meeting. After all, in a strict sense, this is the first time that Ma Jing has met with the other party. It was a gentle and peaceful woman with long black hair in the middle part and wearing heiao, which symbolized the identity of the captain. Her eyes scanned the room for a while, and then fell on Ao Ma Jing Yi. The boy saw the other person's smile blooming like a flower. "Are you awake? That's great. After all, I fell asleep for 3 days and 3 nights in one breath, and even I would be a little worried. I can confirm your news, so that I would feel a little more at ease." "Ah. I'm sorry, I still forgot to introduce myself. It's our first time meeting, right?" The other person's hands were intertwined in front of him, and the quiet smile on his face was peaceful and peaceful. "I am the captain of the 4th team, and the flowers are fierce." Chapter 38, Harvest. The flowers of Mao are fierce. He is the god of death who has served as the captain for the longest time in the 13th team of guarding, and is also the evil man 1,000 years ago, the first generation of Jianba. Although now he restrained his murderous intent and no longer showed that unusual aura. But no matter what. The shadow of the tree. It is now the first time that Ma Jing has been facing each other's opponent, and she is somewhat nervous. "Hello. My name is Yu Ma Jing Yi, and I am an annual student at Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. I'm very nervous. Is it because of my first meeting? Haha, I hope I can get used to it. After all, after joining the 13th team of Gyuding, the 4th team, as the main medical and support organization, should get used to contacting us as soon as possible. The breath of preaching is quite strong. But there is no way, after all, the other party is getting upwards by 4 digits. This is all the older generations who have been talking to you for several rounds, you can only suffer if you feel uncomfortable. Akimajing nodded a little nervously and responded. Okay. Okay, thank you for your guidance. Mazihwali nodded with a smile, and she walked into the room and pulled the curtains open. Outside is a beautifully decorated courtyard with decently constructed potted plants and green plants, and birds that cannot be named on it. The warm breeze poured into the room and blew on Imajing Yi's body, making the slightly dull nerves revived. The memories of the past came to my mind as well. Ma Jing pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask. That. Captain Mazihwa, can I ask some questions now? The other party fiddled with the support of the windowsill, then turned his head, lowered his hands in front of him and intertwined them, and said calmly with a smile. Are you curious about what happened that day? The answer is too obvious, so it is not embarrassing to be pointed out at this moment. Imajing nodded simply. I want to know what happened. I'm not convenient to disclose more specific things for the time being, because there will be a ruling within the team in the future, so sorry. Ai Ma-jun, at present I can only explain to you that I will take you to the team house that day and ask for assistance will be Aizen's 4 seats. Sure enough. The figure I saw before I was about to lose consciousness was not an illusion. But the confusion that followed was that it increased instead of decreasing. Since I knew it was sent by Aizen, why didn't Izuno Hanaki reveal more content? There is also a need to make a decision within the team. The situation seems to be even more serious than expected. Imajing Yi's expression became indescribable, and Huali Mao was not even willing to mention the relevant content about Gui Yanchinj. Is it because it was too annoying? After all, as the first generation Jianba, this capable man must be the most despised of Gui Yanchinj who takes advantage of tricks. But no matter what, Mao's Huali's attitude is like, and now Ma Jing naturally won't ask questions, he can only accept reality. I understand that. Thank you for your help, Captain Mazihwali. The other party nodded with a chuckle and replied calmly. It's just that I used some conventional methods. The most important thing is that Ma-jun's physical fitness is pretty good. In fact, even if you don't need to go back to the Tao for treatment, Ma-jun will be able to heal himself after a long time. So to some extent, is this a big deal? When Ma Jing was still thinking, the flower Lu of Mao had already stood up. I really look a lot more energetic, and I should be able to go through the procedures and leave the team hall later. She turned her head and shouted to the door. Ainosuk, please send Imajun out later. After all, it is the first time I have arrived at the 4th team's house, so it's still easy to get lost. A thin man came in outside the door. He was thin and tall and slender. While growing long hair, you can see a bit of sadness on your face. Imajun, this is Yamada Ayusuk, the deputy captain of the 4th team. I still have important matters later and can't stay here for a long time. If there is any problem, please communicate with Ayusuk. Akamajing nodded repeatedly. Chenzi, thank you Captain Mazihwa for your help. Haha, it's just a little effort. Mazihwali quickly left the room. Onosuk who stayed behind seemed to have no interest in saying anything to Imajing. He just glanced coldly at this side, then turned his back and said softly. Let's go, I'll take you to go through the procedures. There are many things I want to ask. Where is Aizen? What will Gui Yanchinj react in the future? But now it is obviously not the time to ask questions. If Ma Jing can only swallow these things back into her stomach and keep silent. Speaking of this, I had a fight with Gui Yanchinj before. Then follow your own abilities. Is this supposed to make some progress? After a moment of thoughts, Ma Jing saw familiar content appearing in front of her. You have undergone a Lifian death test and fully appreciate the other party's abilities and expertise. Sword plus 10 White Strike plus 5 Instant Steps plus 5 Ghost Path plus 5? Seeing this long list of contents, Ma Jing couldn't help but be stunned. Why? Is the harvest so exaggerated? The plural form of attribute value bonus has already gained in this area as early as when I was observing the nighttime abuse. Now of course, it wouldn't be surprising. I just didn't expect that this directly increased the attribute value of 25 points. Not only the intuitive feeling on the panel, this level of attribute value, even if converted into spiritual pressure, is enough to raise Ma Jingyi's spiritual power to another level. With Ma Jing, he was able to be sure that his strength had already taken another step. It is absolutely fake to say that you are unhappy, but at the same time. But it also made Ma Jing feel very moved. After all, the more you gain, it means that the gap between you and the other party is also obvious. Ghost Yanqing was not even liberated from the Zanpakara, so the other party was fighting against me only with his own spiritual pressure. This is indeed the case. If the other party liberates the Zanpakara, Ma Jing may even be unable to make that kind of counterattack at all. Now that the opponent's right hand is seriously injured, this is in a sense an extraordinary performance. Go out from here and say hello to someone in front of the entrance hall, just say you have Ma Jing. After Onosuk finished speaking, he planned to turn around and leave. This made Eri Ma Jing blink with a little toothache. This guy is so indifferent to me. Has there anything he provoked him? Yamada Akasuk. There is no impression of this person, but he was indeed the deputy captain of the 4th team 100 years ago. Because neither anime nor manga appeared, there is no way to guess the other party's personality. Chapter 39, The Protectors Meeting. Thank you for your care these days. The other party remained silent. Ma Jing could only scratch the corner of her mouth and smiled awkwardly. In addition, can you please help me with a word to Captain Mashiwa? Thank you for your care during this period. The other party paused, and then turned his head halfway, showing a rather disgusting expression. This sentence should be put before it, right? With Ma Jing, he understood immediately. I guess he is another fan-level figure of Mao's Hilyu. Ma Jing was also thinking about it on this side, and on the other side, the Mashiwa, who was heading to the destination, had also landed. This is a wide and deep courtyard, and it is also a familiar and gathering place for the flowers of Mazai. The teammates who had been waiting here for a long time had a solemn expression and stood on both sides. Wait for the Kamiyaki to return to the sheath and then walked forward slowly. Bend down and bow. Captain Mashiwa, please go here. Well, thank you all for your hard work. It is just a routine matter, but it still has a solemn feeling. This is based on the concept of Yamamoto's Motorius Shijie, and it is also a principle that all outsiders who come here should abide by. The flower of Mao is naturally not excluded. Under the guidance of the teammates, Mao's Hiwalai drove straight in and finally arrived in the spacious main hall. There are dozens of figures in the list, including tall, short, fat, thin, and different figures, and even the temperament of incompatible water and fire, all stand side by side at this moment. So they turned their eyes to witness the last captain who arrived. No one spoke. Only the old man sitting upright on the platform slowly opened his eyes at this moment. The thin body has white beards. The crutches in the hand are wrinkled like skin, highlighting the drooping and old look. But even so, the brilliance in the old man's eyes was still bright and bright. He stared at the Mashiwalai who had just entered the room, then turned his eyes and finally said in a deep voice. The people are already here, so let's start soon. Yamamoto Motorius Shijie. He paused the wooden stick in his hand, and the crisp sound echoed. The irregular meeting of the 13th team of the Guardians was held at this moment. First of all, Minister Jirosug will summarize the work during this period. Please pay attention to your related work. The deputy captain is usually not eligible to enter the captain's meeting. But the deputy captain of the Kuma team is an exception. As the deputy of Mr. Yamamoto for many years, his ability and professionalism have long been recognized by everyone. Take the front half a step. The deputy captain of the K, who was wearing a black beard and wearing a turtle collar, had a gentlemanly look, began to summarize various recent contents. The time is not long, only a dozen minutes of documentary report. After completing the content of this regular meeting, Yamamoto pondered, symbolizing that the agenda entered the next stage. It's good that you should be diligent and do your best to protect the court. It's all right now. What's the matter that you need to discuss and do? Yamamoto's voice was calm and steady, as if he had begun the meeting. He made the initial declaration. Even if it's said it. Inheriting. X12. No matter how rebellious a person is, he will have a solemn expression and make corresponding replies at this moment. This is the majesty of the 13th team of the Guardian Court, and it is also the consensus among everyone. A brief silence. But it was quickly broken, and a figure on the side of the queue spoke in a deep voice. Although saying this may bring shame to someone, my duty is that I will not vomit until today. The one who opened the mouth was a mental man with a round explosive head and wearing white-framed sunglasses. He stepped forward half a step, pushed the glasses on his nose, and his tone was quite disgusting. 4 days ago, a good guy asked for trouble in the inner city, causing a lot of riots. As for who it is, I won't name it. I hope I can confess. The captain of the 7th team, Ichuan Luohu, said so. Half of the eyes stared at one side at this moment. And standing near the end, Gui Yanchinj, who was wandering outside the sky, couldn't help but be shocked. Gui Yanchinj's reaction was quite big if he didn't want to be noticed in such a place. But it's just a little conflict, a conflict. Why are you doing so stingy? This is not the first time this kind of thing has happened. As the inner court guard, it's a headache for this kind of thing. Do you think who is wiping your butt every time? He responded with a roaring tone of no less than you Gui Yanchinj. Ichuan Luohu, he had no intention of leaving it to the other side. Gu. Cold sweat suddenly emerged from Gui Yanchinj's forehead. I am used to being arrogant and domineering in my daily life, but at this time I don't know how to contact people with equal relationships. And I heard that the one who fought with you was just a student of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. The person who interrupted the mouth was holding his blonde hair, and was wrapping his hands around his chest, stirring his hair with his right hand, showing a sarcastic smile. I took the initiative to provoke trouble but was injured, and I even had to discuss it on such a serious occasion. Just thinking about it makes people want to get into the crack in the ground. It's so ugly. The captain of the 3rd team, Fogbashirojiro, said so. Grass. Although I really want to scold me directly. But under Yamamoto's gaze, this confrontation can only be restricted by reason and rules. Besieged. But considering that the parties involved are not very popular, they should not be too timid at this moment. After all, other people's opinions are not important, and the most important thing is that Yamamoto cannot be despised by himself. Gui Yanchinj waved his right hand angrily and replied fiercely. I just didn't use real skills. And that kid is also slippery and inconspicuous. By the way, he must have mastered it and finally understood. So what you mean is, if you want to win a kennel who has just learned to liberation from Zanpakura, do you still need to concentrate? Frivolous and joking, as if the sound of a blue vein swelling just by hearing it comes from the side. Captain of the 5th team, Mako Hirako smiled so flamboyantly. As the captain, he has done such behavior that he is inferior to the team. Are you too incompetent, right? It is a careless look, but now it highlights the sarcastic temperament. And even if you are looking for trouble, your reputation is already very bad. So far, you have killed many team members, right? I don't die in the hands of the task object, but I'm ravaged by you and lost my life. Hey, what do you think of the team members' lives? Are you your personal assets? Well, although the captain does have the position of dealing with the team members, it's innocence. Everyone should hate arbitrary guy like you. Hirako Mako showed her big teeth and raised her right hand and shouted. So, there should be people who agree, right? Silence for a moment. A figure who was silent until now raised his right hand and said in a slightly uneasy tone. That. Yura Harakisuke. Although he was wearing a beard and dressed up like a mature uncle, he now showed an expression of pleasing to others. But, what he said made Gui Yanchinj much nervous. I think this approach is indeed not very good. The content of the speech is not very important, and the most important thing at this moment is to express your opinion. The four people gave their opinions. This situation is unprecedented in the past. Why did it develop like this? Did I do something that is unreasonable? It was obviously like this before. Why are you scolded by these people this time? Gui Yanchin's face was covered with cold sweat. I didn't know if it was because of the pain in the wound or simply because he was scared by this situation. It is at this time. The slender figure standing beside Shigeki Yamamoto gave a fatal blow. I lost to a guy who was worse than the team, but I still made excuses here to try to excuse my past crimes. You guy, it's really hopeless. One night in Sifanjiyuan. Unlike the simple outfit she used to wear, she was wearing yuri, which symbolized the captain. Now she was holding her hands in her chest and was slightly raising her chin. Since you are a team of 11th with strength as the criterion, your actions so far naturally make sense. The big fist is amazing. The team exclusive to Suzanne Warriors requires a guy with high fighting spirit like you. But then again, I lost to an unknown boy, and now I'm still so distorted to find a supplement for myself. Hello, won't you feel a little ashamed? The energetic woman chuckled and said something that made Gui Yanchin's back chill. If you still have shame, what if you slap yourself here? Chapter 40, Protecting 13th Team. A frivolous tone and an indifferent attitude. It seems like a joke that is not careless, but it seems that his nature is revealed inadvertently. The elusive personality like a cat is exactly what Sifanjiyuan Yi's impression in everyone's hearts. Staring with light golden eyes, the head of Sifanjiyuan's offensive was rapid and fierce. Hey, what's wrong? Can't even say a word? Even if you don't have enough confidence, you should argue at this time to be a normal reaction, right? Or say. If you don't introduce the wrong person, can't you do it? The smile was as if the lioness was grinning, and the eyes of the Sifanjiyuan Yi made Gui Yanchinj sweat profusely. If I don't mind, I can make a guest appearance. Second only to Shigeki Yamamoto, the second person he was afraid of among everyone present was this hateful Sifanjiyuan leader. After all, aristocrats are the most unreasonable, and aristocrats like to impose privileges the most. Gui Yanchinj, who was immersed in power and power, was most afraid of this distorted collection. At this moment, even his tone was 3 points lighter. No. Lord Sifanjiyuan, I just want to say, these are all for reasons. Mako Hirako was standing beside her, smiling more and more flamboyantly. The more you draw, the darker you are, you stupid. Give it, shut up. I just. Silent. It seemed as if a basin of cold water was poured on the expanding fire, causing the originally boiling situation to cool down rapidly. Yamamoto Motoriyasu Shijiko was unable to express his opinion on this matter. But he decided at this moment. Ghost Yanchinj, your style of conduct is indeed questionable. Don't commit it again from now on, the above. Gui Yanchinj showed a smile of overjoyment as if he was relieved. Ga. Ha ha ha. I understand. The captain of the first team is in charge of the general position of the 13th team of the Protector. The extremely majestic and taciturn old man's assertion at this moment has a far more effective way than the law. Gui Yanchinj escaped. Really, don't you thank the captain at this time? You should know some etiquette, right? You guy. She was wearing a pink feathered jacket with patterns, often wearing a straw hat on her head and a little beard on her jaw. A guy who looked fancy and sloppy was smiling and looking at Gui Yanchinj on one side. If the old man didn't speak for you, would you still have a chance to laugh? The captain of the 8th team, Jingle Chun Shui, rarely speaks at meetings. After thinking about it carefully, this was the first time he took the initiative to talk to Gui Yanchinj. It was somewhat surprising. The reckless man, who knew it later, panicked for a while and wanted to speak. Yamamoto Basanala Sakura Shigeki had already beaten the crutches in his hand. Silent. Even if the words come to your mouth, they have to be broken and swallowed back. This is one of the core rules of the captain's meeting. What else is there? After a moment of silence, Mako Hirako raised her right hand again. Although it is not a very important thing, I'll tell you that I'm planning to adjust the position of deputy captain of the 5th team and let Aizen add medical treatment to the slap. Standing beside him, Fengqiao Tower 10th floor tilted his head, revealing a somewhat puzzled expression. It's really not a very important thing. Is it not something that the captain can decide whether the deputy captain is appointed or not? In other words, this is far from the point where it needs to be discussed. Hirako Mako chuckled and showed an inexplicable smile. No, I would rather call it a notice than a discussion, right? Yes, please take care of our team's vice president Aizen in the future. There is another thing. Hirako Mako turned to Akaruwa who was beside her. Have you found the souls of the 11th team members who were killed by Gui Yanchinj that day? The other party pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head gently. It's completely gone. But this is not a strange thing. After all, it's not a powerful soul body, and it will disappear soon if it's left. I don't want to say this. Forget it, the next thing has nothing to do with the meeting, so let's do it first. In the corner that Hirako Mako couldn't see, Urahara Kisuk showed a thoughtful expression. Feeling that the direction of the meeting began to deflect, Yamamoto Basanaki Shigeki raised his crutch and lit the ground again. That's all for this, let's stop today's meeting. Inhale, hold your breath. The old man's eyes widened slightly and he said in an extremely calm tone. The meeting ends. Inheriting. X12. After the meeting ended, the captains naturally did not have to continue to maintain a tense atmosphere. A few familiar people caught each other and started chatting and drinking parties. These are very common things. Gui Yanchinj fell behind everyone. His eyes were restrained, but his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Pain. The wound on the shoulder seemed to be cracked again. The gauze was soaked in blood, mixed with sweat, which made people headache and annoyed. Afraid. Although it is a meeting, it is more like a hunting ground. Gui Yanchinj felt like a fox pretending to be a wolf, and he could only be careful to be here. Mix beads. Damn, damn, damn. Why are you tortured like this? After all, it was all because of that little eyeless little devil. If he was hacked to death directly, it wouldn't be so troublesome. So what exactly is that guy called? Students of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy? He is it? Don't think that if I hide in school, I won't be able to catch you. I have recorded this hatred. Yamamoto Motoriasushi Shijiko was walking in the passage of departure. Minister Jirokami followed him with a serious expression like a guard made of stone. Hey Shan Yat. It's really a popular name. Yamamoto Jinrijosai stopped and stared behind him with a cold expression. Two figures were walking quickly towards where he was. Kingol Spring Water, Shizhiro Fuzu. Both of them are his favorite students and the captain-level figures who are closest to him. Unlike the feeling during the meeting, the Kyoto Chun Shui at this moment is even more frivolous. Master Shan, I'm very cold today. I haven't seen us for so long, don't you have anything to say? I have nothing to say to a playboy like you. Besides, today, you took the initiative to make things difficult for Gui Yanchinj. What are your plans? Is there any? Am I helping him? Excuse me. Fuzushi's hero pretended to cough twice. Everyone here is not blind, Chun Shui. The person involved tilted his head and rubbed his chin with his right hand, but he showed an interesting expression. Well, it's a rare pleasure to see such a guy making things difficult. What's more, I'm a little interested in what happened that day. The white-haired friend turned around and said. Did that boy who hurt Gui Yan change? I heard from the team members that if there is no exaggeration, he is indeed a talented seedling. Cough cough, cough. Yes, the name is Eri Majing. I also played a game with Omamata, the second team, and I heard that I took a lot of advantages. Chun Shui straightened the hat on her head, and her eyes fell on Yamamoto's back, and she said with a smile. I heard that I am very good at Yuan Liu, you have developed it, and I became famous by fighting in vain. Well, why do you pay so much attention to him? Jingle Chun Shui said yes without any trace. After all, there is a distant relative who has something to do with him, so I paid attention to it. Yutake Shi's hero was completely unable to figure out the reason. In contrast, Yamamoto Basanaki Shigeki snorted deeply, making the two people behind him look serious. Talent is just the words of others. If there is real material, then being polished and tempered is also a very necessary process. Team 13 is all-encompassing. But he will never accept mediocre talents who are just famous. So, if you really have the ability, then learn, struggle, and fight as much as possible. Until he becomes a pillar that can support the name of the Guardian Court. And before that, it is still difficult for Yamamoto Toshiri Sai Shigeki to be interested in these things. Chapter 41, Farewell just for meeting. The credit deduction for absenteeism can be applied for withdrawal through appeal. Because the situation is known, it is because of the injury that was brave enough to do justice outside the school, right? It doesn't matter. Teacher Eisen has already made a report on this aspect, and everyone recognizes your behavior. So according to the regulations, you only need to fill out these forms to make a report. But there is no place to make up for the missing homework these days. Well, it doesn't matter if a guy like you doesn't attend class. After all, you are now. No, looking at the entire Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, you are considered an outstanding genius. Ise Chiao pushed the glasses on his nose and delivered all the sorted documents to Eri Majinja. Okay, this genius, let's go through the process. Although I am very happy that others have made many preparations for themselves. But now these words sound a little sarcastic. So has Ise Kyo always been in this soft knife-like style? Gu, Captain Jingle, your relatives are so difficult to get along with. He smiled and took the prepared file bag. And Majing nodded and replied. Thank you senior for your help. It's just a simple task, it doesn't matter. Ise Kyo half turned her head, her eyebrows and eyes drooped, showing a rather emotional expression. The progress is so fast. Nowadays, AI Majun probably won't have any defects in the ghost realm. No, it's still a blessing from my senior's guidance some time ago. Have you ever seen a child teach adults to use chopsticks? Just thinking about it is funny. Now in the eyes of ISEQ, this is what he did at the time. You guy, I really like to hide your weakness. A face full of emotion. It is not uncommon to have such a speech. After all, compared with a real genius, ISEQ's talent is indeed hard to match. But this is also a matter of course. After all, if it weren't for this man wouldn't have looked so dazzling. Not to mention. Do you have nothing more important to deal with than chatting with me? When it comes to this point, Majing is embarrassed to continue to pester. Then I will let's go first, senior, see you again. Sitting behind the windowsill, Ise Chiao supported her chin with one hand, and the smile on her face bloomed like a lotus flower on the pond. Well, I'll walk slowly and don't send you off. Seeing the other person's back gradually fading away, ISEQ finally couldn't help but sigh. Although I am mentally prepared, I will be a little confused. After all, if I could react a little earlier, the relationship between the two would not seem so embarrassing. The spring breeze knocked on the door, but without any reaction, it drifted to a distant place. Ama Jing also wanted to meet Hu Che Yanjian, but was told that the other party had already gone to the fourth team to start an internship. It should be during this period that Yu Yanhuach developed a respectful and admiration for Kazumiyaki. It seems that the other party's path is already a certain fact in a sense. Then wait until you have time later. The person you want to meet next. Dong Xian must. This guy is as active as ever. Even after seeing Ma Jing was safe and sound, she grinned and showed an inexplicable smile. It's good if you haven't died. How could you say such unlucky words as soon as you meet? But think about it carefully and let the stereotypical and persistent people take the initiative to joke. This is a kind of progress in itself, right? The two of them found a place nearby to sit down and chatted casually. Considering the relationship between the two parties, Ma Jing did not mean to hide it from brother He Pai, and he explained it clearly. Dong Xian expressed his gratitude for Ai Ma Jing Yi's behavior of trust and made corresponding evaluations. So, that Gui Yanjin should hold a grudge against you very much. Hey? Why? I have heard of the people from the 11th team. They are exclusive numbers for the combat type. This guy acts so irritable and exaggerated, and he must be a man who is happy. Dong Xian should lower his head, intertwined his hands in front of him, and his tone was as normal. The most unacceptable guy who is sexually immersed in violence is the true portrayal of such a person. I will hold a grudge against you very much, especially after I know that you are just a college student. It's like a hunter who claims to be a skilled hunter, but was bitten by a rabbit to make his skin burst into pieces. Quite incisive comments. So are blind people the type that speaks very sharply? A little bit tricky. After all, although Ma Jing has made some progress, the opponent's strength must not be underestimated. Even if you pick up a bargain and go to the stage, as the bottom-level figure among the captains, that is a real third-class spiritual power. Although I will sooner or later catch up with the other party. But at least at this stage, Gui Yanjin is definitely not the opponent he can deal with. Oh, so I really have to wait until graduation in the college? Look, Ma Jing scratched the corner of her mouth in embarrassment. Dong Xian wanted the corner of her mouth to rise, so she continued. But this kind of thing is secondary. If you have a horse, go to the teacher's office first. Why? Because Teacher Eisen is waiting for you. So when did you two get so familiar with each other? Before he could ask questions, the other party had already stood up, leaving only a neat back for Ma Jing. If you have a horse, make a choice. I sincerely hope that we can still walk side by side on the same road. After all, there are too few like-minded people. Leaving an unclear sentence, Dong Xian was about to leave Akima Jing Yi's sight. I feel a little subtle, but no matter what, it is indeed appropriate to have a trip to Dresden now. After all, I still have something to ask him to confirm, for example, the various doubts related to Gui Yanjin that day. Ai Ma Jing also came to the familiar teacher's office as it was approaching dusk. And I saw Eisen's medical care that was sorting out her belongings and packing them all into a cardboard box. What is he doing? Just looking at it gives people a sense of absurdity, like I want to run away if I make a mistake. When he met Eisen, Ma Jing also saw the other party smiling and put down the matter at hand. You are finally here, you are Ma Jun. The other party seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Although I originally wanted to ask clearly, I always feel that my momentum is 3 points shorter now. I don't hit people with a smile. Ai Ma Jing also choked for a moment, and finally could only say embarrassedly. That. Thank you, Mr. Eisen, for your help. Haha, it's just a trivial matter. After all, it was a conflict with the captain-level figure. If you tell me the truth, Jing Yejun would be very troubled. This is indeed a great help. But this is not the same as what Ma Jing wants to say. Teacher Eisen, The words have not ended. The other party was the first to speak. Jing Yejun, I will temporarily leave Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy from tomorrow. Because I was promoted to the deputy captain and have many affairs, my current position in teaching has also been adjusted to part-time. My mind suddenly couldn't keep up with the other party's ideas. A little organize it. After all, they are a high promotion, so there is no problem to congratulate you at this time. Congratulations to Mr. Eisen. Haha, I'm grateful. Eisen smiled calmly, and his eyes turned to the side and whispered at this moment. I will only go back to the college once a month later, and the instructor's work will be taken over by others. So in a strict sense, Jing Yejun no longer has to continue calling me a teacher. Jianjun. I will graduate earlier than me, right? After not being able to say these complaints, Eisen even saw Eyes raise her head and showed a very strange smile. Don't feel sorry, separation is just for a more suitable encounter. So before leaving, I also want to explain something to Jing Yejun. First of all, yes, it should be an apology. Although it was unexpected to encounter Gui Yanchenj, in the final analysis, there are some reasons for me. From Jing Yejun's perspective, it should be quite unhappy. After all, it will definitely not feel good if you are deceived. But no matter what, please listen to me finish it first. Holding up a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose, Eisen's tone was as normal. Jing Yejun, you are the fastest progressing death god I have ever seen. Your existence has caused me to have other ideas about many established things. It's really amazing. In time, you will definitely be able to grow into a pillar of the corpse soul world. So I sincerely invite you. Eisen added medical treatment. He smiled and stretched out his right hand to Aya Majing. With Majing, are you willing to walk with me? Chapter 42, The Prisoner Bounded by Iron Chains. Hearing this sentence, Majing couldn't help but make a big alarm. What is coming finally came. Eisen was unwilling to be content with the status quo and began to set up a century-old chess game for the rebellion. Subsequent series of Kurosaka's true infections, expulsion of the Mask Legion, and changes in the Soul Realm. These key nodes have emerged in my mind in comparison, the purpose of my trip has become less important. So, what is your answer? Do you choose to deviate from the corpse soul world and open up 100 years of dormancy like a snake? The scattered life is only in its early 40s. This sudden decision-making pressure really makes Majing a little nervous. I don't want to agree. Instead, considering a cautious and serious attitude is the correct expression of this invitation. Just as Majing was about to speak, Eisen paused for a moment, then showed a humble expression. Sorry. I don't seem to have mentioned these things to Jing Yejun yet. Eisen muttered to herself, and he smiled and withdrew his right hand, instead choosing to stand up at this moment. If anyone seems to think this kind of brainlessness is strange. Hey, it seems that I am a little anxious. Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Eisen walked around to Eri Majinja's side. Jing Yejun, do you have time to go out with me? Although the next time is approaching evening self-study, but now that's the matter, how can you say the words you refuse? Walking. The two walked side by side on the corridor leading to the school building, and finally walked around to the convenience store on the first floor. It is from night. The store has been closed here long ago, and students will not wander here. Although it is not completely isolated, it is also a remote place. Eri Majing also looked at Eisen's back and listened to the other party's voice in a low tone. Although I feel that a lot of things have happened, if you think about it carefully, it's only been more than a month in total. Jing Yejun, this period is really touching. It seems that this is true. Looking back at the past, it has indeed only been such a short time since Majing entered school to the present. A few months. For the god of death, whose lifespan is more than 1,000 years, it is indeed like a flash of fingers. If it were in normal times, I'm afraid no one would feel trivial matters. But it is precisely because of such a short time that I am shocked by your progress. Eisen had turned his head at some point. He stared at Ama Jingyi, with an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. When I first entered the school, I just made my mark in kendo. But after half a month, he was satisfied with the qualification to receive asphalt hitting and defeated Deputy Captain Omida with profound white hitting skills, making him famous throughout the Spiritual Art Academy. I even mastered the initial understanding later. I injured the captain-level figure during a confrontation. Really? What kind of description is enough to describe your various performances this month, Jinjiajin? Although these things are indeed done by oneself. But from Eisen's perspective, these words really mean to be praised. So, Teacher Eisen, was it all your arrangements for you to meet Gui Yanchinj that day? Half right. Eisen was quite frank. I do have the news that the members of the 11th team are having fun here. According to their habits, conflicts are also likely to occur. So? I just wanted to see Jing Yejun's sex at the beginning. How about your growth, and further judge your growth by fighting with those teammen? Ai Majing also pondered for a moment. Teacher Eisen, can you say so lightly? You know, I almost lost my life here. Does Jing Yejun think I'm doing too much? Isn't this obvious? Although I really want to complain like this, the other party's smile that seemed to be silent on the corner of his mouth made Ma Jing swallow all the words. This funny look. This means that the other party must have corresponding plans. Sure enough, I am still a young man. Jing Yejun, do you know the rate of death after graduating from the Spiritual Art Academy every year and joining the 13th team of the Gyuding? I don't even know the end of the universe, so how can I understand this? It's 1/4, Jinja. Eisen's attitude was calm. He stacked his hands in front of his knees, as if he was quite enjoying the feeling of giving others literacy. I was swallowed by the weak and could not be self-reliant. Because of the failure of the mission, there are many people who were forced to execute them secretly. In addition, he was eliminated after failing his grades, and various accidents occurred during the internship. From the beginning of admission to school, until he was able to go through various tests and truly become a teammate, there are very few people. Jing Yejun, what I said to you that day was not perfunctory, but sincere words. For those who are not good at learning skills, it is better to know their incompetence as soon as possible than to die at the hands of their enemies, so as to end the rest of their lives. This is mercy. Same words, different contexts. It does give people a very different feeling at this moment. But then again, the original line did not describe the hardships of the team members. After all, Strawberry Brother cuts melons and vegetables all the way, and there are almost no opponents that he can't beat. Now, he has also expanded some necessary knowledge of death for Eri Majing. But these are descriptions in a macro sense. From a personal perspective, I did do something too much to Jing Yejun. For this only. I should indeed apologize to you. I'm really sorry, Jing Yejun. Simple, straightforward, and unbending confession is exactly where Eisen's sincerity lies. On the offense and defense are orderly. Faced with this kind of deadly polite feeling, what should I say? He forced himself twice, allowing Ma Jing to be in a state of life and death. This is indeed quite annoying, but the other party's methods seem strange. After all, if you want to kill it, you can do it yourself. I just want to use this method similar to scammers. So, Mr. Eisen, what exactly do you want to do? The other party was silent for a moment, then smiled. I want to know Jing Yejun's potential and want to determine whether you can become a truly powerful god of death. I also look forward to Jing Yejun becoming my true companion. Yes, for Eisen. He can clear all obstacles for him and become a person who seeks the truth along the way, or even a truth-seeking person who can work together to explore the future together. It is exactly where his pursuit lies. Jing Yejun, I have a plan. Through this thing, I will allow everyone to live under the sky of equality and freedom. As he said that, Eisen reached into his arms and finally took out a round and transparent ball. And the root of all that is this small thing. Alas no. You took out the Bengaiu and showed it to me. And has this thing taken shape at this stage? Then where is your plan going? Sword, Sheik. It is definitely fake to say that it is not surprised. But before complaining, Ma Jing also thought it would be better to listen to the other party's statement first. Eisen calmly took it back into his inner bag, and he whispered softly. He said in a deep tone. That's a long story. Jing Yejun, you have thought about it on this land where we live. In fact, can there be someone with his own consciousness, and can stir up the existence of the entire world by relying solely on the willpower of the name of self? Yes, this is the truth of our world of existence. We live under the attention of others. We are bacteria in the petri dish and material in the experimental process. Us. It's a prisoner bound by iron chains. Chapter 43, Employee No 002 of Blue Daico, Ltd. Prisoner? Use this title to refer to creatures under the rule of the Spirit King. Now, just through this description, we can understand Eisen's views and thoughts on these things. In the subsequent explanation, Ma Jing also fully understood what the other party was thinking. Eisen fully explained her understanding of the Spirit King and a series of related views. Like the man 100 years later, he was on the expedition to pursue freedom from beginning to end. I can't stand the tangible things above you. I cannot accept living in this world in a daze. Strive to change the environment and try to break free from the constraints. This seems to be what Eisen is going to do now. This result is not a surprise at all, and Ma Jing even had no expression change. After all, Eisen's image in the original line is too distinct. Now the two sides are just overlapping together, and there is nothing to be surprised at all. Actually, according to the original plan, I still want to continue observing Jing Yejun for a while. After all, I understand the disadvantages of pulling seedlings to encourage growth. Even if it is ripening in a positive sense, it cannot be too impatient. Prison Master, don't you understand this very much? But unfortunately, I don't have much time. Eisen pushed her glasses and said with a smile. Since I have been promoted to the deputy captain, the time I can meet Jing Yejun in the future will be reduced. Only close communication can the mutual feelings be transmitted. Although distance can produce a hazy beauty, it is not a down-to-earth thing after all. It is indeed a pity to not be able to witness your growth with your own eyes, but at the same time, I have also confirmed something to be happy about. So what do you understand? Eisen's eyes were quite deep. He looked at Ai Ma Jinja and said in a dream. Jing Yejun, what does studying mean to you? What a problem with nuclear strife. Although there was an inexplicable sense of funniness, considering the atmosphere, Ma Jing still thought about it carefully. Meaning progress? But before he could say something, Eisen said to herself. I guess no matter what the answer is, it won't be learning itself. Because this is the most meaningless behavior. Jing Yejun, you and I are actually the same type of people. We are just monsters with human appearance. It's something that is exquisite, profound, and difficult to understand in other people's eyes. We only need to spend a little effort to understand the essence and master it. By the way, people in the world call us geniuses. But ask yourself, does this name really have its meaning? After all, we did not become like this out of our own will. This statement is a bit obscure and difficult to understand. But Ma Jing quickly understood what the other party's intention was referring to. After only 1 month, the students who were originally in equal relationships had already shown respect for him. Even because of Omida's relationship, even the teacher who originally looked at him with his nostrils became much more harmonious. If these things are relatively simple and not worth using as examples. The feeling of disgust that Ise Ninazo today fully confirms the correctness of Eisen's statement. It's just doing what you can do and should do. Others will stay away from themselves and show a sense of distant alienation. By the way, this is not Ma Jing's original wish. There is no need to be so careful, it is enough to communicate as ordinary as before. Somewhat sad. But at the same time, there is more of a confusion that is close to regret. Looking at Jing Yejun's expression, I should be able to understand a little bit. I'll say the meaning of this sentence. Genius is destined to be lonely. Because the ants can't touch the elephant's height even if they try their best. So, it is indeed a very sociable way to let the elephants understand the ants' thoughts. But on the other hand, is this fair to the elephants? The thoughts that had been wandering in Ao Ma Jing's mind appeared again, and at this moment it also made the parties involved feel a lot of emotion. I can only say that from the same perspective now, he can understand Aizen's thoughts. Can resonate. It seems that just realizing this is enough to make Aizen's tone more than thirds light. He looked at Ai Ma Jingyi's side face and showed a rather relieved smile. And it's not just that, Jing Yejun should know. The nobles have the right to speak in the corpse soul world and enjoy the corresponding privileges. Although I don't want to say it's rude, this parasite-like tissue has become unbelievable. If possible, I hope to establish a new order with Jing Yejun and like-minded people. Only this guy who looks kind but black-hearted can do it. Akama Jing also breathed slowly. In order not to be led by the nose, I know that what I said may be a bit naive. But now I can only try to argue. But there are also more kind guys among the nobles, right? Aizen laughed unmoved. It's not surprising to have this kind of idea, but Jin Jiajin, give a simple example. Just like we all need to eat meat. But most people don't need to participate in the slaughtering process. That's right, in the eyes of some animals, people like us will also look quite kind, right? The same is true for nobles. Goo! What a powerful rebuttal! Not only is it a skill, but even his verbal slut is not Aizen's opponent. Jing Ye, as I said before, we are all the prisoner bound by iron chains. We will think of resisting, struggling, and strive to win the sky of our own. But some people won't do this. They will grow up numbly and think that people without chains are wild animals and are proud of wearing chains. Even when facing his former companions, these numb people will bite their best efforts. But there are not a few of these people. They will be proud of guarding the old order and regard it as a lifelong duty and burden. It's really a sad fact, won't Jing Yejun feel this way? Aizen slowly stood up. He walked around in front of Eri Majinja and said with a chuckling. That's why we need to unite so that we can resist all injustice. Lend me your power, Shizuijin. That's what I said. Aizen was silent, waiting for the boy to respond. Then how should I answer? There is no other choice at all. Aizen has shown enough sincerity to show her Bengayu and seek recognition. But before giving the answer, Ao Ma Jing also raised her hand and scratched the corner of her mouth, revealing a very embarrassed expression. Mr. Aizen is sure I will agree. Otherwise, why do you have to say so much? The person involved pondered for a moment and then showed a thoughtful expression. Who knows, maybe I just want to talk more with Jing Yejun. Well, there is nothing I want to know anymore. Ama Jing also took a deep breath and slowly stood up at this moment. Employee No 002 of Diagnosis Co., Limited will officially start working from today. Then how should you express your loyalty? Well. Or will it look more solemn if you kneel down? Arimajing was thinking about just about to bend her knees, but Aizen had already stretched out her right hand. Jing Yejun, you don't have to be so polite between you and me, just shake hands. Is it okay to be that simple? The boy stretched out his right hand and held it tightly with the other party. The smile on Aizen's face looked like ink scars dripping with clear water, and she fainted in an instant. It seemed that she was quite happy to see the other person. So. The transparent lenses flashed, and the nameless brilliance was filled with mist and crawled, revealing an indescribable unique atmosphere. Welcome to join, Jing Yejun. Chapter 44, Moon Night. Hey? So Mr. Eisen has been transferred to the 5th team. Have you gone back to the 5th team? Well, but I heard that there are regular calligraphy professors every month, so I will come to the academy occasionally. Although that's what I said. But it can make people feel a little lonely, right? Yin Hyuk bit the spoon and showed a rather emotional expression. Hey? What are you referring to? Ma Jing, who was sitting in front of her and was stuffing steak into her mouth, asked in confusion. Because of Ma Jun, your relationship with Eisen is quite close, right? I heard that I have received a lot of care on weekdays, and the instructor just left like this. Don't you feel a little regretful? Ah, you said this. If it is a previous relationship, it will indeed make people feel sad from the perspective of students. After all, getting along is just a matter of a few months. There are obviously many things that need to be asked by others, but Eisen added a medical mortis and left ruthlessly, gulp. It's really hard to think about it. But the parties involved are different. Akimajing also swallowed the steak in her mouth and grinned. It's totally not sure. Hucheonjian narrowed her eyes. I always feel that your smile is a bit disgusting. This is a symbol of health, a symbol of health. Well, it must be a good thing if you can still be energetic. After all, people have to look forward, and it's not a good thing to keep staying there. After a little bit of emotion, Ma Jing also changed her mind and said with a smile. It's better to say Senior Hutch. You have been intern in the 4th team for a while. Have you confirmed your ambition after graduation? Hu Cheonjian put down the porridge bowl and nodded with a smile. Well. After all, my other abilities are all normal. There is no chance for the most popular teams, including the 1st, 6th, and 8th teams. Akimajing nodded thoughtfully. The 13th team of the Gardingting not only has different names, but also considering the differences in work between them, the positions of the team are also different. As the leading unit, the 1st team assigned tasks and managed and commanded the other 12 teams, which is naturally the most popular. The 6th team is the leader of the nobles, and the core of the entire team is to protect the interests of the nobles. The 8th team is mainly in charge of information. Compared with other teams, their work can be said to be mainly based on document content, and they are naturally very popular. I can only say that everyone's eyes are relatively bright. What is the cattle and horse team and what is exclusive to fishing? At this stage, you can distinguish between 3, 5, 6, and 7. I was a little nervous at the beginning, but after meeting Captain Ms. Hiwali, I felt a little more at ease. Hu Xiongyan groped through the empty bowl in her hand, and the smile on her face became a little shy. I am really a very gentle and careful captain. If I can learn and study under her hands, I shouldn't be dissatisfied. So is this the so-called historical inertia, or is it simply because the relationship between the two sides is more consistent? This is a little unknown. Anyway, I will start working hard with the goal of entering the 4th team, so I have to review my homework during this period and improve my skills. It is indeed not a bad thing to be full of fighting spirit. But there should be no rigid regulations in the recruitment conditions of the 4th team. The students need to be good at replying, right? Hu Cheonjian replied with a serious expression. This is a question of attitude. It's better to say that Ma Jun, who is as careless as you are the one with the problem. It's really touching that I was actually taught a lesson in the opposite direction. So has my feelings for Mao's Hiwali already exceeded my favorability for me? Oh, what an abominable big sister. Ai Ma Jing also simply sighed. When she came to her senses, she nodded gently and said something encouraging. If it was Senior Takatsuki, he would definitely be able to pass it. Rarely without saying anything discouraged, Hu Cheonjian focused his head, showing a to do his best expression. I'll lend you auspicious words, there's a horse. Ha, you're welcome. Although I want to ask the other party to go out for fun, I will strengthen my emotional communication. But considering that Gui Yanchinj might be squatting on him and traveling outside, Ma Jing was unable to say these words in the end. After all, bringing danger to people around you is a manifestation of immaturity. So, do you still have to find a way to deal with this threat first? Standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, saying goodbye to Hu Che Yanjian, Arimajing also showed a subtle expression on the way back to the classroom. It has been 3 days since Aizen returned to the 5th team. I thought the prison teacher would take him away from the Spiritual Art Academy. Unexpectedly, the instructions given to him by the other party were standby. There are still some things to deal with here. Before that, please continue to live as you used to do for a while. What infernal affairs! You won't want to play with me the routine of 3 years later, right? Good evening with Ma Jun. All kinds of people who know and don't know are greeting them. Ai Ma Jing is not a person with airs, and he will nod and respond. Now, looking at these various college students, the parties involved are quite moved. We are no longer fellow travelers. I can only say that thinking about problems from different angles can indeed see completely different scenery. Compared to the tension and curiosity that I first arrived at Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, what I have returned now is the indescribable feeling of discomfort. The professor's things are too shallow, and Ma Jing can't absorb as much nutrition as possible. If you want to continue to make progress, you need to take the initiative to contact some strong people. Then the problem is also here. In this Spiritual Art Academy where Derezin is gone. How can Ma Jing take action to find resource support in this area? Tisk, it really makes people feel overwhelmed by thinking about it. I can only talk about looking back at the past. The improvement and resources over the past month are all the results of Aizen's small training for herself. Now it's really hard to be a prison teacher. Compared with the boring courses during the day, there are only some points left for the evening exercises. Because of his own swordsmanship, he is also familiar with Dongxian. The two of them are no longer limited to a single form of competition. Basically, as long as you don't kill someone, you will use various means to compete with each other. It is equivalent to a daily in-class test. Which is not very intense, but it is extremely interesting. Occasionally, you can get an attribute value of 1 or 2 points, which is also an unexpected surprise. As usual, Ma Jing came to the temple and began to wait for the Dongxian to seek. After the two sides met, Dongxian said something that made Ma Jing stunned. "Follow me, there's a horse. Sir Aizen is already waiting for you." Mimajing also reacted quickly. The full moon is in the sky, and the night is late. On the clear surface that deviates from the light and heat, there is a vast and endless space of darkness and coldness. Aizen will only be at this time. Start taking action. Chapter 45, A Century of Fate. Following Dongxian Yao, Arimajing also sneaked away from Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy with him. So where is the destination? A place where you and I are very familiar with, Liami Street. Ah, that's true. It's like returning to my hometown. But then again, it is not easy to get out of the Lingting court. After all, not only were there team members patrolling them at night, but there were also their own guards at the gate. If there is no general instruction permit, even registered team members cannot enter and exit at will. Then Dongxian could not have known these principles? No need to worry, Lord Aizen has reserved a special way for us to get out of the city. If you act according to the established route, you can avoid the patrol team, and then there will be people who will respond at the city gate, and we will soon be able to arrive safely in the outside world. I see. He is worthy of being a prison teacher and thinks very thoughtful. About an hour later, Arimajing also saw the long-lost Aizen on the edge of the east gate. There was no obvious change from the other party 3 days ago, but now there is a sign symbolizing the deputy captain on the left arm. Oh, this image suddenly felt the stomach like exactly the same as the image that appeared in the original work 100 years ago. It can only be said that the inertia of history is still strong. Imaging thought that the time period he came might have been earlier, but in fact there was no difference. Because compared with the century-old layout, my own January error seems really small. Jing Yejun, you are finally here. Aizen's smile has not changed at all, and seeing each other now makes people feel moved. Well, Aizen. No, Lord Aizen, long time no see you. I couldn't change the oral habits in the school for a while. It's a bit embarrassing now. Fortunately, Aizen smiled with pursed her lips as if she was completely indifferent. He stretched out his right hand and patted Ai Ma Jinja's shoulder. The title is just a difference in terms of rhetoric, and there is no need to worry too much about it in such a place. Turning his head, his eyes swept across Dongxian and continued to say. Then it's not too late, I'll prepare to get on the road soon. With Ma Jing, he was still confused about how to get out. After seeing Aizen, he immediately reacted. With this person's methods, there might be no place in the world where he can't get into it. After the drunken guard let go, the three of them walked away directly from the small door. The convenience of the mirror is reflected at this time. There is no need to prepare at all, just follow Aizen and you can enter and exit the Lingting at will. There is no need to worry that your whereabouts will be revealed. It's really convenient. After leaving the city, Aizen also took advantage of the situation and explained his future actions to Arima Jing. We need to improve our strength and have a place in the 13th team of the Guardian. Only in this way can we master first-hand information and use our means to distort the will of the 13th team when needed. And for this goal, I need Jing Yejun and Dongxian, you two become captain-level figures. And in order to achieve this goal, improvement in strength is an indispensable part. From this stage, I will provide more detailed guidance to you both. The methods may be a little rough, after all, they are no longer academic things, so be mentally prepared in advance. Aizen pushed the glasses on her nose plainly, as if she was just saying some uncontroversial facts. After all, this is the first step to the strong. Please be prepared 12 minutes. Sure enough, it's here. Although I was a little mentally prepared before, I couldn't help but feel excited when I heard these words. Before, I could only say it was a company internship. Now that he has officially become a regular person, Aizen finally has a little bit of advice. This is the real way to get a small job. 2 hours of high-intensity training make people feel painful. As Aizen said, his training requirements for Ma Jing and Dongxian were completely beyond the academy's level. The essence of swordsmanship lies in order to prevent skills and prevent skills. Although the ability of Zanpakura is important, in many cases, this basic skill will also play a crucial effect. The key point of Vane is to control the body and to be clear about your breathing and steps. Of course, this is also the so-called foundation. In essence, the instant step is also an application of spiritual pressure. In this regard, the family traditions of the Sifenjai Yuan clan include all this history. The same is true for the ghost realm. The techniques in it have relatively complete structures. Prayer can achieve the effect of stereotype and auxiliary, so that all the power can be exerted in the end. The 4 basic skills are Aizen's main attack direction. This is also completely in line with the various impressions the other party brought to Ai Ma Jingyi. After all, only after standing at the top can you have the leisure to observe the scenery further away, surpassing the god of death and achieving higher level power. Back to the topic. If Dongxian only persists until the stage of fighting in vain, he will be beaten to the ground by Aizen and retreat to the side to start resting. Only Ma Jing persisted until the end. After all, these projects are fully in line with the party's specialization, and basically they are asking questions in line with the answer. But this does not mean that Ma Jing can answer all the answers correctly. When facing the last test today, the person involved was gritting his teeth and squeezing the small amount of spiritual pressure left in his body. O King's Lander! The mask of flesh and blood, 10,000. The words have not ended. Aizen's figure emerged from Arima Jing's side and kicked the person involved in the waist at a very tricky angle. Puff. It is merciless, which is enough to make people vomit all stomach acid. With Ma Jing, he also flew out more than 10 meters away, and it took him a long time to struggle from the ground and climb up. The use of ghost path is indeed much more proficient, but don't forget that everything exists for the convenience of fighting. In many cases, the existence of prayer becomes a bondage. So weigh the pros and cons, shorten appropriately, or cancel the process. It is also part of what we need to consider as a god of death. Ama Jing also wiped off the sour water from the corner of her mouth, revealing a very helpless expression. Are you getting a mistake? I went to such high-intensity training on the first day. If my buddy hadn't had a good foundation, I would have really killed you when I turned around. But that said, Jin Jiajin has done a good job. Being able to stick to this level is a manifestation of strength. I can only say, it's great. I am worthy of being my student. If I can't do this level, it will make me feel strange. Is there a stick to give you a sweet date? Although there are many complaints, it is better than teaching people a lesson with a stern face. Ha, thank you for the praise. Eisen put his knife into the sheath, and his eyes gathered from the staggering Arima Jingyi and the Dongxian who was paralyzed on the ground with his back. He just showed a very familiar smile. Very good, so let's stop here today. Please remember what you have learned today and strive to use it. Ama Jing also helped Dongxian Yao lying on the ground and gasped. Talk you. Eisen nodded and smiled. Very good, so for the rest of the time, let's go and clean up the chaotic refugee street. By the way, to make some necessary preparations for the future. Chapter 46, Liberate Zanpakara, Shizuiajin. The definition of the corpse soul world is actually quite broad. In addition to the spiritual court that gathers the god of death and the nobles, it is divided into 4 large blocks according to the 4 directions of southeast, west, and north. This is the place called Liaomen Street. According to the intelligence information provided by the 13th team of the Guadingting, Liaomen Street is also divided into different blocks. The more you move forward, the closer you get to the Lingting court, the public security situation will be much better. Relatively speaking, the more you are in the back arrangement area, the more common it is to kill and set fire, which is basically equivalent to being unable to take. Just because I like the sword of my body and some valuable things on me, I can kill passers-by who I have never met. It's so sad. The value of human beings has no value in the eyes of these people. Jing Yejun, Dongxian, you two are also from Liaomen Street. You should be able to understand this pity that makes people sigh. Eisen played with the small crystals in her hand, and the expression on her face was as calm as water. At this moment, 3 spirit bodies that looked like they were flowing in the air had fallen to the ground, and they were all limp, and now they were completely cut off from their vitality. Akimajing also watched the fluid soul body being pulled away one by one and entered the translucent sphere. Hazy and ethereal things are nurtured in it, as if there is an invisible shadow squirming in it. Blooding jade. Eisen has explained the origin and use of this thing just now. It has extraordinary power, and the spiritual pressure revealed from it shows this alone. It's really amazing. It's obviously something that looks like an object, but I can feel the fluctuations called consciousness from it. Bengaiyu is absorbing the soul. This is also one of the reasons why Eisen needs to come to Liuhun Street. For such a lawless place, human life and death itself has no special significance. Even if it is missing and there is no news, it is at best just a pen and ink transformed into the hands of the god of death. Become a short and simple unit of measurement. Unlike the other half of the created by Kisokura Hara, its raw materials are a lot of false. But now Eisen's creation is made of most powerful souls as raw materials. That is, refugees with the potential to become a god of death. Murdering does not have any mental pressure for Eisen. No, it is better to say that for the so-called refugee streets, the residents themselves have no special significance. On the eve of the 1000-year bloody battle placed in the original line, Because Mike eliminated a large amount of voids, in order to maintain balance, Captain Near ordered the removal of 20,000 residents of Liuhun Street without authorization. When I put it on Yamamoto, there was only one sentence left: why don't you report in advance? There may be some helplessness here, but no matter what, the core concept of the 13th team of the Guardian Court has nothing to do with the so-called refugees. After 2 hours of continuous wandering, Aizen's soul collection came to an end. Everyone originally planned to turn back. But I heard a few screams coming from not far from the street. Not long after, a bloody refugee escaped from the corner screaming. He screamed in pain, and his left hand disappeared. "Save me, save!" The words have not ended. A twisted monster arrived first, and pressed the other party hard to the ground with his webbed forelimbs. It was a white shadow like a python. It twisted and opened the snake kiss, licking the rotten flesh all over the ground. "It's false." Swallowed all the remaining flesh and blood on the ground, it glanced carefully at this side, and then slow ground retreated until it disappeared between the woods further away. It is not a rare thing to invade the corpse soul world. As early as when he was living in Liaomin Street, Ma Jing often heard similar family tragedies happening. These guys are much more active at night than during the day. Because of this, although there is no curfew on Refugee Street, most people will stop moving after dark. The three of them watched the other party disappear calmly and did not take any action. The reason is Aizen's previous warning. Eliminating the void that causes chaos in the Refugee Street is essentially the work of the God of Death in the Spirit Court. But we did not come for this, so let's just pretend that we didn't see it for the time being. After all, normal siege tasks start with investigation. Only after determining the scope of the activeness of Su Zheng, will the 13th troop send troops to fight. A fixed process is not a reason, and in essence it still does not want to increase the probability of exposing oneself. After all, Aizen didn't know whether these active sluts had been targeted by other gods of death. If you show off your strength because of this kind of hard work, it will be an act that is not worth the loss. Not to mention, the weak are preyed and die, which is also a node in the natural cycle. We just need to watch. The fact that such a cold assertion is enough to show that Aizen's views on refugees are almost no different from those of Yamamoto. Moreover, Ma Jing also noticed it at the same time. Aizen's eyes looked at Su slightly differently. Reminds of all things that happened in later generations. The other party may have already had the idea of tampering with these monsters and trying to merge the God of Death and the Void. After ending today's itinerary, Aizen led the two back to the spiritual court. "Let's stop here today. Jing Yejun, Dongxian, it's still this time in 3 days. I'll wait for you in the same place. Of course, if something special happens, I will contact you in advance." This is not Aizen's own will for 3 days as a cycle of action cycles. But because as the deputy captain of the 5th team, he now feels a little unable to clone. And Captain Pingza seems to have some opinions about me, so he has also been watching me tightly recently. To ensure that you are not suspected, please try to minimize contact with me during your daily activities. I see. It seems that the planning of these 3 days is also a buffer for Aizen to use to remove herself. So has Heiko Mako started to be wary of Aizen. Although it seems that nothing has changed. But in fact, many things are brewing quickly in the invisible places, running wildly in the established direction. I feel a little uneasy. But no matter what, at this stage, we will still focus on improving our strength. After all, only after you become stronger can you have enough ability to resist risks. 3 days later. As usual, I went out for training and fed Bangyu. I thought today's meeting would end, but I didn't expect Aizen to choose more practice before turning back. Well, it's quite remote, so let's be here. What's the meaning? Ariane smiled and looked at Arima Jingyi, the light in her eyes flashed. As a reward for persisting in the full training process both times, I can give you a special guidance on Zanpakara. So, liberate Zanpakara, Shizweijin. Chapter 47, Bloody Weakness. Start to solve it. It is the first stage of liberation of Zanpakara, and it is also the first step that reflects the mind of the god of death. Usually, by understanding the initial understanding, we can also understand the other person's emotional color. The person with fangs and claws is happy and has no scheming at all. The appearance of such a liberated Zanpakara will be quite ostentatious, to show the holder's love. A person with calm mind is restrained and cautious, and is careful and cautious. The appearance of such a liberated Zanpakara will rarely change, which is a manifestation of closure and nature. Of course, there are disguises, exceptions, or very few situations. But there are very few such things in themselves, and it doesn't make sense to participate in the discussion. Aizen smiled and looked at Arima Jingyi in front of her. The smile in her eyes was even more intense at some point. And through observation, this is the simplest and most straightforward way. I can already notice it, Jingye Jun. Your Zanpakara belongs to the second type. Does not show one's own uniqueness, but rather a bias of maturity and restraint? Listening to Aizen's description, Arima Jing lowered her head and began to look at her Zanpakara. The overall length is full and has an inexplicable sense of transparency. At the same time, the length has obvious extension than when it is shallow, and it seems to become thinner and sharper. Although it is not as thin as a cicada's wing, it is indeed a bit too slim in terms of weapons alone. However, compared to these, the most noticeable thing is a long silver-white chain spreading from the handle. This thing is composed of small, tightly connected locks. Looking closer, I could tell that something that seemed to be engraved with extremely small and distorted. Like some kind of hieroglyph. It's more like some symbols that you can't understand, or meaningless lines. But no matter what, this level of exquisiteness is indeed a bit extraordinary. This long chain is wrapped around Ma Jingyi's wrist, as strange as some kind of decoration. Although Zanpakara had been liberated in places where no one saw it before, it was the first time that others had carefully observed it. Miss Ma Jing also showed a rather awkward smile. Lashi, I think my Zanpakara is already a bit ostentatious. Can this really be called simple? As if he understood what Arima Jingyi thought, Ares said with a smile. Just silence is the Lord, introverted does not mean simplicity. Moderate exquisiteness and simple gorgeousness are also manifestations of reserve and sense of proportion. Oh, it's so professional. Aizen raised his right hand, rubbed his chin, and slowly curled his smile, showing a thoughtful expression at this moment. But then again, although I have also seen a lot of Zanpakut's liberation posture. But it's really rare to look like Jingye Jun. It's like. By the way, if you think about it carefully, you will understand. This look is like a fragile thing, like some kind of glass. An image that appears to be broken and crushed. Fragile, gorgeous, full of an unrealistic sense of illusion. Although it was a judgment given by the prison teacher, it seemed a little different to Ma Jing. After all, Gong Gai blocked Gui Yanqing's attack from the front. If it was really so depressed, the knife should have been cut off directly. After briefly describing his thoughts, Aizen frowned rarely, as if she was also thinking about the reason here. So that's the case, it's a little complicated, but it's not a bad thing. Well, there's no problem if you continue like this first. Saying some unknown words. Aizen nodded slightly and said to Arima Jing. When I saw such a delicate thing, it would be a bit out of place if I didn't show my skills. But sorry. Shizweijin, my Zanpakara abilities are a bit special, so I can only wait until later to explain them to you in the form of description. Others don't know what Aizen's method is, but Ma Jing knows it too. The main thing about the hypnotic Zanpakara is not ability, but like the literal information difference. With the effect of attacking him unpredictable, he took the lead, which is Aizen's exclusive tactic. After all, it is a trump card thing, so it is normal not to be exposed. Come on, Shizuijin. Even if you do something to me, let me see what your current methods are. After all this, there is no way to continue to be polite. Lifting the sword straight, turning half a step, turning around, while Ma Jingyi's breathing began to suck. Until a complete gesture was made. The spiritual pressure began to brew and roll back until it poured into the Zanpakura in his hand. The world of black and white is coming again. In this space where all colors have faded is the absolute time that only has Ma Jing. The Mobius ring has been entangled. The complex and sophisticated maze appeared, and the intersection. The four Ma Jing also began to move forward in their respective directions and began to explore frantically. Countless blue phantoms appeared in the air, but quickly collapsed and disappeared. In just a moment, I saw a large number of self retreating quickly. Aizen kicked away and lost consciousness. She put her palm on her temple and started to feel dizzy. Although it is not as exaggerated as death, it is enough to make Ma Jing lose his combat ability on the spot. Is the prison teacher a little serious? As he thought about it, Ma Jing quickly seized the direction. He successfully broke into the other party's arms and succeeded. It's here. The gravel residue of the stuttering gear was crushed, and the gear of time bit again and rotated slowly. In the colorful reality, Ma Jing also bullies her body and narrows her eyes slightly. Swipe the knife and cut horizontally. Aizen's move and dodge was expected, which should be the best time to pursue, but Arimajing also clumped up her body and made a dodge move. And in the next moment, Aizen's left hand hidden deep in her white robe, the lightning brewing from it began to suck violently. 63 of the Dao Thunder Roar Cannon. The ghost path that abandons singing is not enough to exert all its strength, but the light that looks like thunder on the ground is still terrifying. It seemed that Ma Jingyi's figure was swallowed directly by him. However, the next moment, the young man's figure appeared, and he waved his knife to Aizen's back expressionlessly. Silent. Aizen seemed to have not reacted, so she could only react half a beat slower. The slightly heavy feel comes back, accompanied by the movement of the blade passing by. The deathbed costume on Aizen's back was split into two, and the flesh inside was broken. I was hit. But it did not prevent Aizen from responding further. As if he was not affected at all, he moved towards his side with great strides and brought the distance closer in an instant. This distance cannot be avoided at all. So facing the wave of whipping, Ma Jing could only barely raise her left arm to block it. Bump! Unlike a physical collision, Ma Jingyi's body was bounced out directly. Everything that has happened so far is expected. The battle between the two sides seems complicated, but in fact it is just a flash of moment. Dong Xian, who was beside him, frowned. Obviously, even from the perspective of the bystander, he seemed to find it difficult to understand what was going on now. Because, it's really weird. Aizen took a step back. He looked at Ma Jing, who was half squatting on the ground, covering his left hand, grinning and standing up. He stretched out his right hand and touched his back calmly. The hands were full of blood. The tingling pain mixed with warm and smooth touch came from your back. But it made Aizen smile quite happily. So that's it, is it's this kind of ability? It's very interesting. It's indeed my student, and my vision is indeed correct. But Aizen's eyes flashed inexplicable brilliance. The weakness of this ability is actually very obvious, Jing Yejun. Chapter 48, Amos. Zanpakura has weaknesses. This is indeed an undisputed fact. Even this sentence has no effect on Ma Jing, because he can fully understand his situation. After all, in the world of death, in theory alone, there would be no real invincibility. Haven't you seen Brother Strawberry break through the three realms through a big brick enclave? It's shameful to say that, but in this world, if the priority of the mechanism is to take precedence over the basics of the panel, then its own panel needs to be strong enough. With Ma Jing, it is still far from reaching this level. What's more, this is just the beginning of his Zanpakara. So let's get back to the point. At present, it is only possible to hurt Aizen, which is already considered an unexpected gain in another sense. But to be honest, I was a little curious if I had Ma Jing. Did Aizen really see through his Zanpakara abilities? Or is it just bluffing? No matter what the result is, today's battle will probably benefit a lot. Looking at Aizen in the distance, he simply bandaged the wound. Even if he had Ma Jing, he was not idle, so he took advantage of this opportunity to adjust his condition. Ma Jing also quickly looked at her panel. That is the harvest of this period. Cut, 59. Fist, 40. Walk, 30. Ghost, 35. There have been great progress in all aspects, not only because of the battle with Gui Yanchinj some time ago. At the same time, it also benefits from the training with Dongxian and the comprehensive guidance of Aizen. As mentioned before, the spiritual pressure of Ma Jingyi is essentially the sum of the 4 basic skills. So now it has exploded again and is completely perceived by others. Others can also clearly feel the changes that have taken place in Ma Jing. The most obvious one is the spiritual power that even Dongxian Yao couldn't help but look at him. 5th class spiritual power. The speed of progress is enough to make people sigh. Even from the perspective of friends, it will make people feel jealous. Is this the genius posture that Lord Aizen is attracted to? Thoughts were rising and falling, and soon, the two of them made a new posture. Because he didn't understand what Aizen was planning, Ma Jing's strategy was still quite conservative at the moment. Rely on the prediction of the Bao uniform, observe the other party's actions before talking. Instead of trying to defeat Aizen directly, you will put your idea of damaging your opponent or suppressing your opponent above your goal. With this as a premise, the simulated environment constructed will be much more flat and gentle. That's right, this is also an application of Zanpakara's ability. By adjusting one's own purpose, the fictional maze will not be too severe. This is similar to a kind of act of sharpening flesh with a blunt knife. Continuously gaining the upper hand in various small places, and then widening the physical strength gap between them. With this as the premise, Ma Jing, who is more braver in the battle, can see a more advantageous future. Then how should Aizen crack it? In silence, the brilliance in Ma Jing's eyes began to flash again. The engulfment of spiritual pressure was completed in an instant. With hundreds of futures emerging, Ma Jing quickly found a feasible solution. That's it. The muscles were tense, and Ma Jing also pursed her lips slightly, and she shouted lightly at this moment. Occurred. Instant steps. The body was moved with explosive spiritual pressure, and the figure that flicked and moved approached Aizen at the fastest speed, but did not reveal the slightest sense of panic. Ma Jing just looked at the other person with a simple mouth and said a short sentence. Dongxian, attack him. The next moment, Ma Jingyi's face couldn't help but change. Because I could feel a rapid gust coming from behind. I didn't have time to look back, but it was definitely not a good thing. You have to avoid it. Subconsciously stepping towards her side, Aizen's voice came from the left like a ghost. Sure enough, if I guessed correctly, this scene, you probably didn't expect it. Can't wait to react. Only bright red dazzling ball of light flashed, and in an instant, Ma Jing was swallowed up. 31 of the Dao red cannon. Boom. Ma Jing also escaped from the light in a mess. His body rolled around on the spot, intending to stop the flashing lights and fires on his body. But Aizen did not give much buffering time. The smiling prison teacher quickly stepped forward, and a whip leg was right in the middle of Ma Jingyi's waist. The whole person soared out as if he had hit a truck, and he didn't even have time to do it. As for Ma Jing, he fell to the ground with a knife, looking very embarrassed. Ahem, cough. The coughing and wiping away the skin was scratched, and the blood was oozing out. Ma Jing also struggled to stand up. The other party really discovered his flaws. Arimon looked up and down at Ma Jingyi, and said with a smile. After all, I just experienced it, so I can only give it a rough idea. But the discomfort just now is really too obvious. I'm ready to deal with your attack and have come up with multiple moves. But none of them came in handy in the fight. It's as exaggerated as if you've been seen through all your intentions. So I made a bold assumption. But if you guess correctly, Shizui's Zanpakura should be able to predict the future direction in a few seconds, right? It was clearly just the first time I fought, but I was able to react to this level. It can only be said that it is unexpected, but it is reasonable. After all, it is Aizen, so it is normal to be more powerful. Jing also showed a helpless expression. Teacher Aizen, you are too strong. Haha, it's not a great thing. When Jing Yejun reaches my level, he should feel the same way. Aizen smiled calmly and pushed her glasses quietly. A true strong man has a general concept of the level of his own strength. The use of spiritual pressure, the control of the body, these things are all experiences and lessons learned after time polishing and training. Jing Yejun, your ability to find flaws and weaknesses, and interrupt the other party when it is most suitable. This is of great significance, but it will also increase the other party's guardianship. Especially for guys with rich combat experience, it is not difficult to make such a similar reaction. As for weaknesses, the situation just now was quite obvious. Ainan said with a smile. Your ability did not predict that a third party would suddenly intervene in the confrontation, right? As he said that, Aizen also pointed to Dongxian Yao not far away. Although Dongxian just threw out a stone. Chapter 49, The Brave Man Who Meets on a Narrow Road. Jing also half squatted on the ground, and was looking at the position behind him in silence. There was a fist-sized stone buried in the mound there, which was the thing that Dongxian was about to sneak attack himself and then threw out. There is no murderous intent, and there is no spiritual pressure. Just clenched it tightly and threw it out, allowing Ma Jing to hear the obvious sound of the wind. Just this level of things is enough to break the established everything. This is where Ma Jingyi's flaw lies. Jing Yejun, your ability is a bit too focused. This is indeed the case. The Mobius ring and maze built by Ma Jing also used the ability of Zanpakura. The essence of the Mobius ring and maze is based on the current situation of both parties and then made various predictions and conscientious. In other words, this is a very fragile experimental environment. Although there is no deformation caused by the slightest movement, in this situation where external forces are obviously involved, Ma Jingyi's prediction will appear extremely useless and useless. The parties involved in this issue also fully understand. But in the final analysis, this can only be considered a problem with Ma Jing himself. Because this is simply a lack of numerical. If you have enough spiritual pressure, Ma Jing can fully adjust the parameters from both sides of the confrontation to a larger number, and even include the environment. That is to say, theoretically speaking, as long as you have enough spiritual pressure, Ma Jing can even simulate a simulation scene with the entire world as the background. Of course, this is just an act that remains in the conception. Now it is just referring to the content of both sides of the confrontation, and predicting that the range of as many as 3 seconds is the limit. Using the world as the background, depict the outline of its operation? It's better to take a shower and sleep. There are everything in your dreams. Seeing Arimajing also coughing and putting the Zanpakura into the sheath, Aizen slowly stepped forward at this moment, and her tone was quite emotional. Yes, there is another obvious disadvantage. The spiritual power required for this Zanpakura is too exaggerated. Jing Yejun, you can clearly reach the level of 5th class spiritual power now. At this level, you are already outstanding even among the CEOs. But even so, after using the ability twice, this kind of similar force removal will appear state. This level of consumption is exaggerated. If it weren't for personal flaws, it would mean that the nature of Zanpakura is so. And according to this theory, what I think. Jing Yejun, you should also change your strategy. Aizen rubbed his chin with his right hand, and a clear outline of thinking appeared in his eyes, and he said slowly at this moment. This ability is not suitable for use in the opening situation, it should appear in a critical moment of stalemate or lack of a final conclusion. From the current perspective, unless Jing Yejun can solve the problem of excessive consumption of spiritual pressure. Otherwise, it's better to be used to using conservative methods to take action. If you should say it or not. Aizen is indeed a very responsible guy. The experience given now is not only what Ma Jing knows, but also summarizes it and gives further evaluation and judgment. As if he had opened up the conversation, Aizen continued to talk a lot at this moment. There are restrictions and a lot of spiritual pressure is required. This means that Shai Zuijin's ability is not suitable for melee, but is more suitable for use in single-to-single situations. Only as long as you can ensure the safety of the environment and ensure various information from both sides, Jing Yejun's abilities can be maximized. Dong Xian, who was beside him, couldn't help but whisper when he heard this. Is it specialized in one-to-one capabilities? It is indeed very rare. A blind man talks little, but he can always make sharp comments at critical moments. Aizen chuckled and nodded, but at this moment he changed his mind. Although there are many problems, I have to admit it. Jin Jiajin's ability also has a lot of room to exert. A sufficient intelligence information is collected for reference, coupled with the integrity of the situation, and the environment that can be determined not to be disturbed by others. As long as you can get these three elements together, Jing Yejun, you will be born invincible. Aizen's eyes were flashing with inexplicable brilliance. He looked at the boy in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Jing Yejun, you are a brave man who meets on a narrow road, and you are also a lonely wolf born to catch the opposite one. It's great, it's perfect. It's no exaggeration to say that this level of ability is far beyond my expectations. You have unique abilities and are worthy of being my student. It can be said that there are both good and bad in the literal sense. And the parties involved can't say anything about this result. Arimajing just sighed that Aizen's analytical ideas were too powerful. This is clearly the first time I have seen my Zanpakura and have personally experienced its abilities. Nowadays, the difference between strengths and weaknesses can be clearly identified. And after the analysis, Ma Jing also gave an extremely accurate positioning. Yes, before Ma Jingyi's spiritual power broke through to a certain limit, the most suitable scene for him to play was undoubtedly a one-to-one that eliminated all unfavorable factors. It's really powerful analytical ability. So this powerful and calm guy. Can you really catch up with the other party? I always feel hope is slim. A little nervous, thinking, Ma Jing also saw the other party extending his right hand towards him. Aizen's smile was as peaceful as ever. Okay, let's stop here for today's guidance. Shai Zuijin, have a good rest after going back, and don't affect tomorrow's mood because of these things. Arimajing also sighed and nodded, thanked her, and got up with the help of her. Today's trip was indeed as expected before departure, which gave the parties a lot of gains. It is still turning back and sedimentation as before. Until 3 days later. The people who met again began to act according to the previous events, but Aizen's brows were frowning, and she seemed to be very stressed. Akamajing also took the initiative to ask, and the other party confessed his current predicament. Even though Bengaihu swallowed the souls of so many people, he still had no intention of advancing. So far, 379 spirit bodies have been devoured, including 98 gods of death on the list, and more than 130 potential refugees. In other words, Aizen did not feed Bengaihu some low nutritional slag in order to pursue quantity. Even if a spirit body that has devoured so many, it should have reacted now. Faced with this doubt, Ma Jing did not comment. After all, if you remember correctly, what you want to advance at this stage of Bengaihu is no longer a single spiritual body. Instead, it requires something extremely unique. So when can we meet those two miserable Mandarin ducks? I thought about it, but I didn't go into it. Nowadays, AI Mahjong also seems to be familiar with the style of death. There is a lot of time, everything goes with the flow, just wait for it to take shape slowly. It was 1 month later. Mahjong also acted with Eisen as usual, and saw the familiar face in a certain refugee street. Chapter 50, Get the Knife, Brother. Marvelous. Seeing that Beng Yu in his hand had a violent reaction, Eisen's originally frowning brow also relaxed. There was a reaction of this level. It seems that we are one step closer to the end. Jing Yejun, Dongxian, this is a day worth celebrating. Eisen's emotions are visible to the naked eye. Hi. Dongxian expressed his respectful attitude as usual and gave some blessings. In comparison with Mahjong's performance seemed a little dull after all, his attention was all on the figure on the ground. Orange shoulder-length short hair, with a small black mole on the corner of the mouth. She was wearing a light green kimono and curled up like an injured rodent. She lay on the side of the ground, half open her mouth, and was breathing constantly at this moment, as if there was an invisible sense of suffocation surrounding her. Matsumoto Ranjujube. Compared with the image in the original work, Matsumoto Ranjuku has no scent at this time. At best, she is just a pretty woman. Maybe it is because two big thunders have not been exposed yet? But no matter what, AI Mahjong is not very interested in such powerful meat-selling characters. Moreover, the parties involved did not intend to break up the couple. Such as Yiki and Urahara Kisuke, the relationship between Ranko and Jin, etc., these are all contents that Mahjong also appreciates quite. In this regard, it can only be different in XP, so it cannot be forced. Mahjong also calmly watched the boiling jade in Eisen's hand begin to boil, and at this moment, various corresponding information also appeared in her mind. Although I have never seen similar spin-off novels and radio dramas, it is thanks to the mouth-to-mouth ability of the mass team. Mahjong also knew about it at the beginning that there was a fragment of the fingertips of the Spirit King in Matsumoto Ranju's body. It can only be said that this Corpse King is full of treasures. Scientific research, life, cultivation, everything is inseparable from him. While feeling sad, Mahjong also restrained her gaze. Although Matsumoto Ranjuku was stripped of part of her soul, it was not enough to threaten her life. But that being said, if the other party is left directly, the Su and the rebellious team of Yesing may easily take her life. But this guy's words should be an exception. After all, there is still a little devil who is looking at everyone in the distance and has not left yet. Maybe because I felt that the distance was far enough, I did not deliberately hide my body shape. Light purple short hair and thin body shape. Just at a glance, people can mistakenly think that they are poor people who lack food and clothing. At this moment, he was hiding around the corner dozens of meters away, just like a coyote who was shrinking and nervous, looking at this side carefully. Ichimaru Jin. Is it because the environment is too harsh? I always feel that this guy is thin and small, as if he is like a child who has not grown up. However, when he recalled the dry figure in the original work, Mahjong quickly accepted this setting. But then again, this guy's vigilance is really insufficient. The murderous aura was revealed. Although it is very small and reserved, this feeling of lurking like a viper is sharp and stinging. It really makes people care. Considering the relationship between Matsumoto Rankyuki and Ichimaru Jin, it is normal to be held in grudges at this moment. If it weren't for regaining the thing that belonged to Ranju, this thin man wouldn't have the idea of becoming a god of death. Dongxian, who was the most sensitive, turned his head silently. His right hand was half raised and gently stroked the hilt of the knife at this moment. Why? Wait. Are you planning to do it now? AI Mahjong was also a little stunned. If Dongxian started to take action at this moment, how could Ichimaru Jin still have his life? So how did this plot go through in the original work? My thoughts flew for a while, but Mahjong quickly reacted. He moved sideways half a step and gently pressed the action Dongxian wanted. What are you doing? Brother Blind looked at this side with some confusion. Ai Majing was also silent and slightly increased her strength. Let's close the knife, brother. The boss cannot detect this hostility. Considering that the original work follows the process, it means that Aizen didn't pay much attention to other people's ideas at this time. He might not care about these things at all. The resentment of the ant is meaningless to him. Sure enough. Jing Yejun, Dongxian, let's go. Aizen's tone was light and he put Beng Yu back in his arms. It seems that my mood has not been affected by this little episode. Seeing the boss lifting his legs and walking in front of him, he stopped talking. Dongxian behind him was silent for a moment, let go of his right hand holding the hilt, and then gently patted Ma Jingyi's shoulder. It seems that you understand Lord Aizen better. How could you praise this? He shook his head helplessly. Ma Jing was about to raise his legs and leave, but he stood there and hesitated for a moment. It wasn't that I wanted to silence me. After all, as his early combat power, Ichimaru-jin is also a very necessary individual. As for how to, Ai Majing also felt that she would not lose to this literal genius, not to mention that she had preparations in all aspects. Thinking of the future as a chaotic area, if conditions permit, try not to make unnecessary changes. Thinking. Finally, he chose to half squat down, took out a small cloth bag, and placed it next to Luanju. The woman's eyes were a little confused, and both sides met. Ma Jing smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, just treat it as a little compensation. Then Ma Jing also stood up quickly and followed the steps of the two. After the team-building activity of Aizen Company ended, Ishimaru-jin from afar trotted up. Lanju, how are you doing? Confirm the status and breathe. Ichimaru-jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, saving your life is the best news. Seeing Matsumoto Rankyuki open her eyes weakly, Ichimaru-jin's lips tightly pursed into a line. Just like his Zanpakuram magic gun. The sharp blade that can stretch and retract freely is the origin of the extraordinary power that can be accumulated but not emitted, but can burst out when needed. Who is the one who started? Where did the people around you come from? I don't understand anything, I don't know anything. Even if Ranko lost his life on the spot, Ichimaru-jin could only knock down his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. You must have strength. This thought was like the ink mark dripping into the clear water, and it quickly dissipated. As for the pocket that the man left behind, although he did not care about the other party's alms, he still opened it under Luanju's instructions. There were half a bag of rings inside. This thing is a special currency unique to the corpse soul world. It is not only used as a medium of transactions, but also has energy functions. In terms of nature, it is a good thing that can be eaten and used. In the streets where barter often appear, the value of this thing can be understood without emphasis. Ichimaru-jin subconsciously tightened his pocket and stuffed it into Ranko's arms. He looked up and stared in the direction where the three of them disappeared, his brows frowned involuntarily. That guy. What exactly is he thinking?